lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle. Like it's somebody to be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel. That you deserve better than me.
The lows. Hey, the lows, hey, the lows, hey, the lows. What is up, chat? What's up, chat? कैसा लगा टाइटल? हाँ? टाइटल कैसा लगा chat? क्लीन टाइटल है कि नहीं? क्लीन एड्स ऑफ कर दो चीचा, एड्स ऑफ ही रहते चीचा। वॉच पार्टी में एड्स इज ऑलवेज ऑफ। ट्वीट मत करना कुछ, ऑलरेडी कर दिया है भाई। पीआरएस वर्सेस जेंजी होने वाली है फाइनल्स। G2 जोगू में गाफ मारेगा? ना 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 ना, G2 लो फील कर रहा है और जेंजी टॉप फील कर रहा है। सारे मैप्स में जेंजी लीड में थी, सारे मैप्स में। उसके बाद थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया वैसे देखा जाए तो। भाई अकिलियोस को मैं लास्ट 15-1 पे देखा था, अभी 15-3 पे थ्रो कर रहा है क्या? हाँ, जेंजी और फेनेटिक बोला है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ जेंजी और हाँ आई थिंक जेंजी और फेनेटिक। 50 गिफ्टेड जेंजी विंस। करो तुम करो, कौन मना कर रहा है? मेरा हो गया भाई कल कोटा, बैंक वाले ने सीधा गाली दिया, पागल हो। अनस भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड चैट। सब लोग अनस भाई का बनानस पकड़ के एकदम थैंक्स के ना टैग करके @ करके, ठीक है जिसको भी मिला है ओपी कर दो।
There you go. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear, because you couldn't have asked me for 4 better teams in this situation competing for top 4. This is a stacked lower bracket.
Any other tournament,
Heavy.
This could have been the top 4. This could have been the final 4. But 2
lower
of them
bracket
have to
is
go
looking
home.
like finals
3 of
every
these
day.
teams have won global trophies before. For any of them, going out in 6th would be a big disappointment.
यार बंद भाई से बढ़िया वाले।
Yeah, it
यार भाई
definitely
थैंक यू
is,
फॉर द
folks. All right, well, you see the
20।
countdown starting to wind down there.
Easy to
Everyone's
win?
getting ready
Easy
to
तो
go,
नहीं
and
है।
today we will get our final 4, because elimination is on the line for all of our teams. And one thing is for certain, you do not want to miss a single round of action, because this is Valorant Masters Toronto. Day 10 of Masters Toronto starts right now.
3 दिन बचा उसके बाद खत्म भाई वॉच पार्टी। विल यू मिस मी? 3 दिन बचा है भाई। हाँ कोई मेरे को पिंच कर दो। आउच। बाद सीधा चैम्प्स। नो बोला, देखा मेरे को पता था नो बोलेगा। रोज स्ट्रीम जो करता हूँ। हाँ नेक्स्ट टैग रोड टू रेडियन बड़े डेली स्ट्रीम पे आता है। बात तो है ये 2 दिन छुट्टी लेने वाला चैट, मेरे को गाली दे के भेज देना चुपचाप, ठीक है? छुट्टी ले करके।
Sentinels, they are sent tumbling it down.
I'm super confident in this team, honestly. I think if we play to our standards, we'll be able to win any event. Honestly, we're that good in my eyes. Obviously, there's higher stakes now since we're in the lower bracket, and all we're doing is just worrying about what's up next. In this case, it's Fnatic.
Fortune favoring the bold. Fnatic bringing out a brand new look. Sentinels are a really
SEN
good team,
versus
but I
Fnatic
think
lower
it's a really
bracket
good
chat.
matchup for us also because
एक
they
time
play
पे
our
finals
map,
हुआ
and
करता
I
था.
think Booster is gonna leave John QT completely, and John QT will have no chance against him.
I have experience against Alfie and Boaster.
कौन
Obviously, his
जीतेगा?
performance crashes a decent amount. I think playing against Fnatic, they're going to be a lot more.
पता नहीं
slow
लग रहा है
pace.
कि
A lot of America's teams are also like
SEN
that.
choke
That's something new
करेगी.
to us.
All I'm gonna say before facing
लग
Sentinels
रहा
is
है.
that they should be
I
scared
think
because they
G2
don't
और
know
SEN
what's coming
choke
next.
करेगी. लग रहा है मेरे को. Vibe आ रहा है.
Fnatic, may the best team win.
Close जाएगा लेकिन आज.
It's honestly a privilege.
क्या मुझे मेंबरशिप रिन्यू करना चाहिए? एक बार मेंबरशिप पे क्लिक करके देखो मैं कितना स्ट्रीम्स करता हूँ मेरी जान के टोटे.
I knew they were behind me.
Answer is right there.
Kelly, Justin, Dad, Jordan, Vic, I love you guys so much. I feel your presence every single day. Having you guys
यार
support me
सेंटी
is
कर
the
दिया
greatest thing ever.
यार.
In return, I'm gonna bring this trophy for you guys.
सेंटी कर दिया. डन
승자도
सीन है.
결승에서
मैं G2 के साइड
G2를
पे.
만났었는데 그때 당시에도 G2에 대한 평가가 되게 우승 후보다. 얘네가 우승할 거다. 살짝 이런 평가였는데 근데 좀 그때 당시에도 제 기억으로는
भाई.
생각 외로 좀 쉽게 이겼어요. 비교적.
ये भी सेंटी कर रहा है. Mr. Wizard X, thank you for the cast. दोस्त मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में आए.
저대로 계속 나아갈 예정.
6 कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप आ गया चैट.
And they take down
W.
An international titan.
Gen G, they're coming off of a
GJ is the final winner now, and I will guess the final winner. I give to you a new house. Love you, yaar, nearby 5 BHK.
G2 came in today angry, determined, very focused.
For us coming off of a win against
final
XLG,
winner
we're
मेरे
gonna use
हिसाब
our
से
momentum and their downfall against them.
जेंजी जीतेगा.
안 좋은 상황에서 서로 이번에 만났는데 또 안
अच्छा
좋은
फाइनल मतलब
상황만큼
एकदम फाइनल
저는
वाला
최선을 다해서
विनर क्या?
어떻게든
TRX.
이기려고 할 테니까 G2도 최선을 다해서 저희를 이기려고 했으면 좋겠습니다.
अरे इंग्लिश
그래야
वीक है. माउस
최고의
बोल
경기가
दिया.
나올 수 있다라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 젠지 파이팅.
एकदम फाइनल PRX. एकदम फाइनल PRX. अरे चैट. अरे उधर ही रहने देते कैमरा को. जो आ रहा वो बाहर.
Versus Gen G.
जो आ रहा वो बाहर. कैसे फील कर रहा है भाई? ये लोग टिल्ट होते तो नहीं खेल पाते हैं जेनजी. वो देखा मैंने. कर दिया पेन. गोट रोहन भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप. प्रकाश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप. मेंबरशिप ट्रेनिंग हो रही है.
Elimination is on the line. Who is going to stand tall at the end of this one? It's G2
भाई जब भी बारिश होता है क्या
versus Gen G.
गर्मी फील होता है यार.
The
चैट.
last Canadian player left in this tournament against a squad that has lifted trophies at a Masters before just a
अरे
year
उल्टा
ago.
है.
Both
उल्टा
trying
है.
to stay alive in this lower bracket.
भैया जी.
Yeah, and thinking of Gen G and their run, it
और
doesn't
थोड़ा सा
matter
उल्टा
what
था.
has happened so far. It doesn't matter how good they've been. They could go home in just
कौन
2
जीतेगा?
days. And
Should
as we
be
take a look at the
G2.
Omen map select,
नहीं सॉरी
Lotus
जेन
is
जी.
going to be
भाई
the first
पीछे वो
map that we
देखोगे
see. G2
पोस्टर.
also picked it
Blue.
against Paper X. We all know how that ended up being. And even though it was a very close affair, there were so many moments where individuals were needed to carry the
And a
game.
little fun fact about that, this is exactly how their series
Sen
started in
जीत
Shanghai. It was
पता
Lotus
नहीं.
and it was
Why बारह
G2's
Sen
pick,
चुप करेगा
and
यार?
G2 lost that 13-8.
Gen G has not played Lotus since Pacific Grand Finals. And they weren't a Teo team on that map. But I do wonder if they're thinking about switching onto the Neon here as well. They've been so committed to
Next
that
life
agent
में मैं Esports
across
player
their
लिख
map.
के
So I
रखो.
think it would be a really interesting idea. But they've also been very strong with that default raise comp, the old Fnatic comp.
Point is back. Next map along with new map. मजा आएगा.
You know, a lot's on the line, obviously.
Back to old
Elimination
bind
is what's
days,
gonna
baby.
meet you on the other side of this, no matter how the chips fall, Kukuka. Do you go for the adjustment in your composition, or do you stick to the thing that you know can very well
Buy
get
new
you that
laptop,
win
which
because
is
it did last
better.
time?
I think that for them it might be
Nearby
a
ये
chance
stream पे
for
मैं
comfort.
brand नाम
I
नहीं
think
ले
that
सकता.
G2 wanted to go for a map that they
Normal
probably have
stream पे
not
पूछना पड़ेगा आपको.
played on stage,
क्या
as
type
Mimi
कर
was
देगी?
just saying, and maybe not be as warmed up as the rest of them. Because if you go for something that they've shown a lot and you think you have a read on, they probably also have put some work and some hours onto that. Changes, I would stick to what they know. Probably that is the card that G2 wanted to play. Are you expecting us to pick this Lotus?
G2 lost both pistols to Paper X. They got bonus by Paper X.
आशीर्वाद की बात सुनो, आशीर्वाद
Lotus,
OP.
it was still a 13-11 game. They made mistakes in that series. They're in the lower bracket for a reason, but I don't want to overreact to that map because I still think G2's macro, especially on the defensive side of this map, is world class.
The retakes I guess you're mentioning, again, number one thing to take account of is the man that you're seeing in the screen right now is Texture. How are they going to deal with it? Is Jogimo going to be up for the task? Are the rest of the team going to be able to shut that man down?
Oh man, you can feel the energy here at the Undercare Centers. Everyone's getting ready to go. And once this game starts, I know people are going to be on their feet.
Vibe check करते हैं. Vibe check के हिसाब से I think Genji is a little smiling.
Are squads that could very well have been in the grand finals here in Toronto, but they find themselves scrapping.
ए चैट लाइक करो भाई, 3000 लोग देख रहे हैं. मैप बॉल Genji 3-0 आपू, मैं 3-0 आपू.
To go back to the same kind of demons that haunted them last year. They lost to Genji in Shanghai. They went out immediately after that, and it was Genji who lifted the trophy.
All right, let's see what we get for our agent select here. See what we get locked in.
There's surprises on the side of Genji.
Their score prediction, I think 2-1 for Genji.
This is what they were playing at Pacific from G2.
Whoa.
Okay, that is a locked. That is a
2-0 high, clean 3-0. Kal Perex जीता last.
Did not expect that one from G2. Holy moly, Mimi.
So Teo still has some of the strong synergies with the Yoru, with the missiles. Drone it can still be a great tool on re-clear on this map, but you don't have the refreshable util there. So
I think 2-1 Genji.
Yeah, and also putting Jogimo back on that Yoru, he was not feeling it on the Neon.
All right, well we've got two of the game's best ready to slug it out.
Near
Let's get ready and send it over to two of the best casters.
Intelligent हो तो OP वाला लैपटॉप लोगे आप, समझ रहे हो?
Excited to get into this one here. Now me and you, John, we're deeply intimate with these two teams. We've been watching G2 goes from height and
roadmap for becoming Valor Esports player, get to the bestest rank, stay there, roads will open.
Different. Have you got a haircut?
No, I'm the same old sideshow. These are two teams that we never would have expected to be in the.
How hoga mouth ka nanganach? Excuse me.
It's two sideshows.
I need to have a word with security. This guy doesn't even look anything like me. He doesn't look anything like me. How has he managed to sneak in there? No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The world can only have What an opening that we've potentially got here. Like you're talking about, so much history with these teams. But I wasn't expecting to see these compositions being pulled out here.
It's an interesting one for sure. And as the desk has been already mentioning as well, this is elimination on the line. A scenario that both of these teams were probably not expecting.
Let's go Sen! Arey Sen ka match next day, buddy.
Talking about two juggernauts of prior years. If you look at them in a vacuum as well, for each of these teams, equally, they've had moments where they've been potentially the best team in the world. We would say that for G2, for Genji, moments of this tournament where they've had those heights. So let's take a look at the pistol round.
Taking side पे early momentum मिल सकता है Genji को.
Ready to pounce, aren't they? Primed to that paranoia, but there's no contact, no signs of life from G2.
I'm so interested to see how Trent is utilizing his utility. Now that it's all changed up, Jorg takes contact. And he's out.
What damage दिया बे?
Trent still with both salvos and a stun to work with.
Trying to take these fights as well, straight up here. Flashes into your face. Jonah P is able to just at least hold that crossfire setup. No pressure coming out. Salvos lay it down onto the floor. Genji now looking to contact their way through this scenario. And a refight called for. G2, they want to try and take the fight straight to them anyway. Before they can even escape.
Chat, clean लग रहा है बे. Sorry, G2 clean लग रहा है chat.
Never allowing Genji
जरा भी chance नहीं दिया बे.
And force them to go for some kind of information.
Clean लग रहा है, clean.
They just force the fight instantly as soon as they hear that door open. I like that. Proactive, decisive.
कोई बताएगा lower bracket को trophy मिलती है, toffee मिलती है.
Last time we saw these two teams face, the only time in fact that we've seen these two organizations clash, it was at Masters Shanghai, a 2-0 victory for Genji, where G2 also picked Lotus, and Genji got out to a 7-0 lead. So immediately history not repeating itself.
भाई ये 2 मारेगा
This could be
जोगमो
dangerous though for Jogomo. He's out into the open here and he needs some help. Or
भाई
does he?
मारता ही है बे बंदा भाई
Target-rich environment, and he flourishes with the rest of his team by his side.
भाई है भाई G2
That's
OP
very clean.
F काय का F
GENG are a difficult team to put away, even when you have that massive weaponry advantage. They've
एकदम
been winning
clean
a
चल रहा
ton
है
of those rounds on ecos after the pistol.
Yeah, one of the highest win rated teams at this event when it comes to pistol rounds. But not just that, like you mentioned, when
गेम
they lose the
देखो भाई
pistol
क्या
rounds,
स्प्रे ट्रांसफर किया ना
end up winning almost like 60% of them. Following up, so
And they're
G2,
they're not even forcing like G2
no,
are.
they
with
aren't. They're
stickers.
just taking
दोनों मेरा नाम ले लो आयन मंडल भाई how's you
It's a lower sample size, of course, but it is outrageous what GENG has been getting up to. G2 getting a win nice and early here.
यार मेरा वाला कॉल नहीं कर रहे ओए
But okay, that's a nice little seize nade, and Jogomo is no more
एक
obliterated.
सेकंड में बटा
Absolutely
वो
destroyed. And look how fast Karen is into a deep position here.
This is so pacey. Up through heaven, Leaf just a head popping up, and they've spotted each other. Almost ships in the night, but still, it's going to be a smoke into your face now on the A side. Is opened up relatively. They
ले
start
रहा
to
हूँ
clear
लेकिन सब ने क्या आप
some
बोल दो
section
अभी
of
सबको सब करो
Make a move on
यार
now, and
very
Fans gonna
close
be
to 10
committed.
million
Trent used one of his salvos out towards back rubble at the very start of the
आजकल
round. So he still has one to
कैसे
play with
मत
along with the
करना
start.
जब सेन जीतेगी इस गेम
There's the
टेक्सचर
paranoia.
मारेगा
He's
तो
gonna
बना
sweep
के
through,
ए
dividing
बी
up most of the
तेरे मुंह
side
में
here.
घी
Double
शक्कर
drop down into pit. They're going to try and combine their might and their util. Looking
W.
for the kills, but the crossfires. Immaculate
Ash
from
clean
GENG.
लग रहा है Ash
Coverage on
clean लग
every
रहा है
possible position.
एक ही गन गिरा है
Beautiful
भाई
response
क्लोज
from
जाएगा
GENG instantly.
ए
Getting
भी
the
थैंक यू
most
द
out of
200
their
मेरी जान
composition.
ग्रेडे
That sees nade.
Artman
Take
thank
a
you for
look
the
at what it looked like
membership
from Jorgemo's point of view.
Bro.
He never got a chance to play the round.
bro
He's blinded up.
भाई स्पिट भी लगा इसलिए
Grenade just perfectly onto his position.
सिर्फ
The rest of
सीट
GENG with better weaponry
नहीं स्पिट भी
close
लगा
things out. Ash is only 2 away from getting Nightfall online. There it is again.
Yeah. This time G2 learning their lesson. I mean, Jordan could take the contact if he wanted to. That is aggressive, Caron.
That's what Karen tried to do in the previous round. There was nobody in the smoke that
ना
time.
मोंड्रा ना मोंड्रा
Yeah, it's a nice adjustment. I think the Pacific teams in general tend to be the best at these rubble fights, but G2 get the better end of it this time.
जेंजी की
And a
पीआरएक्स
drone
है भाई
immediately coming out from Trent.
कहला हूँ मैं अब से
With
ना
1:10 on the
बदतमीजी
clock, just in
एकदम
case they've got
समझदारी
into a fast
गाली का है
timing
ना
towards B.
स्विम स्नैप कर रहा
Texture being
करके
left over here towards rubble, just looking to try to take a fight. As the rest of GENG move
गाली का है
towards
ना तू
Mount, Valen defending C with a paranoia in hand.
क्यों दूसरा केला था
He's alone doing so.
He can get help from Leaf though, on the other side of this door.
Prowler not connecting onto much.
बहुत ज्यादा
No
काहे
time in the
करते
texture,
हैं
seeking to take it, but 3 players, watchful eyes from G2, and Valen even getting 1, and the exit. That is monumental. GENG going to be left
चैट सब
scrambling
लोग
here.
फाइट हार रहे हैं लोग
Smash and Munchkin left alive, and risks to be taken. They want to stand a chance of winning this round. Munchkin going for the pick off out towards spawn, but it's all watched for. Safe hands.
लेकिन ये लोग के
G2,
कॉम
that
के साथ ये
discipline.
लोग सी क्यों नहीं कर
Always
रहे
gonna
सी
rear
शुड
through.
बी
Flawless.
slightly easier ना
Necessary risk had to be taken there with such a player disadvantage. But by and large, these rounds, the
मेरा
last
दोस्त
couple
तो मेरे को
have been
कह रहा
decided
था
based on the picks
तेरे
that
तो
were
लग
found
गए
at the
वाह
very beginning
आए
of
रखता है
the
सब
rubble
लोग
fight. I don't think Karen can go for this play again. It's a cheeky idea. You know, Bangkok, we saw Mako, I believe it was, doing some crazy teleports all over the map here on Lotus.
bro Jogomo locked in है bro
They really are. And honestly, subverting my expectations
Jogomo
for this
locked
game.
in
I
है
think of these 2 teams, I think of methodical,
Who are you
disciplined,
supporting?
a bit
G2.
slow at times,
G2
willing to work the map ever so slightly, but there is pace
G2 जीतेगा
in
वाइब
this
आ रहा है
game.
अभी
GENG have been
एकदम locked in है वो लोग
throwing themselves at this A rubble fight over and over again.
I think it's really valuable to condition your opponents. If they can kind of force G2 to not fight over rubble,
ट्रेंड तेव को
suddenly
यूज
you're
कर रहा है
gaining
नर्फ
yourself
हो
a
गया
big
लेकिन
advantage.
Top of the top,
if it's working it's working
broken in time. Big reveal onto the 2 of them gives G2 a lot of information.
Foxy9's actually utilized his wall very early on to stop a potential B push. So that means it's not available for a post plan, where the Vice can be at its most deadly.
Doors opened up though, this is going to be...
bro दरवाजा खोल के मारेंगे क्या
Scrutiny. Can he deliver? Was it ever in doubt? It's two ripped
Theo
away at a
ने
moment's
मेरा वाला
notice.
कॉल यूज किया chat.
Site's still going to be gained though. He's got no sound cues to work with. Still going to be
भाई
TP
मेरा
back.
वाला कॉल यूज किया chat.
Drifting, even catching that late alert. Foxy 9. There would be no backup policy. GENG are the ones who are left.
Bro, बहुत broken है वो चीज. बहुत broken है वो चीज.
Just dying. Straight away, it's all set up from Jogmo, isn't it? Valen being the closer.
सीधा पड़ेगा.
It looks immaculate out here.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं?
It's a
G2.
team that is determined to get redemption.
ये मैप G2 साइड में.
The G's are confusing me. Immaculate for G2. These rounds.
जंजी आ रही तो बाहर क्या हाँ?
Jorg should have been under a decent amount of pressure, but he's 7-1, and he deals with that hit, killing people who are barely looking at him.
Clean bake, clean सारे
When
shot.
Texture goes into the side there, he's having to split his focus so much on Blue Room as well.
Dimensional drift getting value as well.
Clean.
Understands exactly where the player planting is, so Valen knows exactly where to spam.
Chat, तुम लोग को क्या लगता है? OG जैसा टीम, OG जैसा ऑर्ग, OG जैसा ऑर्ग का OG ओनर बाई नॉन मेंबर हो सकता है क्या मेरे चैट में? क्या लगता है चैट तुम लोग को? हाँ, प्लस ऑर्ग नहीं, अभी खुद का कैफे भी है, वहां से भी पैसा आ रहा है. लगता है क्या तुम लोग को चैट नॉन मेंबर हो सकता है? नॉट पॉसिबल. बात या +1.
And with this double initiator, and both of them with information tools, both of the initiators, you know, you've got the prowlers, you've got the drone, you actually have more re-clearing tools than even with the breach of the composition you've got. So these players in advanced spots are getting rooted out, and then GENG forces to side execs where they don't look great so far.
धोती है GENG, इनके सामने क्या हो जाता है?
Timeout taken. Most likely for the next round.
ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है.
Weaker weaponry, Munchkin, he's lined it up, just looking
for the horn position. टॉप फॉर्म में चल रहा है भाई. जीपे वाला फोन is in New Zealand. What a beach Binks.
The same horn position.
इसका फोन न्यूजीलैंड में हो.
One of the anti-strats that people have used in the past against
वो
G2
किसी
is
और
trying to
का
punish Leaf. You know that
जीपे
he's
डाल
going to
के
be
ले
jiggle
नहीं
peeking
सकते
or jump
मेंबरशिप
spotting
चैट.
this
फेक
deep
लग
C
रहा है.
angle. And Texture, he's got a Guardian in this round, so I think that's the kind
अस्पे
of fight he was
टू
looking
चलेगा
for.
क्या? हाँ मैंने यूज नहीं किया कभी.
Jogmo is taking liberties.
Nearby.
Deep drones.
I have never used.
Trent Pryor. Here comes the hit coming through.
I only use one mouse.
Shying away from
इसका ब्रांड का नाम मैं ले नहीं सकता अभी.
And here it is, bodies collapsing onto the floor. GENG, it's a bloodbath.
Ikota.
G2
In my defense,
taking
Ikota.
over, and again the weaponry wasn't ideal for GENG. Got to keep that in mind.
Just saying. अगर मेरे को इतने सारे लोगों के सामने कोई फेक बोलता था ना, ईगो हर्ट होता था. अभी का अभी मैं दोस्त का मोबाइल लेके उसका जीपे @ वाला डाल के अभी का अभी मेंबरशिप लेके, अभी मेरा दोस्त बाजू में इधर दे, अभी का अभी मेंबरशिप लेके 100 गिफ्टेड कर, इसकी तो फेक बोल रहे बे. बाजू में दोस्त.
Leads the second half of the maps. It's what landed them here into this lower bracket.
But this is the round
ये राउंड GENG का बॉल डाउन करके लड़ने वाले.
Come up with a good here and now trying to face it.
ये GENG का
down.
बॉल डाउन लड़ने का टाइमिंग बाप
Happy to
का.
collect.
This time establishing slightly more passive positions,
बॉल डाउन करके
baiting
लड़ने
G2
का
into fighting
टाइमिंग
over
बाप
towards
का.
rubble, and then ripping them away when G2 overextends slightly. A 4v2, you've got to convert on this one. Has to be a second round for GENG.
बिंग्स भाई इससे अच्छा तो ऋषि सर है, कल 100 गिफ्टेड देके गए. लव यू यार. कोई मॉड बनाओ.
Business is booming. Their money almost capped out.
यूपीआई आईडी बेस मेरा तेरा मॉड्स हेल्प करो.
He's taken out. It's a 2v2 in the blink of an eye. Thorns deaded.
मॉड्स
Looking
हेल्प
to
करो
slow
यार.
down the approach, the onslaught. The G2 were delivering. Rapid run
वो रहा
around.
नाइट बॉट ने दिया है.
G2 looking to group up.
यस भाई.
Hit the switch. Moving around.
कितने का लिमिट रहता है यूपीआई में? 1 लाख का.
Is this
आज
from
तक नहीं
G2?
देखा है
Karen's got his eye on it. Watch for one
गेम
at
होते
that.
रहेगा.
Not to be
लिमिट कभी
outdone.
देखा नहीं है मैंने, पता है.
Playing further back positions here. GENG.
पहले ने क्लच किया, नंगा नाचूंगा मैं.
We've been in and out trying to ping pong here, but the time is ticking, and now it's run out. Valen, no more chances. You can at least bring Karen down to the grave with you.
That's actually really important too.
Yeah.
They've done insane
बच गया
economic
भाई.
damage there. Yes,
गया.
it's a must-win round for GENG, and
भाई
yes, they
वैलिन
do
ना
get
मान
it over
रहा
the
बे.
line, but
बुलेट मार रहा ना.
The economical damage has been ridiculous there, inflicted by
at
Valorant
this
Elite.
point हम लोग को round चाहिए.
To delete
मैं अभी G2 की तरफ
He's
था.
waiting for the flank, but he's just
वो Runnet Bot ने दिया यश भाई.
And now GENG is still behind by 3, and they're coming into this one with double Guardians, light armor. They're excited about it to get some on the board and starting to
Almost नंगा क्या होता है?
But it doesn't get
Alan
any
Gam,
easier.
you can बताओ. Love from Saudi. Love you यार.
Quick takeover towards it.
भाई मैं सुना कि सऊदी वाले लोग बहुत अमीर होते हैं.
The big boom stick.
This is just game like almost $8.
Evacuate and exit out.
Aren't you like supposed to give thousands of dollars?
One prowler to try to get
ये फोन में UPI नहीं है.
massive
Fake
information.
Fake.
And then
सारे fake लोग एक ही
Jorg will
जगह
push
पे.
back here too. So I think in terms of the macro game, GENG
Super
winning this
घर लेना
round,
है.
Jorg's going to have to go for some kind of info peak. Nobody set up to punish though.
ये भी GENG का round है. Next game मेरे हिसाब से अब सादा वाला खेलो. Elden. वो बहुत लंबा चलेगा.
But
थोड़ा tough है लेकिन.
that's actually allowed Jorgmo to get back on the line. Leaf in a tucked position.
If this ends A, wall up, wall down.
Someone said E पे कर. आज के ज़माने में E पे कर लोग बहुत तुम्हारे भाई.
Still Leaf gets one.
मेरे को चलेगा. जो बोलना बोलो जब तक पैसे आ रहे.
Collapses onto the floor. Jorgmo the high ground. It's the operator looking to get value, looking to get a few more, running it down to the side. The extremities getting cleared up, but Jorgmo counted for, taken out as a 2v2.
Marin bhai, thank you for the 100.
G2 versus GENG Valen. Trying to clear, trying to be diligent. Blinding. Paranoia sweeps, no connection onto Caron. He's still going to see this one open. Sighted.
The blue seas, babe.
Knows that he's off of it for now.
He
sees the disconnect. Smoke's going to be blossoming, blooming, covering the intent of G2. And they cannot be denied.
They're looking incredible in these kind of scrappy moments.
GENG
need a huge player advantage to be able to close rounds out, because otherwise G2 are everywhere. Even in this spot, Leaf should never be getting one. They find themselves in a 4v3. Even clean up Jorg.
मैं सऊदी रहता हूँ, बांग्लादेशी हूँ, तेल का हुआ नहीं है. तेल का नहीं हुआ मतलब?
And you got to give credit to Valen. He's having an incredible game. He's 12
तेल का क्या है?
Locked in.
You don't expect him to be out here smoke diffing Caron.
Valen to good bye. Sexy खेल रहा है Valen. और मैं बोल रहा हूँ parents ने DM का तो टिक बोलता.
To perform a perfect lower bracket run, seems to be creating diamonds. And the money, bottom of the barrel purchases for GENG once more.
तेल का कुआं अब समझा oil well लिखो ना short form oil well.
Working the map a little bit for GENG. They're hoping for a pick up or two.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
Munchkin spotted out. Round to the side here, stun, maybe avoided. Jorgmo was watching the one angle. Salvo onto the other. Got to deroot this guy, but Munchkin could potentially get some kills for his trouble. Spot him for the info. Everybody just calls it quits.
That's going to make Munchkin panic a little bit though, isn't it? This is one of the only rounds where we've seen GENG put that default over towards C, let Munchkin lurk, and a slower pace round. But it is on the eco.
$27,000 in cash prizes from Esports.
He's calling the rest of the team back over to him. Yes. Trent's fully out of utility. No opportunity for those salvos to regenerate.
35 seconds left.
कब हुआ ये? इसका मतलब मेरे पैसे बचे टूर्नामेंट विनिंग से.
All contact plays for now.
हाँ सबको टैग करूँगा आज. Nordwin Sky सबको.
They're tucking in close with classics and shorties.
Here it is. It's a pistol. They're happy to do the work here. Jorgmo. He's running hot on your heels. Shorty in hand from that kind of range. He's done the damage, but not quite the kill. Jonah P looking to redeem, and he has indeed shut down the kill.
मैं भी फैन हूँ, मैं भी फैन हूँ. अच्छी टीम है भाई.
G2
अच्छी टीम है भाई, मैं भी फैन हूँ.
7-2 in the scoreline now for G2.
Rough moment there from Munchkin towards the end. Kind of panicked, jumped up. Maybe a bit of a mouse problem.
G2 are
storming away with the lead.
साला बाप का पैसे चुरा है इसने.
The historic matchup that these two teams have played previously, lower bracket final, Masters Shanghai. Tournament that GENG
Bro, G2 clean value खेल रहा है भाई.
They came out to a blistering lead in that match on Lotus. Now
G2
fully in control.
Boy, clean value के लिए bro, clean. ये बताओ, normal एलियन try करो ना, normal वाला. बस RDR 2 भी बहुत बाप पे बोल रहे लोग. मैंने खेला नहीं है.
Just a float. Op shot rattling past just to put a bit of fear into Gen G. They've been conceded, rubble control. There wasn't really much of a fight put up by G2.
I do like the slower pace though from Gen G. I think it's more likely
Gen G wins 2-1
to find success.
Footsteps already crossed past, but unanticipated that Jorgamo would be there. It's a nightfall now. Scatters across, sound musical away. Moving forwards and back, there was that game crash, but here we go. Roll out the red carpet, roll out the salvos. There's nowhere to stand. Very few pockets indeed for Gen G to be safe, but with a minute on the mark, they can bide their time. Play this one together.
And a player advantage retake for G2. They still have paranoia. A flash from Jorgamo.
भाई बसड़ में बच गए भाई.
There's still plenty of utility here to make this work. And of course the player advantage.
Flash overhead.
Why pretend not to understand first to get more support? Ah, अभी आपका समझा. W. आपके साथ भी एक कल यही हुआ था. Just saying.
Tremendous work, Jorgamo. Let's try and clear up that upper area, but the site is kind of
बूंद
flipped
से
over.
सागर बनता है.
Oh
भाई Jorgamo!
3 bullets left, and a swarm just in time.
G2 again. Just box Gen G into the site and hit them with so much util. The operator from Jorg is also just getting astounding value. Despite getting pushed off his early lines, he's always finding a pick as they enter the site. And then also still somehow being able to find value. Nice! From the up and the shorty on the retake. Gen G at some point in this tournament, after they've beaten Fnatic, I think, were most people's favorites to be the top team here. They need to wake up.
See, easier नहीं है. अब नहीं है. Alt मारा.
Completely out of it with no real chance here. This is unbelievable.
Oh, Jorg is looking great with the op.
अच्छा बात finals में ये bench.
He's just unleashed here in the
मैं
land
title
environment
change
on the
कर
big
दूँ?
stage.
And he's dominating texture. Textures 2 and 10. This is one of the favorites for MVP here, if you were just looking at individual performances.
मेरी
I
क्या
think it was
गलती
Paperthin who
इसमें?
said there's no doubt who the best player in this tournament is. Well, he's just getting shut down,
भाई
shut out.
खोपड़ी बन गया है बे Jorgamo के सर पे.
Walking around the map here, Gen G are looking for anything. Bit of presence by Foxy9, maybe feeling that the impetus is on him. Someone needs to step up and maybe get the ball rolling to get any sort of round they can as a timing. It's caught.
भाई sexy timing था.
Can't get more for his troubles.
Sexy timing था. Jorgamo एक गाली देने वाले हैं बेक को.
Paranoia connects.
हाँ, Jorgamo एक गाली देने वाले. बोला था उसने देख मेरा भी मैं.
Just looking for info.
Yeah, that's just for information.
मैं
Now, they've only
smoke
caught
कर रहा था
2.
ना यार वाला call आया.
Sound cues.
Around.
A little bit oblivious and the spike dropped in no man's land. This is all going to be on Karen.
Karen even being spotted out. Beautiful correction. Leaf was just out into the open there, but watching onto every other avenue, G2 and not letting anything else slip.
He
He has the ult for the spike. It is possible here.
Pick up the spike here. It's going to be a risky plan though. They're already on him. Straight onto the site. They're starting to play this one all together now. Wide swing, wide face. Valen is feeling himself.
कैसे?
Why wouldn't he be?
ना गलत कर रहा.
The team leader, the IGL for G2.
Huh?
He's not required usually to put up unbelievable numbers, but he's 15 and 2 right now.
भाई क्या shot था बे ये?
That's a shot and a half though from George.
Bro.
Rifles back in the hand of Gen G though, as they try to close this one out with a 9-3.
Time नहीं
It's
था.
the best they can possibly hope for. Double
पहले जाके ult मार के नहीं
operators, because the wealth
plant.
is that large.
मैं time नहीं देखा.
Last round of this first half too for Gen G to put up anything.
भाई सी कैसे नहीं आ रहे? क्या बंदा सी खेल रहा है यार
G2 are
कब
just so
से?
active. They're already putting pressure
थोड़ा
on the
pressure तो
B-Lurk
देना
player,
पड़ेगा.
finding out the Munchkin is over here.
They're all over the place.
Zero pressure है सी पे.
Good use of the fade. Hello, okay. One of the first kills going away for Gen G now. Valen gone. We'll see how the rest of G2 end up playing this one. That's a tag through the wall.
That's crazy.
Jorg is not missing.
सारे कंकंग बड़े
He's
बड़े
everywhere
लोग
at
में.
once. The TP took him out into the open, almost died for it. But did he anticipate Trent? He's tucked in close and tight. He's a few more, but a spam. More bullets coming his way. There's a lot of teams coming for him, yet still he puts up and reigns supreme. Munchkin scrambling left and right. Dimensional drift spotted. He can see it on the HUD, and Leaf just plucks him out of the picture. It's a 10-2 half.
Absolute domination here for G2. GENG never had a hope in this half. There were early signs that maybe
I think Wolf game has damaged GENG's confidence.
As soon as G2 got going,
every day is a new day for them.
In control. It will take something miraculous for GENG to come back in the second half.
एक तरफा, very एक तरफा. कुछ करने नहीं मिला GENG को, एकदम अकेले खेले, सिर्फ एक वॉल्डन वाला बराबर खेले थे वो लोग. सी पे वो भी नहीं है, सी पे प्रेशर ही नहीं है. My old friend. जब से बोला टेक्सचर कुत्ता बनाएगा टेक्सचर तो रहेगा दिस मार. एक्सक्यूज मी लैंग्वेज. चैट मेरे को समझा. तुम लोग लाइक नहीं कर रहे हो स्ट्रीम, इसलिए औरा फील नहीं कर पा रहा. अरे मैडम G2 या जेंजी बोलो. अरे G2 या जेंजी बोल रहे बाबा. अरे भैया G2 या जेंजी. अरे फैनेटिक नहीं है अभी रे बाबा. लैंग्वेज ट्रिक्स. हाँ एक ने बोला. अरे कौन सा टीम? जेंजी. एक के माथे के ऊपर से गया कैमरा.
For an elimination game between two titans right now, GENG are not standing up to the test the G2 are putting out. This is a squad that we wanted to see a resurgence from. You can see it reflected in the numbers. The Coinbase Econ report there has been so far this entire first half. For GENG, Josh, listen, on the back of that Wolves game, we needed to see a resurgence.
I feel cameraman
the pressure of the second half of each map. They really throw away their advantages. Here, they don't have an advantage to work with.
Absolutely. I mean, they
could tell him to check my DM.
This is elimination, and you can't go quietly. Texture in particular, I mean, you're seeing it here reflected somewhat, but once he gets onto the defense half, you need to be getting an operator into this guy's hands.
Excuse me.
You saw what Jorg was able to do with it, and Texture's been immaculate with the operator and so good on defense. If there's any chance here for GENG, you need this guy to activate, but you also need the economy to even put the op in his hands in the first place.
And so GENG needs to get back into the business of winning these pistol rounds. So one of our best teams at this event, over 73% win rate with pistol rounds. That's how you get the economy booming.
Yeah, and then also they're going to have to fend off a G2 force buy with stingers.
Exactly.
Even if they do win the pistol.
Binks if G2 win, give random membership. दे दो तुम दे दो. मैं full accept करता हूँ.
Don't matter as much as they usually do because both
भाई
teams are so good
texture भाई को
at
मैंने ऐसा नहीं
pistol.
देखा कभी.
Having said that though, it's a 10-2 half. So GENG need anything they can get. Paranoia used instantly with a haunt to fake like GENG are fighting super hard over rubble.
Doubled up, it's a bit whiffy. It's tenuous at best.
भाई ये वाला क्रॉसर में मारता जोगमो. उसका एरर ऑन है.
Bit of a drive-by, opening up the door, applying that pressure now towards C-Mount and the TP back. It's fake.
Six तू देख रहा है क्या? उसका shooting error on है ना?
This rubble pressure was a fake all along. It's only Karen.
Jump spot.
He's already used the paranoia as well. Yeah.
Smoke's barely available to him. He's just got to try and scurry towards the back, but again, Salvador at your feet. Thorn's in front. Needs to step up and try and take this. Fight straight to them. Blind as anything, still manages to grab one. But look at G2 already just getting into all the cracks in the defense. Any sort of gap whatsoever. But
error on है. Error on है Giacomo भाई.
Teammate to help him.
So a chance here for GENG. 2 players controlling spawn and 2 players on the flank. Leaf could easily get caught out.
Player advantage for GENG. As you mentioned, Leaf could definitely get caught out, but he's positioned himself well indeed.
बोला ना मैं
It's the
six.
first one, still fights
Lotus
happening
तो
on
बकचोदी
multiple
कर रहा है
avenues, multiple fronts. G2 filling up the feed and getting the better of it for now, but it's still that 2v2 and the damage. No, there's no way. They're so down low.
Advantage, okay.
Still a chance for Texture. It's not planted for these G2 players. They're going to have to get a bit of a run on. First one's a good connection, brings it into the 1v1. Texture delivers.
He's back, baby.
He had to turn up. He had to
He's
deliver.
back, baby.
And he needs the kills.
He's
he
back.
needs the economy to get this up online. Red Bull clutch in the end. There was barely any health on the board. It was to some degree. Munchkin, I think, should have been able to deal with it. He did hit a headshot onto Leaf actually, but he was just a bit too focused.
इसका भी नहीं हिल रहा है क्रॉसर चैट.
But nice composure from Texture in the clutch.
तो
And
बकचोदी कर
G2
रहा
are
है.
not going to go for a force here. So this is one of the few scenarios where G2 actually get the plant, get a lot of kills, and decide not to opt in. And I think this is actually the right idea, because if they force and lose, GENG are starting to build up some momentum. If you ignore the force, you're doing all right.
Yeah. Trying to play the long con with the money, and okay, pistols in hand, actually still getting some value from it, even dinking.
क्या damage है? Classic है भाई.
Is dire for GENG. Scattered with the players, Leaf is just going walk
मेरा
about,
PKM
seeing
का
if he
final
can
match
bait
तो
out
यहाँ
a
हो
bit
रहा
of this
है.
one, and he's not even just baiting them all, he's full committing.
Yeah, he's just sent that, hasn't he? Taking the risk on the eco round.
और भी लेंगे वो लोग.
Is he going to be able to hear this one? Potentially. Just be in the Venn diagram where he can get
भाई
some
गुड़ी
information
को हो
from the
गए
team,
और
but
भी ले
rotations
लिया
are coming
प्लांट भी
late
मिल
now from
गया
GENG, so I think he might have just missed it.
गन्स भी गिरा दिया.
Plant, but not a great one. Having said that, you're not going to be playing long range off-site post plants anyway. Jog takes a full flash to the face.
I think Jog might have just missed that timing. Onto Munchkin on the flank. Munchkin's still working with the Judge, not the best weapon, but
a terrible weapon, in fact, for this flank.
He's hoping the rest of his team, I think, can try and push him into him potentially here. Orbs are going to be propped up here, and his timing's okay. Foxy9, and a watchful eye onto that one there.
The blue read.
Connects with a flash, a bit of damage with the chip. Trent got to try and do it now with a classic. The weaponry finally. It's the advantage that GENG were looking for.
And not too bad overall, Munchkin and Foxy can still keep their full armor. And so, while it looked like a very dangerous situation in the 3v3, GENG have managed to come through relatively unscathed. Now, they didn't go for anybody saving money here. They put a lot of respect on G2. They knew that the force was possible, so that means nobody's gone for a pistol round in round 14 to save up for an operator, something like that.
Comeback बोला तुम लोग ने. जोगो में वैलेंट का एम देखा तुम लोग ने?
Mediocre weaponry coming into this bonus.
क्या लगता है comeback आएगा? I think map
maybe there's a chance to apply the pressure
Heaven
back
में
to
comeback
G2.
आ सकता है. अभी के लिए बहुत tough है.
A lot of their eggs into this rubble fight.
Attacking map है यार और 10 round बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं map में.
He's not going to be opted into all that. Combination of the util. He's going to set Karen up nice and pretty. He's got deep A main control now. It's going to make the guessing game off the map that much easier here for GENG.
Worth paying attention as well while we're on this attack after how Trent's going to be using his salvos. Is he going to be looking to use them for site execs, map control, post plant?
ये लोग देखना कैसे अच्छा है. सब जगह B और C प्रेशर किया और बाद में A लिया. दोनों का कंट्रोल ले ले बस.
Feeling the pressure now that util
अभी A वो कर रहे हैं. देख रहे हो C का भी कंट्रोल है, B का भी कंट्रोल था.
Clone and Texture's watching.
You need this guy to activate.
I think they may have seen a lot of players
ऐसा करके मत तारो प्लीज. अच्छा खेलो जी.
Foxy9 gets info.
हो गया अभी free side.
Slow this one down, buy some time for the rest of his team.
वो लोगों को खेलना पड़ेगा retake.
Haunting through.
W.
Foxy9 just playing this one for the full
ये
retake.
तो करता था.
Watch Texture's off. Watch Texture's ult here. They're going to try to push into him. A lot of pressure.
Salvos. This is actually disconnected. She still gets two. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. He was pushed into a really difficult spot, yet still Trent is getting that value. Round towards the pillar. Texture has to be the difference maker and is. Gains some side control, leaves it into just Jonah P. And he's not much for them. GENG walk all over the site.
Story here though, at the beginning of this second half is that Texture is now online.
Yes.
10-6, 10-7 वाला round जीता ना. 10-8, 10-9.
Winning them the clutch, getting 3 in this round.
Come back. 10-9 तक तेरा भाई देख सकता है.
He's rocketed back up towards the top of the scoreboard for his squad.
वाइपर का स्मोक थोड़ा सा
forced into a stinger
हो
vibe.
गया.
Not that they're bad with these at all, but they're starting to
one
get
way
ults online too.
बहुत ही one way था.
Feeling it now. I think a bit of confidence back for GENG. You convert the bonus like that, spirits have got to be high. You know at this point, it's more than winnable. You just have to drag it over the line one round at a time.
The ult rounds are going to be the trickiest, and it actually could be right here. Nightfall gained. Jorg, if he gets a kill, has the Yoru ult.
Full util done, Foxy. 9 squares up. Being challenged, that's the util. The TP forwards, the wall's going to be deaded on top of it. There's 2 players on the way in, but left, right, all over the place still. Up and over towards the wall. Leaf was able to pluck Foxy out.
आराम से
Trying to flood defend this one side by side with him and Texture. There's a disconnect here. G2 have called for a bit of a pause. Util's flying back and forth. Cutting them up now with the smokes, including the site. It's divided. Both teams looking for a pick.
Doesn't really look like there's a safe opportunity to plant here.
Drone out wide looking for info.
Tough है ये round G2 को जीतने के लिए.
G2 with their backs against the wall. GENG have got them cornered.
Karen's actually staying all the way over towards Rubble in case G2 extract themselves.
के लिए live देखने जाना पड़ेगा.
Really committed.
अगर तुम लोग हो तो आ जाना बनता है bro.
Cemented themselves, rooted, high-low setup.
How do you work a play here?
I don't even
if
know.
you're G2.
They're waiting for the smoke time is for one. Propped up, now trying to take the fight. It's monstrous.
Defense है अपना, मतलब attack में क्या हो गया था?
Huge
Defense
performance
है.
timing taken, and the Prowler just misses it for Texture. On the high ground, watches for it. GENG. This is what we were expecting from them. A bit of a bounce back.
G2 though chose not.
यार ऐसे डाला ठंड लगता है भाई बंद क्या गर्मी लगता है.
Nightfall that they could have gone for in that round.
ठंड लग रही है.
But this is what they're saving. This is why they didn't force in round 14. This is why they haven't invested any ultimates yet. It's because when you have such a big lead, when it's a 10-9 half, you know that you should be able to close out with ult rounds. And this is one that we're about to watch here. Jorg with the dimensional drift. Jorg can turn off everybody's audio, allow Jorg to make a play. How are they comboing these, if indeed they are?
I'll handle this.
Sending it now though. Dimensional drift forwards. Salvo's in, breaking blue room, gives him access towards it. It's going to go for the B split. Cheeky idea, Nightfall now, cutting away the sound cues. Yeah, no anticipation. As you mentioned, they cooked it up, they combined it up. The ults getting tremendous value.
And the tail getting tremendous value to knock through that door and allow a safe path for Jorg.
Very cool opening idea by G2.
Hey, team.
They need another layer to this one. Gotta watch for it. On top of the box, that's an angle that is hard to get onto. Texture punished for it. Peek past it, 2 plays up towards heaven. GENG to make a go for it. It's a 3-2-1 in the swing, but right through the smokes. It's a hard fight to win. 11 rounds now. Finally, G2 get a round on the board on this half.
Texture by turning it around.
It's just straight out of the strat book.
I think
Beautiful
G2
idea
is
from
strong.
G2. Gets them 1 step closer to the finish line.
चेक करो बंक्सी से अच्छे नहीं लग रहा. मैं कल करूँगा यार. मेरे को टाइम ही नहीं मिल रहा यार. आज भी जरा भी रेस्ट नहीं लिया मैंने पता है.
It's a beautiful idea.
सुबह उठा काम किया. तो नंबर जोन से शिम किया सीधा.
Didn't have to use it though. So
Zero rest.
maybe there's another idea here that Josh RT can cook up for them.
The round's already begun.
Blue pad.
Seeing emphasis placed over towards C.
भाई इससे क्यूट मॉसफेट रखने का. तुमको क्या लगा जॉग में मार सकता है ऐसे शॉट से.
And now he can't really let loose.
And this is where the danger might start to mount for G2 because when Texture has an op, he can be a nightmare to deal with.
कमबैक आ रहा है देखो पॉसिबल तो है.
If they were thinking about setting up some kind of play with the
defense तो अच्छा खेल रहा है.
That's no longer available. Entire game plan might have to shift here for Valen.
Creeping and crawling.
On his edge, language.
This is a spot that Leaf himself loves to play in.
Mortal Bike के साथ भी तो क्या वही तो बोला ना.
Continuous. Punish off. They try and jump spot this one.
सुबह से हम awake.
Munchkin. It's beautiful work. Astounding stuff from the IGL.
Save करो. अबे save ही नहीं करते बे ये लोग.
Dropping like flies.
भाई try भी नहीं करते बे.
Round there from GENG. Once the
भाई
economy
आ रहा है क्या
started moving,
chat?
as you said, they got the op, they got the Odin.
Chat आ रहा है क्या?
Players into standard defensive positions. And Texture and Munchkin looking
Lean
lights
मारा बे
out.
Munchkin. Lean मारा.
G2
Lean
forced onto
मारा
another
बे.
eco round.
बस इतना ही.
And they're going to take a tactical timeout here. I think a lot of this is going to come down to, do they have another good ult round in the bank?
Yeah.
Can they try to concoct
Members
something
only stream से भी
with the Armageddon?
YouTube से
with the
पैसा
Viper's
मिलता है? नहीं, जो
And
159 जो
this is
chat
another
देता है,
opportunity for their coaches to
उसका
try
ही
to
बस
add input and preempt those
वही
kind of game
advantage है.
plans.
क्योंकि मेरा streams में वो रहता है ना,
Very
तो
defensive
basically
so far.
It is.
चलो जब तक टाइम आउट लेते हैं तब तक मैं बताता हूँ. बेसिकली क्या सीन है कि मैं दूसरा कोई स्ट्रीमिंग प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बराबर. तो साल में यूजुअली 5 months to 5.5 months वॉच पार्टी रहता है वालों का, और हर वॉच पार्टी में एड्स होते हैं ऑफ, और मैं करता हूँ 3 रीजन का वॉच पार्टी. तो मेरा रेवेन्यू होता है 0 अपार्ट फ्रॉम जो सुपर चैट करते हैं जिसपे रिलाई नहीं कर सकते. मतलब हो सकता है कभी कोई $100 फेंक के मारे, हो सकता है कभी 10,000 दिनार्स कोई फेंक के मारे, हो सकता है कभी 0 हो. समझ रहे हो, रिलाई नहीं कर सकते. तो मेंबर्स ओनली स्ट्रीम में इसलिए करता हूँ ताकि सर्टन नंबर ऑफ मेंबर रहेगा ना मेरा, जिनके लिए मैं दिन रात स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ अलग से, तो एक स्टेबल एक इनकम आएगा. डेम चेक कर रहा हूँ मैं, ये मैं आपके बाद चेक कर
Opponent's plant. So most of the time they're playing up front.
Ads on रहते हैं, मुझे दिख रहा है.
Trent's going to get his util forced out early.
एक भी मेरे चैट में एड्स ऑन दिखा ना मेरे वॉच पार्टी में, नंगा नाचूंगा लुल्ली दिखा के. हाँ, YouTube बैन होएगा मेरा, चलेगा.
Leading out a ton of util from these G2 players. Does he have a backup policy? I mean, he could have
हो सकता है कोई फेंक के मारे.
That's the bloody policy.
एक कमबैक आर
Still cleaned up, and this against the G2 with not too many guns. Upgrades are going to be acquired off the bat.
एड्स ऑन. अरे नॉर्मल YouTube ऐड ऑन देते हैं रे.
And in the end they go 2 for 2.
नॉर्मल जो एक आध एड्स जो YouTube देता है वो देता है, लेकिन जो ऑटोमेटिक ऐड रहता है ना, जो हर 6 मिनट 12 मिनट 18 मिनट पे आना चाहिए, वो नहीं आएगा मेरे वॉच पार्टी.
Dire straights here for GENG. Pit now.
एड्स ऑन करो. नहीं रे, एक्सपीरियंस खराब होता ना. अभी ऐसा क्लच टाइम पे अभी ऐड आ गया 25 सेकंड में, राउंड खत्म हो जाएगा.
These kills, but there we go. Sees and an aid. Valen is no more. Still the pit remains. Defensive wall is propped up here. These G2 players are going to try and make the most of it. Ring around the rosies. Operator in your hand.
भाई शॉट ही रहता, मार देता.
And Ash left reeling, left wondering. His hands played it well, trying to pick up some sort of rightful leaf. In front of him, it is a game of those timings. Leaf dominates it.
That's incredible precision there from Leaf at the end. Needed to hit that one because Ash had the read exactly on where he was. That is mad. The texture goes in and swaps away from the shorty to the off. I can't believe he went for that. But overall,
स्टूडेंट ऑफर मेंबरशिप
coming out of the
मेरा
tag
नॉर्मल ही
timeout,
रहा
the
है
GENG
पहले
cannot
से.
afford. Gets G2 up to map point.
Let's go, Damien.
And that's it. One more round is all it takes, and this is it. A brawl called for.
गलत मारा बेवले.
Sees connects Dojo. Mo attacks out with the operator.
160 रुपीस से 60 आप रख लो. Love you यार, love you.
That's an ult gone now.
Just saying 30 YouTube में रखा है.
In this pivotal round for GENG.
30 नहीं 40.
Map point for
नहीं
G2.
20. मेरा क्या मैथ्स हो गया भाई.
The tension.
भाई मैं मैथ्स में टॉप करता था एक टाइम पे.
And Munchkin both holding aggressive
मैं आ गया वापस
angles,
बाबा GENG.
looking to maybe
Next
be
map
the
जीतेंगे.
playmaker.
Trying to make something happen for the rest of the team. More for the exit. Salvos towards the back. Foxy 9.
Crazy.
Just trying to play and overstay.
Completely flushed out by one salvo there.
This is methodical.
यही अगर अभी Fnatic रहता था ना, क्या करता था मालूम है? लास्ट 20 सेकंड तक बैठे रहते थे. कौन पीक लेगा?
Full access Munchkin. He's already roared away forward, trying to take that timing, trying to take it well. God damn man.
एक्चुअल में वही करना चाहिए Fnatic जैसा. देखा एक साइड में सीधा घुस के मर गया ना.
Showed up and put up here, and it's a pivot for B. G2 call for the pause, but 30 seconds remaining, and heads are being popped straight through the wall. Damage being done. It's G2 tepid, trying to bait his fight out. It's a triple face in the end, and one player left to do it all. Caron, TP, throwing mind games into the mix, expecting potentially the pivot over towards A.
तुम बात है तो 59.69
to lock up this map. And one kill is all it takes.
W.
Lotus goes G2's way.
भाई गुस्से में लग रहे बे.
Seemed like an inevitability after a 10-2 half. Absolutely dominant at the beginning there, G2. But GENG started waking up and getting back.
Yeah! Let's go! Let's go, G2!
They couldn't quite manage manage it, but next
Let's
up is
go!
GEG's map pick.
बाप के लाओ.
A haven where hopefully the team looks a little bit more in it.
Yeah, some territory where they can get their heads
बाप के
back
लाओ.
into the game and potentially hold a candle against this G2 squad that are determined
Vibe देखो
to
देखो.
exit out of this tournament early.
W. भाई वो ऑरेंज मैन सब जगह है बे हर दिन.
Always optimistic.
Yeah.
And focus forward, right?
Yeah.
And once we win today, the whole tournament is gonna look at us and say, "Oh shit, it's G2 now. We have to play G2."
Yeah.
Make this a proving point for yourself and for the team.
Except for PRX, buddy. Except for
We're
PRX.
gonna change the narrative of the tournament today. All right. I want energy today.
अबे
guys. If you guys
जेंजी
wanna
में आ गया भाई
get hyped,
मुझे
if you
लगा
guys wanna
जीत गया
yell at them,
इसलिए
whatever you
लैम
want,
जूस के
do
लिए
it.
गया.
Play like underdogs. They're the ones who said we're gonna take us out easy. They
Huh?
said that.
Excuse me?
They said that it's gonna be like just like last time at Shanghai, 2-0, quick victory. If you guys want to shit talk them back, go ahead and do it. This is your playground today. There's no pressure on us, okay?
Yeah.
All the pressure's on them.
क्यों लेकिन उन पे क्यों है प्रेशर? ऐसा एसएलटी सीजन में होता तो मैं भी बीसीटी में रहता. स्ट्रिक्स भाई जिस दिन मेरा आईजीएल का कॉलिंग्स बाहर आ गया ना जिस दिन हाँ पहले एक बंदे ने बोला था मेरा आईजीएल के कॉल जिस दिन बाहर आएंगे ना 10 बंदे बोलेंगे मैं अपनी फाफ की भी नहीं सुनता करके. इतना अच्छा कॉलिंग करता था यार मैं. टीममेट ही गांडू थे बे. आज भी याद है मनुष ए शॉट पे. अरे दो ही तो है इधर चलो. एक गांडू ने मेरे को काउंटर कॉल किया था. मैं बोला था इधर दो बंदे चुपचाप भी जाओ एसेंट में. अरे दो ही तो है ना चलो. आगे पीछे से धुलाई हुई यार. 4v2 थे अपन. इतने सारे मेमोरीज है मेरे. इतने सारे दुख दर्द. 4v2 था यार. अब एड्स ऑन कर बंदा विल ऑल मैनेज वेयर इट इज सपोर्ट भाई. हमारे हर महीने मेंबरशिप नहीं खरीद रहे एटलीस्ट एड्स देख के आपको सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं. अरे लेकिन क्योंकि यहाँ पे भी म्यूजिक ऑन रहता है और वो सब ऑन रहता है ना तो इतना एड रेवेन्यू नहीं मिलता है. कॉपीराइट आता है. अभी ये गाना सुन रहे हो अभी अपन ऐसा वाइब करेंगे एड रेवेन्यू का आधा पैसा गया ऑलरेडी. समझ रहे हो. अभी अपन ने ये किया तो आधा रेवेन्यू इसके पास जाएगा. उद मैंने इसके पास गया तो इसलिए मैं ऑफ ही करता हूँ. समझ रहे हो. मतलब मेरे को 20 रुपए मिलेगा एड से 10 रुपए आप रखो. वैसा वाला सीन. ये बात है. और मैं म्यूजिक विंदिक ऐसा करके मैं स्ट्रीम करूंगा कि मैं सारे म्यूजिक्स बंद सब कुछ वाइब भी नहीं कर रहा हूँ और एड रेवेन्यू ऑन रखेगा तो कुछ मतलब बनता है कि मैं 100 रुपये कमा सकता हूँ. वैसा ट्विच पे वॉच पार्टी ना ब्रो. भाई मेरे को यूट्यूब ने लाइफ दी है. मैं क्यों यूट्यूब छोड़ के किधर और करूँ. पागल हो गया. मेरा लॉयल्टी विल ऑलवेज बी यूट्यूब नंबर 1. सुबह आपका एजल का कॉल था कैसे. एक्सक्यूज मी. मेरा एक्चुअल में अच्छा एजल था. आज जो हारा उसका क्या आभार. When you were in esports, YouTube करो पैराट्रूप्स वर्सेस. हेलो वैलोरेंट में इससे मैचेस देखने मिलेंगे ना. तेरा भाई आईजीएल के टॉप फ्रैग. अरे घेंडू लोग 1:30 बजे मैच है. 125 को कॉल करना पड़ता था 6 को. 6 अरे रुक जा मैं गोटी को जा रहा आ रहा 5 मिनट दे ऐसा करके रिप्लाई आता था. 1:30 को मैच है. 2-0 आज होगा बंक्स का शेकी. वाह आप 4 दिन रहो मैं 4 दिन 5 दिन लीड पे रहूं. जैसे आप लीड पे जाओगे आज मैं सीधा शेकी. वाह विशाल भाई वाह. मतलब 1 वे क्रेडिट है ये. वाह 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 वाह. AJ thank you for the 5 months. Bunks by change जेंजी ने जीता उसके बाद मैं 10 कैसे प्रेजेंट करूंगा, मतलब पंक्स भाई टाइटल चेंज करो सही में। जेंजी नहीं जीता उसके बाद तो 10 कैसे प्रेजेंट करूंगा भाई, बात सिंपल है, भरोसा एडवांस पे चलता है। नॉनवेज खाएगा नहीं, मेरा डिनर हो चुका है, कुछ मत, कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए, एडवांस पे चलता है। 5,000 पे टाइटल चेंज एडवांस पे चलता है दुनिया, बराबर है कि नहीं?
We can just carry that over from our previous
ए रुको मैं चाय लेके आ।
but we mainly just took this risk because we felt like we had
यही कप है गरम करो।
Thank you very much for your time. That was a masterclass. Good luck on that too.
मैं पतला रहा हूँ क्या?
Hey, and that is exactly what we were saying up here on the desk as well. They needed to throw something at the wall, and well, they ended up throwing the thing that they've always thrown at the wall throughout the course of stage 1, which was Tejo, and that, as well as the sum of all of its parts, worked together to get G2 that victory. Let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and you know you got to give it to the dog. It's Jogamo, who's got just all the plays, Kakuka. This guy was on fire with the op.
And speaking of the changes, of course, the initiators are important, but it also lays down on the comfort that Jogamo was finding back in the Euro. I think that for him, he feels more comfortable with this. He feels like he has the freedom. He reads better and fits better within all of the plans. And I think that just like Josh RT was saying, they knew what they were trying to achieve with this composition. That is why this round's 10-2 on the first half on the defense worked so well, because they had a response to everything that GENG was putting on the table, and it was actually very similar in most of the rounds. And this is the comparison on the first time that he played that Neon, and then today with the Euro. Maybe the numbers are not that crazy out, but I think you can tell from round to round, especially on that defense,
and the results.
How well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
How well Jogamo was feeling in that first half.
The biggest thing for the strength of their defense that I think makes the Euro pick so good is those fast rotates with the TP, and once Jog gets the op in his head. Because if he's starting over towards C, has an A fight going on, he's instantly TPing. He's really aggressive at reposting on those lines. I think it makes their macro on defense way better when he does play on that Euro. But I wanted to talk a little bit about that macro overall, because I think that G2 had a great read on how to play around a lobby. GENG is a team that loves sending the fights there round after round. And G2, they conditioned those early fights. Obviously, they have a Teo double initiator comp. It's going to be good for that. But later in these rounds, they showed a lot of different, more passive looks where they're playing deeper on site. They're re-fighting it. Look at the pistol rounds here where they go for this active re-clear play. Later on in the half, it's the operator going for those reposts in the mid-round. And it was a really nice read into how GENG plays that.
Yeah, you really did get the idea that whenever those plays were starting to manifest themselves, GENG were kind of like lost and not sure how to react in those moments, because G2 were hitting them fast.
They kind of decided this, right? Like G2 were being very heavy on A. They were fighting for that rubble control. They could have at some point been like, okay, listen, we're gonna lose it for the first half of the round, and then we're going to really re-clear it. But I feel like GENG thought that they could be like one step ahead, and they simply weren't.
Yeah, they were not indeed. G2 as well. It's funny, watching this game, if you took away all of the name tags, told me that the defenders were G2, I would think this was the XLG game again. Like, I don't think G2 was phased at all that the opponent was GENG. The same fast reaction, the same confidence from all of these players, the being on the perfectly same page in all those ways. It's the exact same stuff that won them the XLG game, and that's so good to see against an opponent that on paper should be way stronger, should be way scarier than XLG was in Toronto.
Yeah, no, that's a very good note there. But now we're left wondering, what does GENG do to bounce back into it? Thankfully, we have just the person to get on the case. It's Yinsu standing by with the coach of GENG.
I'm now joined by Coach Solo from GENG and Jen to do some translations ahead of map 2. Now, Haven is going to be very important for you, especially having a nice start. So what is the most important thing on that attack side?
감독님, 아무래도 헤이븐 시작부터 좋은 흐름을 만들어가는 게 중요할 것 같은데 공격 때 어떤 점이 가장 중요할까요?
일단 G2 선수들이 팀워크 부분이 뭐 전략 부분이 이런 거에 좋다 보니까 그 부분을 이길 수 있도록 공격적으로 저희가 맞받아치겠습니다.
I think we have to bring a lot of aggression into our first half since G2 they have great teamwork and great strats.
Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you, Coach Solo. Good luck.
All right, well, they're going to need to be coming out with a lot of aggression here. Haven is going to be the battleground for map 2 in Kukuka.
Yep.
We've seen both teams have success on this map, have some struggles on this map. What are you looking for here?
I'm looking for that Vice that we saw from that I think changes a little bit of the shape of the map this time coming around for the side of G2. GENG, even though this has been a good map for them in the past, they were able to beat Fnatic, also changing a little bit of the composition here and there. I think that they have to be very ready and sure that they can read onto all the layers that G2 are having on this Haven.
Texture had a really rough first half, as did the entire team on map 1, but he bounced back, had some big moments to win that bonus, make the map look at least a little bit more competitive. And you must look to him going into Haven. They've beaten MIBR and Fnatic on this map at this tournament already. And in both those games, Texture's Neon was one of the biggest reasons. I would argue that this might be his best map with that Neon. On the attack side, his dives are on point.
इसके बाद बनाना पड़ेगा बंगा म्यूजिक की वजह से क्लेम सुपर पर करते हैं क्या नहीं सुपर चैट रेवेन्यू
How do you stop him then if he's going to run roughshod all over you with that Neon?
I honestly think G2 again, just on their attack side, slow things down a little bit. This is a map where they have a lot of good initiator utility to play into those reclears with that fade and with that Yoru to work in conjunction. You cannot go in too quickly to anywhere he might be because he's so willing to disrespect you and walk down on the extremities.
I think that a good job that G2 have been making and make sure the distances that they're given and how much they're investing, not only in utility-wise, but also the bodies that they're putting onto side. We saw it yesterday. I think it works very, very well. And again, to me, is the layers that are going to be stopping Texture on the other side. The performance that he had yesterday is going to have an easy time, at least in my opinion, replicating that.
Here we go. What's up?
Hoping to see more from the rookies here for GENG. Obviously,
without a doubt.
Texture started on a rough map, but both Ash and Foxy, not really a rookie in his book, but still, I think has to prove himself globally. Those two guys were paramount in GENG, making it this far already. They need to be themselves on this map.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here for either team. You see those double smokes coming in for G2 Esports, so they're going to probably lock in that Omen. But
do you get paid for watch party?
Letting them know what's really good before they start this matchup here. But yeah, I mean, my eyes immediately get drawn to Texture and that Neon. And also, I'm curious to see, as we had mentioned previously, how those are going to set up, because this is it. You lose this, your tournament is done, you're out of here.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, I would be more looking at Munchkin and Valink. We heard
Vishal bhai, thank you for the membership.
The pressure is on GENG. There's the ones that have been performing, and everything could be done in a matter of 2 days for them. Right now, with all the momentum that G2 had over that Lotus, where, let's be honest, they dominated GENG, they have all the ingredients to put this in 2-0 fashion. And also, again, starting from the defense, I expect to see more of the same that we saw in the first half. Jogamo, if they start snowballing, just getting in that operator early and having a lot of impact on the team.
Well, GENG is in a spot that we did not think possible. They're facing elimination. They have to force a map 3 Toronto. Let's get some energy.
हमको हराएगा सीधा कांडान खरीद लूंगा.
Exactly right. It's all on the line.
Without revenue मतलब सुपर चैट मिलता रहे. Amount of dedication you have is insane. वो है dedication. It is a millions. वो बाद में जब भी होएगा तब होएगा. जल्दी भाई देंगे वो 100 वाली जान के टोटे.
They want to take this one. They want to take this one cleanly.
I love the fact that Valent said we want to change the narrative here today, because I do think the narrative has shifted massively. Coming into this tournament, G2 were the de facto #1 seed. If you ask anybody, the most sensible pick to win the tournament would be G2. And yet, some of that confidence seems to have dissipated. GENG going for a fast play, paranoia onto Valent, taking a bit of damage there.
Yeah. Excited for a little bit, stepping back into the nano
swarm here.
Front A control. A short, a long, GENG have it.
मेरा 3 बार chat miss.
Waiting for the time to strike.
Munchkin walking up, clearing defense position.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that's devious.
कैसे भाई?
Well, just to really be diligent clearing that angle.
That looks like anti to me, because Trent was holding that position a ton.
A lot.
Now Jorg is containing them in spawn. So G2 can still keep 3 players on A and be very confident about this.
5v3 है.
See if it's GENG to get put into the blender through the smoke. In through short, double up with a crossfire. There's a lot that needs to be dealt with. Util flying forwards, and so are the bullets. GENG are not going to be denied this chance. Grabbing access to the A site, grabbing a plan. Incredible form he's been in. This would have to be an absolute world-class miracle. He's brought it into 1v3, but they know his location. And Texture is even wrapping behind. Ashton Caron looking to double up here. A lot to clear if you're Jorg. Flash overhead. It's going to signal that things are to come. And Jorgamo dropped. Clean. Pistol round win for GENG is a fantastic beginning. They needed this.
Yeah, I think it's a particularly good beginning because it showcases an awareness of how G2 have been playing this map. Despite the fact that we've barely seen G2 play with this composition. This is a brand new comp that they've only brought out here for Toronto. And yet GENG already is super aware that they want to be fighting tight crossfires. They're not putting a lot of focus on kind of backside behind default positions. They knew that Trent was going to tuck up close, and then I think it was Jonah P did exactly the same, and both times GENG were aware. Already anticipating an eco round play, where G2 might be facing that mid-window. Slide across.
Guardians and the rifle.
Yeah, and GENG actually doing a bit of disrespect here too. Only bringing pistols into this round, which against a team that can force quite a lot.
I was about to mention it, that deep A lobby control. G2 are walking all the way up, but it was watched for.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin's just spamming into the smoke, isn't it?
Yeah. Handed the perfect line, but a double face in the end. There's too much to overcome, so GENG now turn up the pace a little bit.
Rajak bhai bimar hai 2 din se.
Timing of his own. Rooted into the back of the site, trying to take a time and pass his Util. He's just spotted the bodies out, but Foxy9 will be the savior. There should just be
lineup mast tha na City ka tukka. कौन आए हैं पहली बार देखा भाई हेलो
a good idea. He's already got the pistol in hand as well, so he could go and chase this, see if he can grab another one. GENG with a very clean start to this map. That's exactly what they needed. They just went down so early.
Roy Bay coming up, used with the 50 gifted membership chat tag karke
saw them start to get back into the game.
एकदम छुपा ले रहा Roy Bay का
shooting back.
Roy Bhai, thank you so much for the 50 gifted members. WWW baby. Chat जिसको भी मिला है tag करके thank you बोलना. W Roy.
But GENG, they keep the 3 rifles that they bought into this round.
Hello Anonymous Bhai, thank you for the 1 man.
They're going to be able to buy up 2 more, so or at least 1 more. So this is going to be dangerous bonus round here that you've got to imagine the GENG coaches have got a specific game plan for.
Hefty purchase for them.
How's you Roy Bhai? आपने बोला नहीं आप कहाँ से हो?
Pressure. Take Garage early on and allow Munchkin to be the playmaker.
Nah, Mondre.
His lurks through A are diabolically good.
Aditya, thank you for the 1 man. Samir, thank you for the 14 months of Kazum membership. Easy for GENG. This map should be easier for GENG.
Taking that fight out. Why? Jorgamo, only the 1.
He does well to get 1.
Which is crazy enough when you're facing that many players.
And here's that A lurk.
Munchkin.
भाई मैं तो slide करके मर जाता हूँ. आज ही नहीं उनकेला.
Taking liberties is a core part of the way that GENG
play. Please tag करके thanks बोलना. ठीक है छुपा दे.
He's found this timing, hasn't he? Trent is jiggle peeking the angle, thinking that he's got information. If anybody was to cross short, he doesn't
problem क्या मालूम है? वो लोग को पता है. G2 को पता है कि ये होने
वाला है. Calling for the team to get into position. Prowler's good. Connection there. Trent with a jump spot gets the info he was looking for. Now there's 3 players of G2 here. They could put up a stand.
Should be easy round for
the clearance.
G2 with a nice read. Recognizing the Munchkins over here, and it's been quiet on the rest of the map, but they're playing B and C for full retake.
Paladin connect. Leaf has been inserted though. Deeper position indeed. That's a critical one. We've cleared up A short now. A lot of the fight out of this A hit is going to be removed, and Snakebite just forcing the issue. Texture could have gone backwards, but instead chose to take the fight.
Just felt forced. His hand there. GENG got to be starting to realize that G2 have been stacking A really heavily and very quickly in these rounds.
30 seconds left.
Despite the fact that GENG came away with the win on the pistol, everybody from G2 was there.
They like A.
28 seconds roughly. It's ticking down now at this point, 20 to work with.
Revealing area.
He's the side that they're going to be looking towards. Still, it's a 2v4. That means risky business here for GENG. They're going to have to The guns and bodies on the line.
अगर Killjoy ने Omen को मारा,
barely broken. Ash is going to be connected, rooted down into the spot, but no one's watching.
Oh!
In the blink of an eye, but still
मारना था
by G2.
Samir bhai, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. मेरी जान के
opportunity for Gen G to win.
जिसको भी समीर भाई से मिल रहा है W करके एकदम छुपा दे दो.
And dealing with that final player.
सकता है क्या?
Only 2 rifles survived that though. It's a cool idea that we're seeing. But I do think Munchkin's a smart enough player to realize that G2 are putting massive focus on this A stack and A defense. They're not playing A for retake in any of these rounds.
And a heavy premium on re-clearing A shot.
Thank you so much.
You do a little bit of A pressure, and Munchkin's going to be smart enough to realize that's opening up B and
Hello,
C.
just a second, और मैं तो chat भी नहीं करता. फिर भी membership मिल गया. Excuse me. जो प्यार करता है उसको मिलता है.
Viper Wall is just one more element to really try and get past here. Deep Haunt. Alongside the flash.
We've seen G2 go for this play before.
It's all about
Put
love.
up the Viper Wall, flash Haunt through it. See if you can catch people as they're about to enter Garage. But Gen G had a passive start to this round.
Yeah, patient.
Very cautious.
By C-split. Yes, in Gen G, Fnatic
research and their homework.
Yeah, super possible.
I think
and Ash still has this
Gen G,
drone, which is a great tool for setting up texture for this opening kill.
I think Gen G SEN FTW.
Valen. They'll look to try and put a stop to this one. A lot of pressure into Garage. Walkabouts once more. So many players waiting on the other side. And the timing just not, Core Force suppose, just not ready for it. He was in control of the wall in that spot, and that means the go button called for. Gen G are forwards. Trent not accounted for. Still, onto the high ground. Caron sets himself up and sets his team up nicely, but the snake bite is going to be putting a pause to the plans. Gen G have got to get a few more bodies in here because G2 have them surrounded. Still that high ground angle. Caron getting amazing value, but it's G2 from all sides of things. They come out swinging. Foxy 9 in a 1v2. Damage done to Jonah P. Bullet to the chest will do him in. The spike is retrievable, but only 14 seconds to work with the time pressure. He's going to have to commit to the B plant. Jonah P isolated, but the timing gets the worst of it. Jonah P gives him a bullet to the temple.
I really like the way that G2 have changed around their compositions. We didn't talk about it too much, but on Lotus, it was a massive change of comp that I think led to that dominant first half. And here, though it's not specifically against Gen G that they've altered this composition, it has changed the way they've played a lot. They're no longer playing, they're playing a flood, just a ton more. The snakebite there to put pressure onto the plant, and then they're through, they're in, trading out. Valen swings, Jonah P comes back in behind him, grabs 2. G2 are applying a lot of pressure onto Gen G as they're trying to get the spike down.
Spam offered up on either way.
मेरा वाला spam है कि नहीं? मेरा वाला prefer है कि नहीं chat?
Gen G going to be grouping up now. This is the weaker buy for them.
And after a pretty good start to this map.
Attacking map or defending attacking map. Vinit bhai, thank you for the membership.
Is going to be a talking point.
Hey, bole, love you, yeah.
Trying to defend Garage control. They do have Thorns, they have Flash, they have tons of different tools here for Leaf to stay in control of Garage, or at least re-clear if they lose it.
And now just the Flash.
I think ये लोग को sense पे तो करना पड़ेगा बे lead में Gen G.
Slipping in, Leaf has to be cautious if he wants to try and take this fight here and now. In that deep C position, Jorgamo cemented. That's going to be pivotal when this hit starts to come through. Leaf is just raring to go, man. He's just spamming through the smoke, trying to take that timing past him. And he's still not to be dissuaded. Sticks around and plays his life. Jorgamo now going to be taking the peak of his own. Fights to be taken on every single angle. Crunching Gen G in their space.
Gen G are getting dismantled here. The light weaponry isn't even the problem necessarily in this round. But Gen G just got funneled into Garage. Leaf was happy to give it up. Trent actually, after getting this kill, he re-cleared A long with a horn, got full info down there, and Jorgmo's got full info down C long. So they know that all 5 players are coming to Garage. I mean, maybe there could be like one B lurk.
जीतेगा Gen G, जीतेगा.
Where everyone is. The macro game is getting dominated right now by G2.
It's how you have to play against a team like Gen G. when they do play so lurk heavy with the Viper comp as well. Munchkin
Hardest lower bracket crazy है भाई lower bracket के matches. कल भी ऐसे matches थे
all the
आज
emphasis being
भी.
placed on re-clearing, information gathering, deep positions that they can place players
Crazy
into
matches
to make
हो
the
रहे.
calling that much easier. Looking towards Garage. Shock dart, there were no thorns there to receive this.
If you've done your homework and you know that Leaf has this flash here, I mean, they've literally heard it. So you know that there's a period of time now where they're not going to be able to flash to re-clear information in Garage. So if you can go and take it, G2 have got to be worried about it. So now the smoke comes up. Now G2 have got to be a little bit concerned. And this really is where Munchkin could try to activate on his A-lurk. He's just dodged a Prowler.
There's pressure on his shoulders.
Bro, वो लोग को पता है क्या ये होने वाला
It's a
है?
narrow margin in terms of the way that G2 are winning, but they're up a map. Haunt breaks it. He's going to reveal it. Inserted himself there into A long, and Munchkin's gone. Jorgamo.
They've got such great game plans for dealing with this. They know exactly how GENG are playing.
And they're just drawing the blood out of these GENG bodies. One step at a time. No fancy re-clearing protocols, just really just offering themselves up to try and take it. And now GENG, less than 30 seconds left.
And they look a little lost.
Yeah.
I mean, what is the game plan here? It's just probably gonna end up being a save.
Reading them like a book.
Look like they want to go for it. They are losing massively in terms of the macro game here.
Right. वो लोग को मालूम रहेगा
so
ना
much
वो लोग सी
emphasis
retake ही
for
खेल रहे हैं.
months now, actually, with different
Same
variations of these
default करके सी
compositions.
जा सकते हैं instead of
On
A.
Munchkin being able to crack open A on his own.
नहीं बे short भी नहीं लग रहे भाई.
G2 are hyper aware of it.
Short भी नहीं लग रहे.
They know that Munchkin has to take timings based on Trent's utility. He can't walk into a Prowler or a Haunt, so he has to be trying to take the timings between those pieces of util. And then they're so ready for it. Jorgamo pushing up short, catching him on the backstab as he has to retreat after the Haunt.
Technically अगर देखा जाए तो अभी भी निकाल सकता है.
And really, GENG's game plan there
थोड़ा
was to go and
fast
try to
खेलना
put
पड़ेगा
pressure
GENG
Garage and force
दो
G2
बार
to
blind
re-clear
देके
it.
जो गराज का
And then,
info ले रहा है ना वो बहुत
there's
गलत है.
2-3 people from G2
At least
re-clearing
blind
Garage.
तोड़ो.
They didn't even bother. They were just happy to give it up because they knew exactly what was happening. They knew it was fake.
Double blind बहुत info दे रहा है.
Brutal how much currently Valen is inside
जा रहा
Munchkin's
होकर
head.
हाँ.
And the GENG coach is forced to take this tactical timeout to redress the massive
G2 Indian
gap at the moment that's burgeoning.
सारे अपने लोग खेल
Two-round
रहे
lead
हैं.
for now, but you've got to get that fire
सारे
back, that
अपने लोग खेल रहे
passion
हैं. बाहर का एक player नहीं.
in your bellies to know that you're capable of going a distance and going far, even against a team like G2. You need game plans to do it for now. Getting outplayed, as we've already mentioned.
And you might think, all right, well, what about if you just do something fast? What about a fast C pop or a B pop? The problem is you might run into the vice wall.
Yeah.
You don't know where it is. There's
Thanks, bye. Thank you for the 5
5
gifted very
It's going to be in the middle of garage, or it's going to be at the front of B.
काय बारिश हो
You
रहा
can't
है
afford to run into it. Because if you do,
क्या हो गया
that's
चाय?
probably a fast round.
Exam
just
की
getting
result
melted.
लग गया क्या हो गया
And then if you try to go quick over towards A, well,
Heavy
that's where
gifting
G2
हो
are
रही
playing
है.
usually 3 bodies, and you're running into kind of a potentially
Tax
a
by
snake
the
bite
5
or a
gifted
seize
very
or,
general chat
you know,
GG
something
को
that's
भी
going to lock you with a
tax
choke.
by से
So
मिला है
it's really
tax
tough
करके
to increase
छुपा
the
दे.
tempo.
It's going to get even harder. Jonah P. That's a pit earned up, lays this one down over towards C.
And you can see in this round that vice wall is in garage. So a flash, trying to keep GENG honest.
Deeper position.
They are going to walk up though and at least be able to bait the wall out this time.
Drone is here. They finally spot it. The wall's just trying to get baited out. A bit of jump spotting for it. Thorns are deaded.
So now you could back up and go into a B exec because you
Only
know the vice wall isn't there.
change can
There is a
save
little bit of
GENG now.
freedom now for GENG, but C is
Bhai,
tough
jeet
with
sakta
Jonah
hai.
P's ult.
Still, Jonah P's now worried about his back because they've put that pressure into garage. They removed the util, and GENG looking in a different direction.
भाई ये round
Recon
जीत
back
सकता
in
है.
2.
ये round जीत
Grouping
सकता
up
है.
now for the pop. We're going to see it happen.
Double
Texture.
the ball.
It's going to be the tip of the spear.
3, 2,
No players
1,
anchoring on
go!
sides for G2. All up and over. Stun through main.
Last time G2 flooded. They didn't play a set retake. They were ready to fight.
Lowest
This time, though, they
team.
don't really have players in
Guys,
position.
get into 1 million ACPR.
Ults
अरे
to be
हो
used for
जाएगा
G2 if they want to try and play this one. The retake, and here's the first one. Dimensional.
पहले likes करो भाई 10 के likes.
Getting information. Spots it out into the
1
smoke.
million
Trying to body
subs
block
friend
texture.
लाइक करो पहले स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो शॉट भी करो
he got there texture eliminating trying to eviscerate a bit more yet he's put down entirely.
Soveralt.
Leaf sticking Soveralt needs to get value. It's half onto the defuse already and Trent is taken out. Munchkin delivering a death blow. 2 for it. Leaf has earned himself win cons potentially, but time is ticking in a 1v3. Good luck to you.
This is
Up onto the edge. Doesn't stick it. He's looking for the fight.
W. Thank you so much, Kitax bhai. Thank you for the $500. I hope you are visiting Masters.
In garage, I don't think that would have been the initial game plan that coach has called, but a nice adaptation from Munchkin. And Karen here, I think he was just ulting to try to escape away from that dimensional drift. It was a Yoru ult paranoia play that G2 would try to pick up on the retake, and he ends up somebody. That's a big one, an important one for Gen G.
Result आएगा chat.
Jorgamo with an operator, and he was doing nasty stuff on Lotus.
Up and the bandy goal हो गया.
Has to take the timing a bit more passive though because Texture is down it, but he does have clearance.
Descarto, thank you for the 10 gifted मिल जाएंगे. जिसको भी gifted मिल रहा है tag करके चूपा दे Descarto भाई को.
That swing, that's Valen going down though. This should be the C side cracked open.
Enormous impact kill from Foxy9 on the entry. And they have Munchkin's ult to be able to work with.
Problem में it's a fast retake.
This pit even being committed. Dawn's to tangle them up. Leaf wants to try and take this fight forwards. When it just reduced down to the side arms. Even expecting where Karen could be, Leaf is just absolutely monstrous. Munchkin still alive. Pit will remain, but for how much longer? Not at all.
You thought that Foxy9 had created the opening for Gen G.
Technically जब भी technically बोलते हारते हैं excuse me मेरी गलती किससे नीट का रिजल्ट है ओह अरे नीट वाले क्या
all of the weaponry and charges through like a bull in a china
मतलब रॉय भाई ने टॉप किया नीट में इसलिए 50 दिया समझ रहे हो
they are trying to rewrite the narrative today and get back to when people
अब तो टाइटल चेंज मांगता है जीतेगा जल्दी जीतेगा रुको
you do not want to run into at any stage of the tournament.
Karen's come into this round with just a ghost. They're half fighting even though 4 of them have weapons. That's weird.
It is weird. They have money still. It's an odd situation to be in. Could buy for the next round potentially. But they're just struggling to deal with the setup defensively. Munchkin though, that's a critical kill. What a shot. The drone even spotting it off into the corner. Leaf will have to get the hell out of there. Munchkin walking around. Even Trent himself just... No, Util used to clear that one. This is a game of timings that Munchkin has one out, finally.
The spike drop though, the spike dropped in window.
What is occurring there?
Ash in a really exposed position, and that's going to slow everything down, but I don't think G2 are going to have the timing to be able to get back into A before the plant comes down. No. Problem is, Leaf's just really far back.
Safe, see that, straight up.
4v3. Just walking straight into it. That operator exchanged hands, and this time, G2 feeling the ire of it. Texture.
Safe.
No slouch.
He almost missed the timing, but hits the quick scope.
He's in though. Past this one. A lot of angles for Canvid. From Leaf, and they call for the 3-2-1 swing. Good movement from Karen. Almost went wrong for them. But he offset the aim of Jonah P.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? Last map G2, ये map
Genji. Tuck himself in.
इतना गलत क्यों रहा है? बिना info walking again and again. सब जगह info नहीं ले सकते ना. Unlimited routine नहीं है. सब जगह info नहीं ले सकते.
Spike ticking in the way that it is. Yeah, he has to give this one up finally.
Info लेने के लिए वो लोग के पास
going to be happy with this one. Finally, the IGL of Munchkin getting value on his lurks.
Just set up because he hit a blinder of a shot onto Jorgamo. And to be fair, Jorg does miss, even though that's the exact fight that Jorg was looking for. So, you know, crosshair placement's not perfect. He's on a bit of an open spot here.
end हुआ है colleges में.
But he misses one operator shot. That's the only opening that Munchkin needs.
जून चल रहा है अच्छा वैसे.
Hoping that Munchkin wasn't taking the fastest timing in the world. And Josh RT, by the look of it, expects perfection because...
Praise bye! Thank you for the membership!
Struggling to get into this game. G2 have taken attack time out here.
Yeah.
Chat देख रहे हो ना chat? Mortal by के mod. Mortal by के mod मेरा membership नहीं लिया. आज 7 में केला करके membership लिया. देख रहे हो ना chat? देख रहे हो ना? 4 साल से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, मॉर्टल बाय को मेरा बाय मान रहा हूँ, लेकिन उसका मॉड क्या कर रहा है? जब तक साथ में नहीं खेलेगा तब तक मेंबरशिप नहीं लूंगा। What a जालिम world, man! What a जालिम world!
At the beginning of the rounds, he's going to be playing fairly passively in A lobby because he's respecting the fact that Jorg could be there with a shorty.
उसने के कितना गलीच है रे तू? Excuse me, love
G2
you
won't
यार.
have to worry so much about A at the very beginning of the rounds.
Araj bhai, what is up? Welcome to the stream.
So it will be a more passive setup on the A side. Josh calling a pretty big pivot, and there is potential for that same flash haunt kind of set play.
किरुटिका के साथ कब खेलेगा? किरुटिका के साथ.
GENG
किरुटिका के साथ खेलूंगा मैं, टेंशन मत। आज ही खेला मैंने स्ट्रीम पे। मैं बोलता हूँ किरुटिका को, ठीक है, टेंशन मत लो आप।
Already though, that
बहुत बड़े फैन लग रहे हो
something's
किरुटिका
different. If Trent is over on Garage, where is the Vice?
किरुटिका बोला बे।
And also, who's defending A? These are the kind of questions that Munchkin's going to be thinking.
Title change please. जीतेगा बे, रुको ना।
Just in case G2 go for that fast play. The Haunt and the Flash, of course, the Haunt used prior. Seizes the drone, is going to be clearing most of the way. That's a tag through the smoke. Got to respect that. Got to back away. Could get wall banged.
Yeah, that's pretty big. I'm wondering if they're going to lead with Foxy9's ultimate, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're going to pop.
If they're going to be, they're going to be troubled. I think Jorgamo is close to the corner. Nice and tight. Great trade by Ash.
W trade.
They still have
the opening in the entry.
They still have Foxy9's ult.
You should run.
Here it is. Lockdown.
Roster bye. Thank you for the membership, Milijan ki toti.
You take this one fast, or do you wait this one out?
You got to wait it out. You got to respect it.
On the clock. Yeah, Leaf's taking pot shots, hoping that he can potentially get a kill or two.
Oh, Valen using his ult to dodge it. Is he going to cancel that one? Oh, he got detained.
Detained.
भाई होता है नए अपडेट में होता ही है
he
ना
missed the timing on that one quite badly.
नहीं
Through the
डिटेन
back
होता
door, they
ही
knew
है
that position was accounted for, so Karon's going to be taken out. Still a 3v3 G2. Making a move on now. Time's ticking. So is the spike TP up towards our top, trying to offset this one. Great movement. Foxy9 still alive, playing his life. Dart towards the side. Ash tries to avoid capture. It's a gun that needs to be picked up, but he realizes it now. Trent.
Bro, heavy damage.
Enough time to work with it. GENG.
Then चलेगा, चलेगा. वो लोग पैसे नहीं. They have to eco.
Great recovery in this half from GENG.
SEN 5 मैं बोला था.
They were down and out at one point after they got a good start on the pistol. But a couple of these rounds, the set plays, Garage control into the B exit.
तेरे ही mod नहीं ले रहे, Mortal Bike का mod क्यों लेगा? बात तो है भाई. That's a good point.
And it allows them to play these offside.
Thank you for hurting me, huh? Thank
pretty
you.
drilled. Munchkin sat all the way back.
Binks bhai, please. G2 को support करो ना, please. Love you too, यार Tyson bhai.
Trade onto Jorg and G2, their
Last
economy
map किया
is
था,
finally
ये map
shot.
GENG.
GENG.
I believe in a fair word.
You can see how much this meant for them.
ये map GENG.
Walkabouts through mid. Well, I'm not going to be broken. It's going to be signaling that there is that deep push going. And what's the reaction from GENG? They want to go fast. They're going to be contending with all that Vice util. Well, not anymore. Leaf's gone. All going to be quite useless onto the side here. Another timing to be taken by Jorgamo. He's inside the smoke, and he might be inside their heads. Going forward, trying to reset that one. It's a flood attempt, G2. Already in through the back and clearing out the site.
Spike down A.
They're just ridiculous on these eco rounds. Jorg pulled all of the pressure towards him, and Foxy9's got it all to do.
That rifle still snaps towards it, has the angles, finds the kills into the 1v1. Jonah P doesn't know where he is. Tap trying to bring him out into the open, but the timing miss once more.
So snappy from Foxy9, he almost managed it. But G2 close things out in their 3v1 and win the MasterCard thrifting. They're just... The play from Jorg.
भाई ये सारे rounds कैसे जीते हैं G2 भाई?
Look at that, that's a free kill for Valen as he runs back in onto Munchkin, who's spamming back into the smoke. The flood is perfectly timed off that anchor pressure from Jorg.
भाई BT में गया बे.
He should have been able to win that one. Could have been GENG taking the lead back.
A lot of spam, a lot of pressure. GENG trying to clear.
भाई मेरे पिकम्स गए, मेरे बहुत पहले गए.
Garage control. The setup has adjusted once more.
जब भी वो लोग ने रिलीज किया था ना पिकम, तब भी मेरे गए. वो देख के गए थे मेरे.
And broadly speaking, I mean, GENG have been getting their success from garage pressure into B-pops. So I'm wondering whether G2 are actually ready for that. I mean, the vice wall has changed. We now have a vice wall over towards the front of B.
Icebox.
And GENG haven't really been threatening front B and trying to bait that out. It's a tough one because you need to be smoking both sides before you bait it.
Down to the minute mark.
By एक और दो है. Ulse.
If they're tracking the money, they're going to know that Jorgamo has that operator available if he chooses to invest into it. He's got control of C-Long. Trent gets acknowledgement from the Prowler.
10 seconds until a haunt as well.
Pressure in through garage. That's a kill onto Leap, and that might just change the game plan entirely. They were looking to go in a different direction. Jorgamo
what a shot!
Them
भाई क्या मारा उसने?
30 seconds left.
Pins Munchkin to the wall. That one they still want to go forwards, and now moving into P. There's 25 seconds left into this round.
But no vice wall.
The
fuck?
fuck?
The stun onto the left side. Holding your ground down, Jonah P. Wrangle's controlling the rifle. And the dreams and hopes of GENG are scattered to the wind here. Playing with them.
Jorg finishes it off, and a beautiful opener, but the 3 kills in the middle from the hometown hero, who's at the top of the scoreboard for G2. Valin has inspired this team to feel like they are accessing the underdog mentality again. It's a slim lead at the half for G2, but the game plans have all been working well.
बोला था कि नहीं 7-5. बोला था कि नहीं 7-5. अब सुनना.
I'm scared.
अब सुनना. पिस्तुल्ला अपन जीतेगा. 7-7 होएगा. उसके बाद वो लोग एक राउंड ऐसा जीत सकते हैं 7-8. उसके बाद अपन जीतेगा 8-8. फिर अपन फिर से जीतेगा 9-8. समझ रहे हो भाई? ये तो अनफेयर है. बहुत बुली कर रहे हैं बच्चे यार, बेचारे जीजी वाले. कौन से बच्चे भाई? ये लगा दी मनुष्य. My legs is not leggings. GG for GENG. रुको भाई, GENG का मैप पे के भाई. टॉम का पूरा दिखाओ. क्या पूरा दिखाओ? पूरा नहीं दे सकते. इसके नीचे अलग जेरी है. Oh fuck, sorry, जेरी नहीं है. Sorry, मतलब टॉम की पूछ है. Sorry, टॉम की पूछ है. टॉम की पूछ है. I mean tail है, tail.
G2 are in the driving seat. GENG, the ones that need to put up or shut up and go home.
Hug diya.
They were the team that said they would win 2-0 today. I mean, some of that's bluff and bluster, obviously. I mean, they're down to talk some smack. But
tail है बोलने वाला था मैं. Tail है.
These two teams faced, despite the fact that G2 maybe you could have argued were favored at Shanghai.
Tail है.
I think
जीत गया GENG.
pretty even game.
GENG जीत गया.
Yet it's GENG potentially on the chopping block, and the fashion in which they lost in the upper bracket, legendary. Up 9-3 on the first map, up 8-4 at the half on the second map.
मत करो रे.
And I wonder if that's done something to rattle them a little bit.
सारे
We haven't seen the same.
इतने सारे haters spam कर रहे हैं.
Passion. Maybe a bit of
S is all they get. मतलब
it's looked tense, it's looked difficult
S
for
is
them.
all they get.
The same smiles.
And they've never really gotten into a flow. Every half, even this one, that was fairly competitive, was stop and start.
Well, it needs to be a better beginning, GENG. They've been almost a statistical anomaly with the amount of pistol rounds they've been winning overall. They'd love to keep that one going here.
They got the first on Haven, and they're walking down mid now.
They're going to meet it. It's a clash of the players, and the bloodbath is called for here with a paranoid sweeping forwards. Trent snaps forwards and Munchkin The bullets, the entire clip emptied out and damage done. Finally a kill. 3 for him.
But look at Jonah P. Again, he's managed to work his way through. There's no way he's expected.
Back, and the damage done. His players are weakened. Caron snaps 180. Keeps the hopes up and keeps the dream alive of a pistol round. Win the timing. Trent out of the smoke, and it's a guessing game for where this could be here. Looking for it. And he's just missed it. Ash. And Caron.
Clean one tap, baby. 7-7, baby.
Another one added into the tally, and they want to keep this momentum forward now. They want to keep it going.
Massively important pistol here for GENG. And the question is, do G2 force? They didn't get a spike plant. They got quite a lot of kills.
पहला तो crazy मारा, तीसरा थोड़ा सा
normally we aren't seeing G2 start to force here at Masters Toronto. That 3K from Munchkin is everything. Just when we were talking about how he needs to play an immaculate game. Now, you guys didn't see it at home, but G2 was thinking about forcing. Some of them bought stingers, then sold them again. And the end result is it's only Joe with one in his hand.
A mistake or not too sure.
I don't think it is either. I think he did it very late. I think that was part of the game plan.
Wall in your face makes this a difficult angle, yet okay, you can take the pot shots. Shooting fish in a barrel.
Even ये लोग भी खाए थे smoke.
Playing from Caron is rewarded. The drone's going to be spotting. A lot of bodies there. Moving forwards, taking out A space.
Plant नहीं मिला ना? नहीं. Plant कहाँ से? Open में मरे सब लोग.
G2 themselves are going to be trying to make great use out of the Viper wall, applying pressure to the A defense.
इनका spam कितना accurate रहता है? जब भी
super
wall up
happy to be
करते हैं
playing
या
this Viper
smoke
v
करते
Viper
हैं,
situation, so I think
तो timing
when
लेके
GENG are on
मारने
the
का try
defense
करते
side.
Util overhead. Gonna hear this one with the TP forwards, and they're taking a peek. It's a fake and a bait, yet still Texture has that composure.
ये बंदा build different है bro.
Shuts down 2 of the players. Waiting for it. Leaf is answered.
Bro, come back here, bhai.
Dead in his sights. Caron. He's got a full lock now onto the side, and Ash gets the follow-up here.
This killer is full legit. Excuse me.
The roar from the GENG players. You can hear it from here.
Yeah, massive amounts of weaponry
ना?
saved. Even, I think, 3 people not even having to rebuy the armor. So, an exceptionally clean round. G2, remember that one of the players, Jorgamo, did actually force into this. So they're going to be coming into the next round, an anti-bonus with 2 stingers.
मेरे बाल उड़ रहे हैं, बहुत आवाज है कैसे?
It's a weird one.
It's a very strange one for G2.
But देखो, Foxy 9.
A little bit more, getting the whimsy back.
That's 9 है.
Handshake with a util.
And once more, as soon as Texture's able to get
The
an op
jokes
online,
are getting
and the
lamer
things
and
he's been doing
lamer.
with Neon op is unbelievable.
Huh? Disgusting.
His movement's spectacular.
One of the most active players we've got.
So G2 need to be putting up these rounds early before Texture gets
Austin's aim here. He's crouched out into the open. He could be overwhelmed at a moment's notice. He's got no backup.
What's it? 3.
There's the smoke drone. He gives him the timing, layers down that snake bite. Use pound for pound, slightest of angles, and he will need to respect that now. Bullets flying forwards, breaking a portion of it. High ground, Caron.
Good awareness
Top lead, and he's knocked. Forwards though, Horn needs to be broken. Kills. Potential for it. It's not the weapon of choice. But still a blood attempt is called for. GENG trying to get themselves in there with bodies. And more Ash. Second guesses.
Bro, tell Canvid to pick up call. I know she watched stream.
Canvid. What a shot down from
थोड़ा
Ash.
भी अगर self respect है.
He's brought them a win con, he's brought them a chance here.
मत उठाना पड़.
And it brought them into the 2v2. The drone just spotting it. Tight to the corner. Leaf will
ये
have to
बंदा
reposition.
member तक नहीं है मेरा.
Close together now. Texture. Ash move together as a unit, as one. Ash!
समझ रहे हो? Member तक नहीं है Canvid जी. Valentine's Day पे क्या देखा? बताओ.
But it cost them a lot. That's a pretty successful bonus round from GENG. Think about the fact that they brought only 2 stingers into that round, G2. I mean, 2 stingers and 3 rifles, of course. They're going to have a pretty similar buy again. Some wonky moments in this round.
Member तक नहीं है Canvid जी, याद
Great
रखना.
shock dart though on the Trent, who was extremely weak.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
This is the round where if GENG can win it, they might be able to think about getting the operator back up.
मैंने क्या prediction दिया था बराबर है कि नहीं?
And of course, G2's economy would be shot.
Yeah, the money's still not corrected properly here for G2.
And this is all before you even get the ult.
Makes sense. Thank you for the 100 minute jump, Coachy.
Dart's going to be avoided. Texture is still deep tucked onto A long.
And they're not really worried about short because Foxy9's popped his alarm bot down there.
Prowler missed. G2 are grouping up though. Texture. This is time in the sun there, but shut down. Jogumo removes him.
Setting kar raha hai
now
kya?
the util sailing up and overhead is all going to be on Foxy9. Feels like a hit. And it will be a hit. Foxy9, how the hell do you overcome all of this one here? Still TP forwards, no trade there eventually. Gonna be, it's labored in the process, but a haunt and a peak is picture perfect from Trent.
That's an amazing play from Trent on his own. G2 have managed to get themselves in onto the site.
वो हॉर्न पे क्या
Don't see a
था
way back in
chat?
for GENG.
2v4 Ash. He's alone doing this. Munchkin, other end of the map. Just gonna make a go. Anticipating.
What a freebie.
In a trade. Yeah, it is a free kill. There was no trade. Or
एक बंदा तो सेव कर रहा है लेकिन.
Ash was almost ready for it, but this is just going to be.
I mean, Munchkin has no interest in even
No,
taking part in this.
Wasn't playing it at all.
No, he's just playing for the economy here.
Under read by G2.
This was a really pivotal round. If GENG had been able to win it, you're expecting that they start to get the economy really
मेरे ex का भी नाम था.
And Texture could have got that up.
तो
Now though,
समझा
with
नहीं क्या?
G2
वो
coming away with the
XQ ही है.
victory, they stabilize the attacking
हाँ?
economy. No more stingers for them.
Kings Gaming by. तुम लोगों को क्या लगता है? Make sense कौन
It's
है?
the Korean team that's going to be going towards the bargain buy. Very back and forth. Still missed.
It's a small world.
2-round lead. Steady for G2. The emphasis still placed on GENG, I think, to come up with
This noob GENG team, go back home. Shaggy's Gaming.
5th, 6th exit out of the tournament. Not what they were hoping for.
Gaming के नाम
Not
पे
what they were
last
wishing when everybody was singing their
8
praises
साल
earlier on
पहले
in the
3
tournament.
घंटे के एक
They
live stream
looked
की थी भाई
utterly
ने.
dominant early on. And part of the reason was Texture. He's only got a Sheriff now, looking to try to defend C.
Last 2 stream 8 साल पहले क्या था? अरे बाबा क्या update है? अरे बाबा क्या update है?
God, and that's just a Sheriff diff.
God, what a shot. No, they both had rifles there.
Yeah.
That was a
rifle.
A 140
with a Phantom.
with aim punch, and Jogumo somehow managed to land the headshot still.
अभी
On a
देखें
crazy
क्या
off angle too. I mean, Munchkin is
Ridiculous adjustment.
Munchkin is
देखा?
really
Esports
favoured
का.
there. It's a weird angle.
Go back home GENG.
Rifle reclaimed at least.
Could be a blessing in disguise as well, yeah, because Texture actually gets the rifle on into his hands, and if anybody's going to carry them through this defense half, it's Texture who's been one of the front runners at this
जिसको
tournament for
support करना
MVP.
करो, hate नहीं देना है
But crashing
किसको.
out in 5th or 6th didn't look like it was on the cards for GENG. They're only
Come
4 rounds
home
away from
GENG
that being a
baby.
reality.
ऐसा
though.
बोलता तो चलता था.
Texture has got to
समझ रहे हो?
rewrite history.
Refresh करो, refresh करो.
All the pressure falling onto his shoulders here. Dodge of the flash nightfall though. He's
Lo
going to have
bude
everything
lagte.
cut away. Got to rely on the raw aim. Got to rely on the mechanics. It's just the one.
मारा बे फिर
Foxy9
भी.
inserted, sees them, but just misses him across
भाई
their place
Foxy
from
का नहीं चल रहा है रे.
Overwhelming. It's an
कोई
onslaught that they
एयरपोर्ट
deliver onto
जैसे
the site.
फोरेड वाला कुछ
With the
बोला
money in the state
मुझे.
that it is, Ash can't even attempt
यही
it.
है मेरा जेरी. जो बहुत आवाज करता है, देख रहे हो
Texture
ना?
getting one. I think Foxy9
मैच
should
के
be doing
साथ
slightly better from
relationship
that
भी jinx
position,
कर
but
रही है. Excuse
he
me.
really did only have the Sheriff.
क्या language है ये?
G2 going up to a comfortable lead here.
GENG गई.
It's GENG's economy that again is going to be on the rocks.
और रिपल पे आज मैराथन हो रहेगी नहीं.
And more importantly, perhaps than even that, the ultimates are going to start to snowball.
Yeah.
Jogumo, he can play for an ult orb in the next round. And then you've got
हरामी
one of
ही
the
कह
best attacking ults
दे.
to try to take space, take information, increase tempo. GENG are going to find it hard pressed to deal
रिपल
with
पे
that.
मैंने 40
Especially if
सुपर
it's
सेट किया
used
था
over
यार.
towards C, like through Garage, for example. Scout out what the Garage defense looks like.
40
Find
सुपर
out where
सेट
the
किया
C
आपने
player
stream
is.
off
Hit
किया
them with
उस
the
दिन.
paranoia. These kind of combos
Time
are
add
just
करो.
so powerful.
It's heartbreaking right now for GENG. These rounds are just, feels like they're just bleeding
हो
out.
गया बेबी 3 दिन करेगा तो होएगा ही खत्म.
That's
Plays like this, kills like this. I mean, it's an insane adjustment by Jogumo.
It's a
Genuinely.
special shot, and the crouch is excellent too.
30 seconds left.
Love you यार.
Texture,
Love
he's
you,
going to get
Aribel.
his op online here, Brent.
Rank push कब से?
And he's going to look for a peek in this next round down towards short. That's exactly where all 5
इधर क्या
players
हेलो
of
है ना
G2
इधर
are.
ही?
Time to get active.
भाई लोग हाई लिख के
Losing the
भाग
map,
क्यों
you're
जाते
losing the
मेरे
series,
चैट
you're
से?
losing your lifeline in this tournament, GENG.
यश भाई भी भाग गए. किधर है भाई?
Gotta put up on
सर
the
भी आए
spots
थे
here,
गए.
and now G2
Love you too, love you
shy,
यार.
making all the noise in the world over towards A.
How is Texture actually getting an opportunity here? He got blocked off by the thorns from the Vice.
Blocked off. He's hard committed now onto the one angle. Guillermo cleared out. Thrown there. We'll respect it.
So this
यहाँ से comeback करेगा करके smell आ रहा है.
To get back up onto the A-long angle. You don't know that it's clear, so he's tentative here. But once he gets posted, it's good information for GENG.
He's easing up. We'll have to worry about the Viper wall if it gets pushed up into his face. G2 we're going elsewhere. Through mid. Thorns into garage.
B fake करके fast C करने वाले
many
वो लोग.
things here, but the pressure's now on Munchkin once more. Smoke. It's a weird one.
I mean, it's to smoke off the alarm bot and threaten a B lurk, but Munchkin looks at it and he's like, well, that's a fake 100% of the time.
And back into Texture.
Here.
He's been in the MVP running and he's got to show it here and now. The shot just misses. Glide straight past. Valent's very lucky.
30 seconds left.
Result of it.
They're leaving. They're going back
double
to
fake करके C जा रहे हैं.
Foxy 9 now. He's turned to be the playmaker, but he's going to be hearing potentially some signs of life. Calling for a TP all the way through. Valent's clear and close. Foxy 9, he's missed the timing. He's trying to get close up forwards into them. He's catched it. Tries down by the ankle. Traces it out anyway.
W. What's this side?
Trying to get a move on. Being shut down entirely. Door slammed in their face, but there's no time.
What?
These kills is a time to plant.
Ashy wins the round, and Jonah even committed the ult.
Oh my goodness.
That's mad. I mean, we've got to see a replay of that, but I think that was literally milliseconds. I have no idea whether or not they were getting that plant down in time.
Excuse me.
Holding my breath on that one. What was the timing on it? And like you said as well, Jonah P committing the pit.
They thought they had it. Technically, yeah, I mean...
0.00007.
Barely missed. Big loss here for G2, but a massive win for GENG.
By Bob Khilabe.
Only trailing by 2. Dimensional Drift committed, along with the TP. Spotting out Munchkin here. Ping's happening. Trying to follow up forwards here. This is Foxy 9 playing once more inside that smoke, but he's vulnerable. Nana Swarm, there's a judge in his hands, and he still gets the better of it. Picks up the gun, and evacuation call.
अभी ये लोग बस कोई भी इधर का कंट्रोल है नहीं. वो लोग यहाँ से वहाँ भाग रहे हैं और एक-एक मर रहे हैं. अभी ये आएंगे, एक मरेगा, फिर से जाएंगे, एक और मरेगा. They blind, double blind.
Not to be outdone.
Feels rushed at this point from G2, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit tilted perhaps.
GG making him work for every inch of space. Caron! He's monstrous right now. Doesn't want to be removed. He's a line of defense for this team, and as much as you want to bait those shots out, you're not getting scored.
एक सेकंड का बनता है रिवेल पे. हाँ ना.
हिटर भाग गया. Feels like it could have changed the game here.
G2
didn't get the value out of Jorgamo's ultimate, and then
a scramble. And he does look a
little bit sloppy. Like I said, maybe a little bit tilted. Josh
भाई और आ रहा है momentum आ रहा है. अभी टाइम आउट भी आएगा momentum तोड़ने के लिए.
GENG looking like they believe again.
W time out.
There's that passion. G2 forced to take a time.
Dad, 10,000 लोग देख रहे हैं. Likes 5 जा रहे हैं. बाकी 5 किधर है? हाथ निकालो चड्डी से. जल्दी. Like बटन पहले दबाओ. चड्डी से हाथ हटाओ. चलो. चड्डी हटाओ. Like दबाओ.
Quite young up there, but they have been around the block at this point. They've been to many a global show. Any global event. They have the experience to be able to weather any kind of storm, especially situations like this, but you could say the same for GENG.
Yeah, the mental fortitude I think really come through for GENG. Scanning the notes. There's ult plays that they could potentially be looking towards, but it's only the Vice ult that they have. The others are a long way away from coming online. So for quite a while now, it's going to be GENG who have the economy advantage.
मुझे कैसे shift है क्या? Excuse me.
It's going to require something special for G2. But GENG do love a scrap. And if you end up getting caught by these stingers, G2 could be a very tough team. If they spot a weakness, they will swarm.
देखो घर में कैमरा तो नहीं है ना?
Right now, eyes look set on either Garage or B. It's a bait and switch defense in Garage.
Texture lying in wait.
And Foxy9 there to bail him out.
सिग्नल की बातें ना करो दर्द होता है.
Double scoped up.
मुझे होना ही चाहिए.
Overwhelmed, swarmed. Prowler to connect, has to really get the hell out of there. The corner was cleared here. Seeing a rotation immediately there from G2. They want to try and make moves. Munchkin is immediately there with a snake bite. That's a smoke TP play. Valen, he's in. Straight into the fray, but he's alone at the case, and he's got to use a second TP just to get the hell out.
Yeah, they didn't like the look of that one. Didn't even break the alarm.
दो ही थे, मतलब लड़ सकते थे. Double blind के साथ कोई था नहीं.
Trying to go back into garage. Foxy9 is very isolated here on C.
Want to clear forwards.
He's super confident here, Foxy. He's got the turret and himself playing contact.
It's easy to get overwhelmed, especially against those stingers. A bit of spam. G2 playing it patiently. They're waiting. 37 seconds though. It leaves you with limited options. And GENG reinforcing up the C site.
But no pressure over towards A.
Yes, he will. Almost done. Finished off here. G2 going to try and get a move on now. Bodies potentially falling. It's running and gunning from Valen. He's just trying to claim any sort of space. Munchkin dominating.
10 badam 10 chat.
Supreme onto the site. You're getting a mad dash and a scurry, but Ash is going to be waiting for you. The time's not even barely there. It's knives out for Jonah. And no chance now for G2.
10 badam 10.
10-10 for GENG here. They are pulling this back.
Chat.
Even score.
Priyansh bhai, thank you for the 179 मेरी जान की टोटके.
But I think there's a silver lining here for G2. And it's that Soveralt and Killjoy were both used in this round.
लेकिन ये round में अपने पास Viper ult है.
The ult being fired out from Ash.
Viper can ult C.
Got rid of his. And so that ult economy advantage now negated.
New beginning here for round 21.
Too
diligent there with breaking some of the util.
Tech's just getting a free walk down C because G2 are never breaking this Killjoy turret. And it sees down C long and into the garage.
Taking full advantage of it. Just a wall to hold him back
here.
Oh shit. Drone timing. Saw it, I believe, in the corner. Jonah P was spotted out there. GENG not going to be budging. Pressure towards garage though. G2 look for something here, and it's a spike into the hands of these players. A lot of damage. Still through the wall.
They still haven't broken the turret. They're still convinced that Foxy9's going to be fighting them aggressively somewhere, so they don't want to show.
Split C हो रहा है.
They used a huge amount of util just to get in.
Jonah P's aware of it. Look at him trying to jump spot, but it's an off angle by Texture.
It feels like Texture's the playmaker here.
Yeah. He's trying to play ahead of all of this one here, and he needs to get this kill onto Jonah P. Surely hearing the util now sailing up and overhead. Jonah P is finished. And here it is. Stun, ricochet, back and forth, reinforcements here. They've arrived in time.
W shot be. W Karan. Almost.
After death blow.
W.
G2, 20 seconds to work with here. They call for the pause and the hesitation here. There's discipline at work, G2. They spot it, the last remaining player, Ash. He's left reeling, backing away. 15 seconds, and it's time enough to get the plant.
10 seconds left.
Deep position, and forward is Leaf. There was a chance there for Ash, but now down to just Texture. Spotting out the one. Was he expected?
Texture bolte. Texture bolte.
Patience. Leaf is not budging. He calls the bluff entirely. Another tap. Texture! With the movement, he still can't claim the kill. One more for good luck, but he needs to hunt down Leaf, and Leaf sees that it's not being stuck. He finds the timing again. Texture is being toyed with. Leaf has had it for breakfast.
What an unbelievably good clutch from Leaf. All with the brain. No need for the aim.
Excuse me?
Leaf knew that Texture was hunting those kills. There are certain players who are always going to be trying to fake and force a fight. And I think Leaf there just has an immaculate read. The fact he never even went for the first one. He just tucked towards B cubby.
It's unreal game sense.
Completely confident. He looks so stupid if he's wrong as well. And yet, at 10 to 10, he is willing to take that risk. G2, though, despite winning the round, are actually going to be taking an eco here to make sure that they have the economy to close this map out.
G2
that's mad.
With Stingers, it is a crazy prospect. They're looking to move over towards A. Again,
rotation
Snake Thorns up and over. Just to deny the chance of any sort of reinforcements. Texture's there with a stun though, lays it all down. Looking to slow them down. Neutral is used, Munchkin even with a pit here. Texture, he's got the operator to work with here. G2 flooding in, fast and loose. It's risky business, but risky business sometimes pays off. But GENG finally getting bodies into the site, the defense intact. Jumping,
blue, by Texture kya mara?
It's doubled, 11-11, GENG. They're not done yet.
Huge rounds flying back and forth between these two
Texture
titans.
ne kya
But
mara
G2
hai?
deliberately managed their economy in that previous round in order to invest in this one. Was it the right
Texture
play?
ka
I think.
Ye
Listen,
nahi,
that's
dusra
a
shot
tough one.
dikhna.
That's a difficult argument. But the fact of the matter is that
Bro.
G2 went for a soft buy, allowing GENG
Bro.
in all likelihood to tie the game again so that they could win
Bro.
here. What is the game plan that Valen cooks up?
Texture. Flash in your face and a big, that is disgusting! It's rapid.
Trent as well, down to 30 health.
I saw dodge karke blind.
Yeah, he was on top of the box. He did.
That's mad.
The
Damage
fuck?
G2 going to be limping through the rest of this round here, but GENG.
भाई मेरा हाथ 5.5 बार टूटेगा अगर ऐसा माउस छू लिया तो मैंने.
Towards this B site. G2 want control of this one, but a snakebite at the feet makes it pretty hot and heavy to try and handle. Precarious at that, still sticking the plant down and now playing off site. Dangerous prospect. Munchkin is still alive and he has that wall to deny them info. But G2 are still sticking 2 players onto the side. It's up to Valen, Jorgamo. Can they deliver any sort of kills inside the wall? It's a timing with the dart. It's a great tag, Jorgamo. He's gone to the dust and to the mud with him. Valen has to be that next player in, but perfectly baited once more. And there's that wall, smoked up, facing it up. Every single player from GENG putting up the challenge. They found that 12th round.
एक्शन भाई का apologize करना चाहिए for doubting. Fight तो crack कर रहा है भाई. भाई बाकी 2 किल भी उसकी वजह से मिले भाई. क्या नाच रहा है वो?
Forcing G2's economy down, getting huge value out of the operator.
Oh, इसको भी पड़ा.
Skewering those G2 players at the start.
ये तो latest था.
Such impact from Texture early. 22 kills, by the way.
भाई
I feel like he had
उसको
a
भी
bit of a
पड़ा
slow
था.
beginning as well, even on this map. As soon as you get him on the defense side, though, especially with an op in his hands, he's a monster. He's a nightmare.
And one more is all
पैसे
it
देखो,
takes.
पैसे देखो चैट, पैसे देखो जल्दी, पैसे देखो
GENG
उनके
to
पास,
extend
पैसे
this
देखो.
play. Stand a chance of
तुम्हारे
staying
कान
here
में
in
बोल रहा हूँ मैं.
Toronto.
पैसे देखो चैट उनके पास, G2 के पास पैसे
Their
देखो.
economy's looking so
लॉल.
much better this entire half. G2 constantly messing around with Stingers, Guardians, Bulldogs. Not a single player with a proper rifle. And GENG have got the right read. 3 players defending A.
So much trust in aim for Foxy9.
एक्सर के बाद अल्टी है. 4 स्लाइड मार के जाएगा ये भी मार.
Moving over towards A. It's a nightfall to set them up. Snakebite's going to be used reactively. Prowler's going to be broken and Ash is trying to play tight tuck to the corner. A bit of spam just catching Jorgamo into the leg. But he's able to get himself out of there. The weaponry, just a touch on even that. G2 are working with scraps here to try and bring this to OT. GENG more than in the driving seat.
Baby.
Taking a fight forwards and there's that
आप
stinger.
किधर जाओगे? जो प्लान था उसमें ये बंदे को जिंदा रहना था.
And this looks scrambled from G2. They can't exactly figure out where they want to go. They're threatening like it could be a C split, looking for the B pop. All on Munchkin, no snake bite.
All in your face inside the smoke. He wants to dominate this angle nice and early. It's going to be dropping down. Faced with multitude. It's evened out and traded out, but still that player advantage is there.
He legged
Texture, legged it. Damage done, but he's out to the side and he's looking all over the bloody place. He needs help and he needs a bailout. Foxy9 just can't wrangle it. Leaves it
Last वाले का इसमें देखो.
This is it, the impetus, the moment, the
Map
turning
3.
point. It's theirs and well bloody earned.
भाई possible है chat.
The mental fortitude,
Chat.
tenacity and grit from
Bro,
GENG to be able to still believe
what a fucking
and
team,
keep
bro.
their hopes alive here in Toronto.
Bro,
That's an
निकाल
incredible map.
सकते.
Back and forth and ground out a 13-11 victory to force us
निकाल
into map
सकते
3.
chat. हो सकता है चैट पॉसिबल डब्ल्यू है आज सबका स्लीप शेड्यूल की गांड लग गई है सबके स्लीप शेड्यूल की गांड लग गई है नाचो बेबी इसके बाद सेन वर्सेस फनाटिक है नाचो ये बस भाई नेक्स्ट अपडेट में बुंडा आ रहा है क्या सीन रेटेड और ट्राई कर सकते मैं तो ट्रायल कर रहा हूँ मजा आ रहा है एक और मैप नाचो चैट व्हाट स्लीप शेड्यूल आई मीन एनए Hey, don't say you are in NA, हाँ? NA वाले सुपर चैट करते हैं। ई बेगर बोलते हैं। ए गाना मस्त है। मैं स्ट्रीम में देख रहा फिर भी मेरे गोटी में ऐसी खुजली आई पता चल गया बिंक्स भाई याद कर रहे हैं। जेरी भाई मेरा टोम लोगे क्या? ओ जेरी भाई मेरा टोम लोगे क्या? मेरा टोम रुक जा चाय लेके आ मेरे को कप धोना पड़ेगा अभी कप गया मेरा यार लाइक कर दो मेरे आने तक 15 के लाइक एकदम दबा दो But it's always a surprise when it's always a surprise when
And you already know we had to come out here with the people because folks, we're going to map 3! What a game we just witnessed. 13-11 scoreline. GENG picks up the dub. G2 scrambling to figure out what they're going to do as we get ready for map 3. Here, of course, Golden Boy alongside Kukuka and Mimi. We want to break it down for y'all with the people because we love you all so much. Thank you, Toronto, for your energy. Let's talk about this game here, guys. Yep. What did my eyes just witness because my heart can't take it?
Yeah, definitely. GENG bringing it back. We saw a G2 with very clear ideas on how to play this map, but the Viper versus Viper sometimes ends up in this spot where timings are extremely crucial, extremely important, and there were so many things working sometimes in favor of GENG. We had the pistol rounds, that crazy defuse.
And I want to talk about the first half, because G2 came in with a really good read. The casters are talking about it. Munchkin's whole idea on this map is solo lurking A off of this Viper wall. You see here, he's walked all the way up long, but G2 are going to send in a re-clear play and be able to punish him there with Jojimo going through short. GENG, though, after losing him there a couple times, make an adaptation and instead start showing this look where they're defaulting into garage basically every round. Well, G2 is still putting most of their forces into heavy fighting for A. With that, they managed to get themselves into B post plants 2 rounds in a row, and that's what turned this game back into their control. They won a couple more rounds on attack and then had an incredible second half to win this out.
And we had very numerous rounds, very in the G2 style of one leaf clutch in rounds. GENG with a texture that is extremely scary and needs to be avoided wherever he is in the map. Many things, again, keeping these match-up close. When we look at the number, yes, Texture was up there. But as Mimi, as you were saying, in the first half, Jogimo was that man for G2.
Yeah, Jaw was so good. Again, going back onto the Yoru here, but second half was a bit of a different story there. He was dying first on a lot of these entries. GENG had great ideas on how to punish it. And again, Bea, it's one of these maps where they're showing this Viper comp and how strong it is, especially on these Flood retakes with that wall up.
Yeah, and we're speaking about things that are keeping this close. GENG, we know that throughout the tournament, they've been very good at pistols. Getting two in this map was crucial because the rifle rounds for G2 were looking pretty good right from the get-go. But GENG, with this stress that they have for every single one of the matches, they come prepared with new ideas, but still the same kind of effectiveness.
Yeah, it was just incredible to see how GENG were adapting on the fly, but also, I mean, this really was a heavyweight slugfest here, right? We were seeing guys take left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts all over the place.
Look at Munchkin here.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see, and this is exactly how much it means to these two teams to be able to fight and get to that top four, because that's what they're fighting for, Mimi. They're fighting for top four. Not even at the grand finals, so this is a final caliber matchup.
Absolutely. The last time we had this matchup, it was for the upper finals, and in games this good, it comes down to inches, and there was one round that exemplified that. That plant not getting off for G2. Very well.
That would have been the overtime.
Yes, that would have been them going to OT, maybe winning this map. Maybe this is a 2-0, and GENG's on a plane to Korea.
Yeah, you really
just hate to see it.
There's no other way to shake it. I mean, everything that you could possibly want to.
But apparently you're going to see it again, Alex.
Ah, well, yeah, it's true. We got to relive it one more time here. And just as you think they have the time, you can see Lee's face. He's wondering if he's got it.
And the heartbreak of this round is Jonah ult. He thinks they get the plant down in time. They don't have that ult for the next round as well. Then they have the Yoru ult. They think they can do another C-pop. Jaw dies out of the ult after nearly spamming Munchkin down to 0. And this game slips out of G2's grasp. I mean, what tenacity for GENG, winning such close runs, showing such big clutch moments. This is why it's a trophy winning.
Panko! वो केला मेरे चैट में बोल रहे स्विम स्टेप करने आ रहा हूँ करके।
Competition. We got a lot of great Canadians in the house today. But we got one Canadian left. Jonah P. Can he hold it down? Can he hold the fort for the North? Mimi, it's a tall task for this G2 team after GENG comes back the way they did.
It absolutely is. Jonah's been having a great series, and Toronto, I know you want to see this guy continue on the competition. They're walking back on the stage. If you want to survive, make some noise.
That's right.
But the GENG fans are here too, GB.
Oh yeah, the GENG fans are here in full effect. If you guys want GENG to be able to take this one,
man down, man down, man down.
Oh boy, all right.
It's pretty evened out, even
folks,
though we're in America.
We're getting down to the wire. I know, right? Down the line. Let's take a look at the last map.
We're
going to be going to Icebox here, and we've seen some adjustments. We've seen our players take to some new challenges on this map. What should we be expecting?
Obviously, maybe G2 swapping again the compositions like they did in the first map? I don't think so. I think that the Sage looked very, very well, extremely strong on their retakes. And for the side of GENG, yes, they got a victory, and it's a very plain going back to a few years ago kind of compositions that we're going to be seeing, or at least expecting to see.
हर game, जो game में impact नहीं वो game हारे, लेकिन 99 of the 100 games उसका impact
on the attacking side. Their retakes looked on point too, and on top of that, Jaw still has a shocking amount of agency on Sage. He's still making those plays, but by all means, this is a great map for both of these teams. It should be an incredibly close to close this one out.
You see the players loading in, getting ready to go. And this is exactly the moment that these two teams were constructed for here, to be able to push through some of the toughest competition available here on the global stage. You got GENG on one side, looking to see if they could very well move forward in this competition, hold the fort for Pacific. Meanwhile, for G2 Esports, still looking for a trophy. And let's see what we got from the agent select here, Mimi.
I'm again looking at these rookie players from GENG. Ash coming in just this season. Karon and Foxy have been in globals before, but
No duelist versus Texture Jet. You know what's gonna happen, chat.
High pressure moment for them all. But for G2,
you know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, double controller versus double controller. I'm looking at Karen. He's had very, very good individual moments. But of course, the most important part, Valen and Munchkin. We've heard the words
Language, Travis.
making sure that they knew the pressure was on GENG. Well, they're about to come back from a very, very good map and a very good start of the series for G2.
All right, Toronto, we're going to a map 3. Let me hear you!
Lad, congratulations for our ascendant milestone. Because GENG ko G2 ko things bell do. Excuse me. 3-0 G2 mera, GENG mera baby.
Sky high right now here. It's map 3. This decider of G2 versus GENG. Elimination, of course, on the line. Telling you that story all day long. What we haven't been telling you though is G2 and their dreams being dashed away. Potentially here to look towards Icebox. Team that's been hunting for redemption, to be honest. Trying to battle back, I think. They've got their top dog spot regionally. Everybody knows this.
Last tak jayega match.
One thing they haven't got is that trophy
Momentum mil jaye
on the
bas.
biggest stages
Pistol
of the game.
jeet ke na.
In Bangkok,
Momentum
denied
mil
by
jaye.
T1.
Ab nahi karunga
Potential
tumse
here to be
disco.
denied
Maine
again by another Pacific team. G2 have been
Wado
in
G2 ko
control
jinx
of
kar
this
do.
match from the beginning, but now
G2 ko
they're up
actual mein
against the
jinx nahi
ropes
kar
as
sakta
well on
kyunki wo log
Icebox.
हारने वाले.
It's anybody's game.
Pressure just
Title
flips
dekho bhai, title dekho.
that easily. It's all it takes, and GENG have been putting up the work and the mechanics.
You're expecting G2 to be playing a retake style here on Icebox on the pistol round because Jorgamo's wall is so powerful. GENG, they're going to know that.
Ready.
Full committal. Ash going for this one, the shock darts.
Hey, shock dart miss
Not doing much.
So it's about escorting Jorgamo in. He's the VIP. Get the wall down and apply pressure with the defuse.
Seen it. Paranoia is going to sweep forwards here, but the high ground angle is unaccounted for. And Texture trying to lock down and hold down that sightline angle as the dart towards the back and inside the smoke. Obfuscated enough to pick that player out of the picture. Caron is no more but Texture. Next to step up, holding his ground down. Here's the jump down. There's G2 just trying to play these players.
Bro!
Textures making the most of it. Jorgamo with the wall. There needs to be that follow-up up and over towards the top. No accounting for it.
By wall
No
sexy
half
था.
time ticking away.
लेकिन wall ने उसको ही beat ही दी थी.
And it's all GENG.
Bhai
Another pistol
Texture.
round. Add it to the tally, add it to
Bhai
the spreadsheet,
Texture,
call it whatever you want, but that
bhai.
is once more carrying forward that energy from that prior match.
Unbelievable player.
And there were so many small things that had to work for GENG to be able to win on Haven. And I think the pistol rounds are absolutely an enormous part of that, winning both pistols. And like you've been talking about the whole day, Brian, the fact that they've been doing it consistently all tournament long. Like 75% win rate on their pistols or something at this point.
The Texture is good, seriously.
It's crazy, and we haven't really been seeing G2 force against it. They've been opting to play it pretty conservative today. And the most we saw was like Jorgamo picking up one stinger.
Yeah.
Here, pretty much full classics for G2.
Right here.
Allowing GENG to build up the ult cycle.
Just so pivotal on a map like Icebox. Paranoia, hold on, that's missed a slight gap in a window. Dashing back though to safety.
But
Pretty nice
safe.
movement from Texture. Definitely his team having his back. He gets out of dodge.
ज़्यादा डैमेज नहीं पड़ा है. Clean A side है. चलो
You
चलो चलो
know,
चलो
the
चलो
G2,
चलो
roughly
चलो.
speaking, are going to be fighting over one area of the map, playing a retake on the other. This time, though, on the eco, they're trying to get into flood defend before GENG are here.
Flood defend neck. Oh, flood defend नहीं कर
Shoulders
सकते
sticking out of
ना.
the smoke. Shock dart. Hello, Foxy9.
The fuck?
Down and out here. Ash gonna go
ऐसे एक shock dart में
stick
सिर्फ.
this.
Cam क्या हो गया Cam?
Reclaiming the gun too. Texture's gonna be picking that one up.
कैमरा पागल हो गया क्या? अंधेरी रात में दिया तेरे हाथ में क्या हो रहा
See
है?
it now, Dart, lay it down, but players are starting to get themselves in.
तेरे पे
Classics
glow आ गया.
in hand, and that's just it to work with. But G2, done more with less somehow. See them now just trying to get a move on, fighting into this one, but entrenched positions into the 1v2 for Trent, and he's just left guessing where this play could be. Hold on, it's a 1v1, him versus Ash! Can't connect, can't lock on to
हो
it.
गया.
And Ash, the rookie, the newbie,
Master
coming up
Chunka,
massive
language.
for GENG here on Icebox. These first two rounds delivering the critical kills. He's one away from getting a Hunter's Fury as well, which could be a decisive factor in a bonus round like this.
Bash crazy killa be.
G2. They made that one
So
expensive.
so way around.
So GENG are going to be coming in with mostly stingers.
Na Ash or Trent sexy kille be.
Ash's ult online.
So what
there
yaar?
could be a
Sorry.
chance here.
Looking towards Leaf. He always invests into the outlaw when he's tracking. No money. He's the one with the outlaw. No sight lines, no easy kills. Instead, just a battle for the extremities.
You see there, GENG's game plan of taking some A control behind that Viper wall. And G2 were spamming it, seeing if they could land some early damage. Foxy ducks, manages to make it through. That's the orb, that's the ult. So Ash 5-0 has a very, very early Hunter's Fury to play around with. And if they are, G2, playing retake on A, that could potentially allow for a very effective post-plant setup.
Slow going for now, but you are right.
It's
that danger lurking right now for G2.
Double nanoswarms, double shock darts, Sova ultimate.
Trying to play retake into this would be tough, pretty tough.
Not impossible, but difficult.
There's a paranoia. Different sections going to be dividing up towards the site. Now Hunter's Fury is going to be used just to get them in. It's 2 misses. Clearance into the corner on top of it.
Chalega.
G just choosing to expend it. Plant down just yet and watching for the peek up top. Munchkin's head rolls off the shoulders there.
Leaf fast on the flank.
Gun le le uska.
It would be only Texture capable of taking a shot.
The Stingers, GENG, forced to opt into the site. They have to hold this
देखो.
from close quarters. Is the combat
ये
that's
round
suited towards them. Lidding up these players though, Texture can't stand up against that much. Still the pressure's there with the outlaw in hand. He's got it straight into the back of Ash. Caron, not long for the world, is he?
Flank कर
Not
दिया
really the value that they were looking for from that
क्यों
Hunter's
kill जाए
Fury.
flank ने देख रहा
I think GENG got a bit scared there. They weren't really willing to take the risk on whether or not G2 were playing retake. And G2 threw out a little bit of utility early, some shock darts, a slow orb that made it feel like they might have been playing on site in anchoring positions. Munchkin though, the deeper this goes through the attack half, will be one of those IGLs that's willing to call the contact plays
free
if he
set
figures out
लेने
that
के लिए जो
Valent's
उनको मिला
playing really soft on one side of the site.
free set लेने के लिए था वो
Toxins going up.
2 Guardians, 3 Guardians actually, again for GENG. So, bit of a wonky buy.
Slow up towards the top, breaking the drone. There's a wonky buy, isn't it?
The fact though that Munchkin broke the drone there's kind of scared off this push from G2. If it was only Foxy9 on his own, I think they might have tried to force the fight there. Looking to just try to catch that solo player from GENG, but he had backup. GENG playing a spread default at the moment, but the Spike in a somewhat committed position on B.
Very slow contact swing. Potentially if there was a player holding close. Texture is just crossing out into the open. There's a re-swing from Caron, an attempt to punish as that spam was coming through from Jonah P.
He believed in the Viper wall.
Got to wait for the next timing on it. Got to wait for the fuel to get back up. Caron's going to be jumping the gun a little bit here.
Trent
has him through the back, paranoia.
Trent's got his ult to try to deny plant.
Jonah P is going to be giving them that space. GENG absorbing most of it. Hunter's Fury to try and deny the
short ray Texture short ray Foxy
9 takes care of his adversary. Leaf is gone. You get into that post plan successfully. Texture a little bit worse for the wear.
Foxy9, he was on the lurk. Valent's got to be worried about that, but he's now, Foxy9, connecting with the rest of his team to play these double nanoswarms onto the plant. And G2, I don't think they have a chance of being able to get back in on this. They're not even going for it. They just want to keep their economy good. And I mean, to be honest, it's only Valen who wouldn't be able to buy if they went for this. I think the damage to GENG's economy is more important.
Well,
but G2 choosing the conservative approach. And one could argue that that was the reason that they couldn't close out Haven.
Haven में वो लोग ने बराबर टाइम पे इको किया था
after winning in one fateful example at the end there towards Haven. Another
no
spot,
Digito,
I think I would argue
ये मैप में बहुत
normal
नॉर्मल है ये कॉम नो डुलिस्ट बहुत सारी टीम्स खेलते हैं नो डुलिस्ट कॉम ये मैप पे
GENG get an opportunity to upgrade. They were bringing, what did I say, 3 Guardians into that round, and now they've managed to get up to 4 rifles.
Ash Bab
lead.
It's a great start. And it's one of the only times where it feels like GENG have got out to a good start. They won the pistol on Haven, but they couldn't manage much more in that first quarter.
By first time you look mid lane, bro.
Battered because of it, Leaf. Trying to keep an eye on all the positions here. Again, you're going to see this game of timings occurring. Texture lying in wait, hoping that someone's going to go for the reclear.
And they are, but with the drone. So this drone can go down mid and then tuck back up under tube. Good break there from Munchkin. Keeps Texture, or at least the threat of Texture.
They played him in well.
Spot karna padega re.
Getting the info though. Texture.
Yeah, spot kiya.
Got anything to get the hell out of here? There's a lot of damage. There's those shockies.
Oh, that is so nice.
Yeah, अच्छा reclear kiya.
And now GENG probably have to accelerate on A.
Can I explain why no duelist works in this map? They
Like
take side with utils.
Munchkin is super happy calling for his team to
Only
contact
utils.
in if he thinks he's got the read that the defenders are playing retake.
G2 just hovering nearby, lying in wait here. The plant's going to be going off. Munchkin gets this one down, so into the post plant we go.
भाई लोगों को लड़ना पड़ेगा wall है.
GENG still with that player disadvantage. They're the ones who have to make the play.
Fnatic को जीता the place.
Forwards, Nana swarms, delaying the push from coming through from G2, but they expect
भाई
this one
बाहर है.
already in. He might have just spotted it. I think Pings, spam up towards the top of it, in through 410.
देखो या फिर Fnatic जीतेगा या फिर शायद SEN जीतेगा.
Straight back to the dust here, Gengino!
Bro, blue recon, bro!
Finally taken out, but backing away. Leaf earns up towards the ult. He's got two players to deal with. You don't want to expend it in this situation. He's got to try and lurk and find the positions. Running side to side. He doesn't know where the last is. There's a wall. Isolates the fight. But is there time?
Not a chance. Really nicely played there from GENG towards the end. Munchkin with a wide swing from 410.
अच्छा ना prediction.
Forces
Love
Leaf
you.
to take the fight. Wastes a couple of bullets. But I think it's Karen who really deserves most of the credit for the victory here. It's a beautiful reclear of Texture. And they're winning this 4v5.
By reclear sexy tha.
Karen with 2 kills from that top 410 position. Spots Valin, Recon Dart, lights up Jorgamo, and they're coming away with the victory.
By Ash
GENG look
MVP bhai.
completely in control here.
मानो या ना मानो Ash MVP.
Lotus, G2 were easily the better team. On Haven, very even, incredibly even. G2 had their chances to win 2-0.
अरे please बोलना please. नहीं सुनेगा रे
It would be gutting for G2
भले
to
तेरे
be
दोस्त ने किया है.
the better team out of the first
है
2
तो तेरे
maps
दोस्त
and
ना.
then throw it all the way towards
Responsibility
the end.
तेरा है.
They wanted to come in here today.
अभी
and
मैं
you heard
for
it from
example
Valen's
मैं
mouth
5
himself.
stack
They
खेलूँगा.
wanted to change the narrative.
या फिर
They
मेरा
wanted
दोस्त
to
मेरे
put on
रेडी
a
से 5 stack
performance
खेलेगा
that
और
would make the
बकचोदी
other team
करेगा.
scared to face them.
तो किस पे आएगा
Now,
responsibility?
a
तेरे
little
पे
bit
आएगा
of
ना
doubt
भाई.
might start creeping in at the edges.
मैं help नहीं कर सकता.
That's what the timeout is for here, to call Josh RT, give them a bit of a boost, maybe morale, maybe an idea, something to get some rounds in order. Because
कैसा बोलेगा पता नहीं.
for
लेकिन
now,
तू बोलेगा.
only
मैं
leading
ये
by 3, 4-1 being
I'm not a
scoreline,
middleman.
but it can easily slip away from you.
Responsibility उठाओ.
Easily. They know it. GENG know it.
Both teams, both rosters have been in.
पूरे टूर्नी में
game
पहली
scenarios,
बार
at least
अच्छा
the
खेल
cause
रहा है
of
ऐश
these
मत कर जिंक्स. Excuse me.
Honestly, Josh as
क्या
well.
पहली बार अच्छा खेल रहा है?
Exiting out
अच्छा
here
खेलता है
will
ऐश.
When we talk about these big events, the
10
international
के लाइफ
ones,
पे
we
आज so
talk about
gifted
teams,
मत करो रे
do they
बाबा.
make top
उस
4,
दिन
do they
मेरी
make it to
कांड
the
और बैंक
finals?
बैलेंस दोनों फटी.
You're not really thinking about 5 to 6.
No, not so much. Not so much. Especially teams that have G2's level of expectation.
क्या हुआ? कुछ ना कुछ चिल है.
There'll be a blight on the record for G2 if they go out here. They've got to turn it around. The money's not good for now. Allows you to play a bit riskier.
5-1 पैसे नहीं है लोग के
Taking
पास.
liberties, potentially getting a kill or two. GENG are
पैसे नहीं
hyper-disciplined.
आराम से कर सकते हो लोग भी.
Pulled a
कुछ
little
नहीं
bit
कर
of
सकते
Foxy
ये
Knight's
लोग.
attention towards mid, and I wondered whether Leaf was going to go for the peak, but it's just a shocking fight to take with a stinger from this range.
Truly.
And a lot of the impetus here might be on Jonah P, actually. He's
रीड भी गलत हो रहा है.
Elbows on his face, and he's going to be stepping up to the challenge. Not postured away. Maintains his ground here. GENG going to have something to clear this one. Might just be waiting for the dart timing to come back up. Wall.
मुक पहले.
Feign like they could be going over towards A, and there's that exploration, but Ash one step ahead. Smoke just barely
भाई
moving out.
कैसे वहाँ से स्टिंगर लग रहा है बे? कितना irritating है.
The feed that is filled up with
Hot HP.
Spike planted.
GENG determined to put their stamp on this final map.
That
It's a map that they've been excellent at historically. We've seen great moments from them. And right now they are dealing with this style from G2.
Pacific
on tops of the tops the right time to be able to get in. And also, Texture is online right from the beginning.
Yeah.
And that just hasn't really been the case in the previous two maps, especially on Lotus, where he was 2-10 or something to begin. Haven, it took him till the second half where he really accelerated and took off like a rocket. But here, he's 6-4 to begin. And he looks good, comfortable on the entries, taking these fights, stepping up aggressively to danger.
Love you, Bunch. Thanks for spreading happiness. Are kahe senti aur ichikachi chikuchur chaki. Love you.
He's had it in the last couple of rounds, but not found an opportunity to use it. This is a must-win for G2 here.
This was the one that the timeout was about, and you're right. Course correction needed. Beautiful beginning for Valin.
Well, that's a read.
Just saying, Munchkin bhai, बहुत सुनाई दिया था कि वो गोली मार रहा है.
Bullets and suddenly, GENG
on
the back foot.
And now I think you can just stack A. There is no chance that GENG are going to be ending B without the Viper Wall.
Trent, high and mighty, but he's going to be watched for that beautiful instant race online. Jordan Trent back into the fray. Paranoid over the good connection. That's clearing quite a bit. Even a tag. Going to be not allowed to play inside that smoke. Drone for a drone. Getting the tags up. Spotting it into Nest. Trying to get the ping down and trying to get the spam down. G2 looking for a chance to try and flood in here, but it's a forward play by GENG. They've got another plan of action. Lockdown's going to be dropped down. Hunter's Fury going to be used to try and take this one out. The forward position's trying to be played once more. Texture, Karon. Texture dealt with Karon over the top. Dealt with easily enough. Jorgamo now. Put this wall up, sticking this defuse. He's got it to half, and he's bought his team that win con once more. Going for the face.
Oh, anti.
And going for the jugular.
ये retake actual में fast retake था.
GENG are hyper aware of the way that G2 want to play this one. Ash came in, got the plant, so he had the Hunter's Fury online. That neutralized Leaf's ultimate. And yet, at the end of the day, bodies ended up making the difference. A 5v4, and George 3K shutting down Karon in his top position. Karon has been the danger in these A post plants. He's playing either on top 410 or top A nest, and he's getting up and over that Sage wall. That's what G2 have to be worried about, but they managed to execute and get past him that time. Texture with knives. He's the threat here.
Pit and B main. It's a tricky one to bypass if you are GENG. They get side of it.
There is no way.
Nothing to do with it. Lombard on the other
you
side
either go mid to B
has a lot of peace of mind
and plant for city and have city control.
Maybe to take fights towards
mid. Yeah, you go A.
In this match, every time G2 win rounds, their economy is never flourishing.
No.
GENG always keep it close. And so again, they're coming in with double Guardian and a Bulldog. Valen's trying to take an aggressive fight on A, but with a pretty bad weapon.
Trent was with him. He's hopped off of it now, potentially missed the timing onto this one. Reaching that minute mark, you've seen a drone for a drone. Just to clear out bit through mid.
They've given Foxy9 enough space here to use lockdown. He can pop this down on pipes. Really no answer to this.
There it is. G2 forced to clear this one out. They can overstay
जो अल्ट ने मारता ना वो लोगों को लड़ना ही पड़ता
है.
पोस्ट फ्रंट किल जो अल्ट के साथ रीटेक करना.
It looked like he was going to stay there.
बहुत tough है.
Slow wall might be critical in that spot. Just out of dodge there from the vicinity, and here comes the flood attempt. G2 going for it. Straight in, the pit's going to be dropped down. Reactionary from GENG, looking to try and survive him with a talk.
It's before the plant. They're running away to B.
They're running away at Jonah B. He's pushed out. The initiative has been taken from himself, and the knives almost gone entirely. It's another kill there. Refreshal for 12 seconds. They handed the spike over, and Karon with a TP. The ult has saved them. At least the plant's down for now.
Cover going out.
The Omen finding enormous value, but it's still player disadvantage for GENG. G2 don't exactly know where everybody is, but Trent's in a really pushed up position. This smoke, it's dangerous.
It does. Dangerous situation. A bit of spam from either side to heal. In the back pocket, G2 starting to get a run on, starting to get a move on. Going forwards now, knives out, takes Jenny, all going to miss, but the rifle still is his backup. The movement can't save him. G2! It's clinical!
What a scramble of a round, what a pivot having to be called there towards the end from Munchkin. A miracle really that they got the plant down thanks to Karen's ultimate.
round अच्छा निकला
But
ना
G2 changing things up in terms of how they were defending.
उधर दो ने मरने चाहिए थे
Thanks to that
बहुत
Viper's spin
crazy
over
है कि वहाँ
towards
पे
B,
दो
they were
मारा
able to actually to kind of flood defend on A. And as, honestly, as soon as Munchkin used his pin before the plant had gone down, that A push
दूसरा
was
kill
chalk.
crazy था भाई
And they were left without too many options. G2 with
डायरेक्ट
2 in a
8
row,
करना था
both retakes.
8 नहीं कर पाए क्योंकि वो लोग को बैक साइड कंट्रोल नहीं मिला
Starting to get back into this game.
तो
The
लोग प्लांट
lead
नहीं कर सकते
cut down to 2.
Looking for a few more. Bit of spam from Trent, reveals his hand with that one, but this is a heavy emphasis. Look at this, G2 play stuck, and that's an off-back to the open. Any trade inside to Paranoia, swinging, but Cloudburst at the feet, that's going to be some safety. Slow orb. Locking them all down.
मस्त सेंटर निकालता है बे ये
But critically, no trade from G2.
Jorgamo is one away from being able to get a res. But I don't think he's going to be able to get, you know, a kill and somehow recover Jonah P's body. It's really out there in no man's land. The Viper wall, by the way, committed super early on A, despite the fact that GENG were defaulting heavier towards B. But they are regrouping to try to play off that wall. They don't want to just rely on Omen smokes on B.
It's tiny, tiny margins. Barely spotting it out. Sees the rotation now, and Leaf is hard committed. Hard committed indeed. Needs some value, needs some kills.
Keep ending us way. Most party gameplay in here. 100 IQ jokes. मत लो and respect. Love you यार just bye.
Chopping block texture.
100 IQ बोला रे. Love you यार.
Taking over. Karen by his side. Make no mistake. G might have lost the past few rounds.
7-5.
Still trying to get active, but Ash is instantaneous.
7-5 half possible है. 7-5.
Individual moments there.
Thank you for the 100 मेरी जान करोड़े.
G2,
thank you for the 100. Love you मेरी जान करोड़े. वैसे चेहरे पे glow.
Should have at least been able to get one.
कुछ और से आया है.
Beefed that position slightly. It's an unusual
से
spot.
rest ने लिया मैंने.
Not to get value. Normally Leaf's good for those.
Back पे no है फिर भी.
Jorgamo, he's going to go for a glass cannon op buy.
I stepped on a B.
Looking to throw caution to the wind. It is a weird one again for G2's economy.
Drone not broken. Jonah was hoping to at least feign the intent that it could be holding close.
Possible है 7-5.
Trent's going to be using one of his own just to clear this one all the way through. That's a heavy push-up.
तुमको नहीं मालूम वो?
The operator
I
of Jorgamo's
stepped on
hand
the
to just watch belt, but all eyes over towards B. That's where the players are. That's where GENG.
इससे नहीं मालूम वो chat.
Smokes, but no committal.
मेरा favorite है वो. My dog stepped on the B.
Foxy9 is going to be caught. Squeezed, in fact. Too much to watch for. And yet still manages it. Gets the one.
Really solid awareness.
Even expecting the repeat as well. He's holding his crosshair.
Awareness का TP का sound है
पूरा. He knows that there was a deeper throw, and he knows that Trent was lurking.
Funny था बे मैं बहुत हंसा था.
Jonah P and Leaf gonna have to put this one together themselves.
उसका पूरा इंस्टा पे वो बनाया था ट्रेन पता है.
With the operator,
उससे rhyme करते करते.
आपका save.
They're looking like they want to go for it.
Yeah, there's a wall up in front of their faces. Textures already just absolutely decimating them, destroying them. His team by his side, relentless. There's no mercy at all. GENG slowly.
Bro, look equal है.
I mean, this is looking like a dominant half right now for GENG, especially considering the G2's eco once more is cracked.
इसमें एक doubt है without delay attack easy हो गया. Util से control लेते थोड़ा-थोड़ा और बाद में एक साथ execute.
He's in quite an exposed position. He's trying to play it safe and cautious, using that cover. But his awareness ends up being his strongest tool there because he turns around just to catch the timing onto Valen. GENG could establish a very
हारने के बाद मेरे को सेन का ट्वीट देखने
को. That's not something they've been able to manage on Lotus or Haven.
There's wind in their sails right now. 4-round lead. This could easily be a one-sided affair for the first half of Icebox. And our last map here in this elimination game.
पता सेन ने क्या बकचोदी किया था?
Last chances for both of these teams.
Celsius ने वो बोला ना अरे G2 को खेलने ही नहीं चाहिए elimination match. Tier X से हार गई कितना embarrassing है ये वो करके लिखा था बोला था Celsius ने इंटरव्यू में बकचोदी के लिए ठीक है बकचोदी के लिए जैसे ही सेन हारा PRX से G2 ने सेम चीज लिखा. हाय सेन क्या टीम है. DRX से हार गया. Very embarrassing.
Still a while to go to get to the finals. They want a shot at the trophy.
Elimination match भी नहीं खेलना चाहिए. लोग को निकाल दे टूर्नामेंट से.
Most likely just focusing on this round, one step at a time.
वो दोनों का अलग ही चलता है भाई. हाँ G2 और सेन का अलग ही चलता है. Moment sexy था.
All collected with the kills.
Moment sexy था.
As soon as texture goes down, you don't match for the rest of the weaponry.
DRX को दौड़ा. लेकिन DRX ने दोनों को दौड़ा.
He's been delivering them incredibly important kills, and once more is that rock that GENG can rely on. 12 and 5 deals with the eco threat. Gets the plant down. No Karen is dropped. It's still a massively uphill battle for G2 if they want to try to win a thrifty.
It's nano swarms, they need kills, they need more than that. They need time. It's running out for them. A jar with a movement, snappy with the aim. They know exactly where Trent is now. Look at it, layers of util. Added on top.
यार बोला था कि नहीं मैंने 9-3 possible है.
GENG are getting a vice grip
इसमें
on
PRX
this
की टूटा क्योंकि वो दोनों को तोड़ा इसलिए.
You can feel that belief emanating from the side of the stage that they're on. Oh, I mean, that is so nice there from Ash as spray control. But everything is working. Tex just picked up the op to use it on the attack side. G2 style, they just can't find their moments.
10 पे बोला था 9-3 बोला था रे 7 पे last में बोला था मैंने.
Especially with how good GENG have been on the pistol. This game is gonna be tough.
एकदम सीरियस होके खेल रही है भाई.
It's our last round.
You're expecting a slower one as well here, Brent. And Tex just taking his op for a walk, looking to see if he can find an opening pick, and it's Valen with a peek. Like a rocket ship comes around the corner and deletes texture.
It's a massive one.
That is a shot.
Spotting the cross. He's getting acknowledgement. Drone spots too. G2 have a very good idea of what's going on this round.
Yeah, player advantage. You've taken down the tip of the spear. I mean, Trent with an ultimate that can deny the plant as well. Things are looking all right for an 8-4 half, but that would still be GENG massively in the lead.
GENG not even done yet in this round.
Alt hai so aage baas.
Hunter's Fury committed. That's going to be a bit of a pun as they hit that drone coming through. And Trent, yeah, he's got that value. Here in a rumble though, potentially there, Valen might have just seen, and yes, finally gets that acknowledgement. Foxy9 was lurking his way through onto the A site. 3v5 spot, GENG you're in. Tight corner. G2 can make no mistake here. Footsteps rumbling, a noise bait by Leaf. He's trying to bait Munchkin out of hiding, but second guesses it back towards him. Munchkin, he's perfect with it. Jonah B's been gone, done. Take it out. That's going to be broken out. G2 trying to make this one. And flood straight into the back. It's dealt with most of the side players, and it does now finally leave it all down to Munchkin. Even that snake bite. No chance in hell. Rebounding of all sorts of geometry. It's a full stick. And so G2, a 4-round safety net.
Switching sides. It's not a bad attempt for G2 towards the end to make this one possible. But so much hinges on them being able to pick up a pistol. GENG have been winning them all. They've just been incredible in those spots.
Been a statistical anomaly. It's looking like GENG are just playing lights out. They've got that passion, they've got that fire. They believe that they can go even further, knocking out favorites.
बोला था बंदा love you. जो भी लोग मुझे गाली दे रहे हैं यार, I am a very humble person. तुम्हारा कल का दिन बहुत अच्छा जाएगा.
Toronto, you know what time it is. It's time to get hyped up for your favorite teams. This is an elimination game, so both of the teams need your energy. So if you want G2 to win,
like करो.
Okay. And if you want G2, who's currently playing on America's soil, let me hear you!
So subscribe karo!
One more time though, it doesn't seem like it's loud enough. If you want GENG to win,
come device, like karo!
And the G2 fans in the house, let me hear you!
Come device, thank you for the $5 मेरी जान के टोटी. बताया नहीं अब तक कौन-कौन फैमिली में come device? आज Fnatic जीतेगा फिर G2 and SEN सेम बस में टाटा. Excuse me, language.
Pressure lies.
Actually में हो सकता है लेकिन.
The other side of the stage here, Valin as an IGL has got to carry the burden of bringing up the spirits, helping his team, and just believe that they can do this.
And G2, they are probably the best team that we've had overall.
10 के लाइक पर 100 का सवाल है. हेलो, मैंने नहीं बोला कुछ.
Globally, they've been in a grand
हो
final.
गया, बहुत gifted हो गया भाई.
Denied by a Pacific team, T1, who ended up coming away with the trophy. Now T1 nowhere to be seen here at Toronto. Instead, the Pacific region sending GENG, sending Texture as their representative, and you can see in the Coinbase Econ report, Texture's having a great time of it right now.
Texture is enjoying
very early, and now gets to play the defense. But this could be an opportunity for GENG to deny G2 and shift the narrative, or perhaps even keep the narrative, as GENG being one of the scariest teams at this tournament. They had a wobbler against Wolves. It was a legendary match and a weird way for them to get knocked down to the lowers. A game to be remembered. But this one could be a game that G2 would love to forget.
Bye, thank you for the
fire, and it feels missing here on Icebox. They are going to need a pistol to get back into this. And GENG have been essentially immaculate in that department.
Think of the pressure that is laid down on the G2.
Normal.
How much is round
और एक बंदे ने कास्ट दोस्त लिया है तो एक 6 जन हो गए कास्ट दोस्त.
GENG have been near immaculate with winning pistol rounds.
Icarus, thank you for the 5-minute chat. जिसको भी Icarus से मिला है gifted डबल दबा के छुपा दे.
Triple fakes,
और टैग करके thanks बोले.
In case there was a player there, they would have been deleted, but the turret will do for now. And now, quick run, wrap around.
It's so predictable though. GENG are already ahead of it. They know exactly what Valen's going to call in this spot.
The body's in, the wall not going to be broken for now. Trent trying to go for that plan, rebound, it's going to be catching onto Dice. No Dice for the damage, but it does enough to delay and potentially buy some time here. Trent full sticks now with the plan. GENG armed and ready. Primed to pounce. Already making their way in through, but again, this wall is tricky business. Paranoia, as soon as they hear the knives out, they know that they've gained access towards it, but there's nothing else. Yeah,
that is early.
Indeed, and GENG, one of their own. Paranoia sweeping forwards, Dart lining them all up. He's finding so much value, GENG! God damn, man, they can't be stopped! They've lit them all up, they've lit them all up indeed, and Trent...
Bro, Foxy!
Foxy 9 with a pop-off towards the end. The confidence flourishing now, and GENG, they get another. Every pistol round, it feels, just going in their direction all tournament long. They've got a specialty, and it's one of the best things that you could be specialists in. Because most of the time, that's going to give you a free 2 wins to start off. And G2, they have not been going for their classic Stinger force buy very often in this match. I think there have been 2, maybe even 3 occurrences where we thought we would see it, and we didn't. Now though, look at what's happening. G2 are finally going to go for it, but only with 3 Stingers.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Jogamo puts his body on the line just in case there's that outward purchase. GENG. Again, similar game plan. Bit of exploration potentially towards mid. A smoke off onto the turret.
Please, GENG. पूरी दुनिया को पता है G2 ने क्या किया. आज मैंने खुद 3 बार किया है.
It's quite a nice timing though, because GENG, 3 defensive players are having to get pushed towards mid. And that creates a bit of an opening where only Munchkin is defending B.
Alone for now, but reinforcements have arrived. GENG.
The read is just so good on the defense. I think Munchkin's calling a great game here.
Stacking with the bodies.
And Valin backs off. Calls for his team to regroup with Leaf on the other side. And still allows himself to be seen. So there's still that threat that G2 could be re-hitting B.
Breaks the drone too. Like you said, there's that threat. Lying in wait, there's bullets raining down, crossing up through mid. For G2, this is everything. For GENG, could be the killing blow. And now making signs of life and noise out towards it. Alarm bot's going to be triggered down in through the back.
Did Valin hear these rotates? Because he's making the perfect call.
He is.
He's telling G2 to come back over towards B.
Bro, double
5
fake.
seconds. Wall's going to go back up, and now it's a mad dash. Flurry of activity. GENG getting bodies back over towards B, but they're a little bit late to the party. Trent entrenched here, trying to avoid most of the fire. Straight through the smoke, that's Ash, and Leaf caught out wide. 3 to do it all from G2. GENG, a methodical,
फेक अच्छा था,
dissecting
लेकिन
this
GENG
map,
का रीड सेक्सी था.
dissecting the site.
Do they clear
Taylor को क्या
He's
पकड़ा
about the
बे?
only hope for G2.
Got to be the problem player in a spot like this, and yes they do.
भाई ready थे
The
वो
awareness is
लोग.
all there right now for GENG, and where is the first push of Munchkin? Is just sticking this, drops down half, and everybody dies from G2.
यार अभी तो इको करेंगे ना ये लोग. भाई heavy lead है अपने पास, heavy.
And that is a fantastic beginning to the
Heavy
half.
lead.
All of the threat taken out of it. A 6-round
24
lead.
घंटे इधर ही स्ट्रीम देखते रहो तो फिर भी नहीं मिलता
G2
गिफ्ट. पता नहीं कैसे.
Every player in
Random है
every
क्या?
little tuck spot, every threat, every danger dealt with. GENG utterly in control.
Aura.
In the opposite direction as Lotus was for G2.
Yeah.
It opened in favor of Americas, and it looks like it's closing in favor of Pacific.
Seen comebacks before on Icebox.
अभी तो अपना #1 आया भी नहीं है पैसिफिक से. बुलाओ क्या? हाँ?
They're not often. It
बुलाओ?
takes truly exceptional stuff. Balin's gone. Was a TP forwards trying to go for some
नहीं
cheeky
बुला था.
play.
अच्छा मारा.
Split into B,
नहीं बुला
potentially
था.
to take that timing. Full group up of G2.
तुम लोग ही मार दो.
All into B main. Clearance now through yellow, but they're going to be stunted out here. Munchkin's Viper all propped up in their face.
बाहर हो गया भाई. वो लोग जान पूछकर भाई ये सारी टीम्स को वेलकम करने के लिए वो लोग पहले गए. कौन वेलकम करेगा ये लोग को? अंबल भाई.
G just sucking the air out of the room.
And the play, it's pretty immaculate. They've just always got the right read on where G2 are going.
Heavy contact kill रहे.
Can G2 do anything to catch them off guard?
Deep fight, a snake bite already. It was primed, it was ready. Foxy9's gone, but up and over towards the top. Trent.
कितना मारना है मार.
It would have to be a masterclass.
Round दे
But
बस.
he's only got a share
कितना
of
मारना
bullets
मार.
to do it. Does not know where.
Binks भाई birthday है मेरा. शशांक भाई many happy returns of the day. मेरी जान के टोटे.
11 rounds for GENG. 2 more needed.
A game between two titanic teams. GENG, probably the best team in 2024, and G2 looked like they were aiming for the same accolade in 2025. But this is an earlier exit than I think anybody would have predicted for the Americas squad. Josh RT taking a desperate tactical timeout.
RRQ को सिंपल मास्टरक्लास देखना था.
Is slipping way out of their grasp. They'd have to make up 7 rounds here before GENG even win another 2.
मेरा पैर दुख रहा है.
It's I mean after losing
God
the pistol,
भाई GENG जीत रहे G2 से. PRX ने भी हरा दिया. GENG ने भी हरा दिया chat. हाँ?
What an incredible.
ये लोग क्या में भी?
Demonstration of grit that they've shown today.
बाद में.
Because their start was so slow. They looked like they were out of it, maybe weren't fully mentally in the game, had put a bit too much expectation on their own shoulders, perhaps even.
We were thinking, have Wolves boomed them?
Yeah.
Have they taken them out of this fight already?
And
Set
yet,
down.
This मत कर यार से नहीं हार सकता है भाई.
Second half at Haven, a 7-5 half that didn't go their direction, and then they win the pistol and get back in.
भाई यहाँ से नहीं हार सकता bro. यहाँ से नहीं हार सकता bro.
They've been electric on map 3.
There's grit here with this GENG squad. Grit.
मत कर रहे यहाँ से नहीं हार सकता भाई. Texture jet पे.
They want a
Texture
chance
jet
at
पे
earning
यहाँ से
another
नहीं हार
trophy for
सकता.
their cabinet. Dilated back, slow up on top of it, GENG.
अच्छा पीछे भगाया.
Respect it.
अच्छा पीछे भगाया. Perfect util पीछे भगाने के लिए.
All that just to insert Leaf into a 4 position.
And a big gamble coming out of the tactical timeout too. GENG are super happy to go for those. Munchkin just with an outlaw, defending B essentially on his own. Reckons that he can get out of danger if he misses the shots.
Drone's going to be clear.
बोला था टेक्सचर कुत्ता बनाएगा बंस भाई. एकदम कुत्ता ने बनाया.
Very confident.
अच्छा खेला भाई. G2 पे अच्छा खेला लेकिन मेन क्या प्रॉब्लम है मालूम है? जब भी टेक्सचर इतना एक्सक्लूसिव होता है ना, टीम को बहुत औरा एडवांटेज मिलता है रे. प्लस ऐश कुछ ज़्यादा स्टेप अप कर लिया. समझ रहे हो?
Oh, and they're so tepid here,
Yeah.
G2.
Texture का
They think
impact
there's more
बहुत
players from
ज़्यादा है,
Gen G
लेकिन
ready to deny. Okay,
Ash
going
जो
backwards,
step
picking up
up
the
किया ना,
ult. If they can now get a plant for free, suddenly there's a res online. And Leaf, he might have an opportunity to backstab. But Foxy9's awareness has been unbelievable so far on this map.
Watching for it. Res is available. Bring one of your players back into the fray. Pick and choose. You choose Trent. He's been monstrous in the clutch. They need it now more than ever. Gen G are slowly getting a grip onto the site. Leaf is that backup policy, but this is explosive. Dash across and forwards as an operator in his bloody hands. Matters not. The weaponry. Texture a spoon. He's going to make you mince meat. Going to be denying this one though. G2 getting onto the plant, wrapping around. And the situation is pressing right now for Kairon. Now the Swarm forced out into the open. Isolates the first kill. Shot dart, lay it down and Trent.
अच्छा खेला
Saves.
2 hashtags is already gone. घर आज 2 और जाएंगी.
Back from Death's Cold Embrace.
घर सर्वा.
And he's able to deliver the round for G2. What a look
बाप
from
खेला
Leaf
G2
as
रन
well.
बाप खेला.
Somehow managed to evade all of the rest of the players, and they've recovered a 5v3 round. Yes, they got a res out in the middle of that. So it ended up being mostly a 4v5, but still, I mean, danger lurked around every corner. G2 navigated it. And they are going to have to do that so many more times in a row, though.
भाई कमबैक नहीं हो सकता है भाई जनजी है भाई
No real avenue
मूड में
for
टेक्सचर
mistakes.
में
It's got to be basically perfection from here if G2 want a run at this.
Has to be the first of many. Gen G.
यही एक चीज है जो मेरे को नहीं अच्छा लगता जब मालूम है कि वो लोग और के लिए लड़ने वाले हैं पे टेक्सचर एक इससे दूर था
Munchkin though.
तो स्पिट शॉटगन कॉम्बो करने का एम
trying to get active, trying to get into the fight and the fray. Kairon by his side.
लड़के जैसा पहला मैच गया था
Actually quite a lot of threats already dealt with
लेकिन जैसा
Texture run out of knives, Munchkin
लेकिन जैसा पहला मैच गया था उसके बाद टेक्सचर अच्छा कमबैक किया obviously एशियन टीम काफी सक्सेस खेला
This round navigated pretty well for G2. But at some point, we've got to bring the discussion back to what we were talking about on Lotus. It's the ults for the team that's up massively in this spot. Think about the next time the rifles are going to be online.
Yeah.
You know, Foxy9's going to have a lockdown to be able to work with. The Viper's Pit, this defense is going to be reinforced by massive ultimates in round 18. And that's if G2 can navigate danger here. Because there's still a bit of spice in the
एक मार के मरना है next round secure
फिर towards the back of the site. It's a fight to be occurring here, and that's it. Shots fired on either side. Texture is how committed onto it. They're trying to drop and jump all the way straight up, trying to take this fight. It's a weird and wacky one indeed. Double face, double call. Trent delivers again. His team needed it most here, but that's time earned off. And there's no hope in hell for Texture. Maybe a gun reclaimed.
Damage to the economy, though, would still be really useful, right? I mean, I don't think he's really going to get an opportunity. He's on the exact opposite side of the map. But you think about one of the big talking points we've had throughout Haven and Icebox. It's that even when G2 win, they're winning by close margins that don't allow their economy to boom. This time, though, 4 players surviving, 3 rifles kept. And the economy should be in an all right state. It's the ults instead that I'm looking at. Because Munchkin with a Phantom and a Viper's Pit. And on the other side, Foxy9's lockdown. And no Sova ult from Trent. Not even close.
How do you break it?
So this one is going to be really tough. It should be Gen G if they execute it well, getting up to match point.
Through mid though, that's Texture with an off. He's going to be taking an early peek. Smoked off into his face. Ash. Burns up his own. Hunter's Fury.
Faking the double teleport play there, Valen.
Cut last round में वो लोग ने जेट को अल्ट दे दिया ये राउंड भी तो को अल्ट
trying
दे
to pull
दिया
eyes, trying to pull
वो
attention.
रोकना पड़ेगा
Hoping
यार
that he's freed up a little bit of B main.
The weight of the world is probably what's feeling like right now on G2. You got to just keep it together one round at a time, but the ults are such a problem.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, Munchkin has not decided to use the Viper ult in this round. He's not even in a position, only just now, where he could use it off info, off noise on B.
इसके साइड है भाई sorry भूल गया था
It's going to be a problem.
And the Sova ultimate.
नाक को जा रहा है ये मैच के बीचों बीच
coming out, drone, paranoia, lying in wait. Towards Belch, a couple of jiggles, and they finally see it, they receive it. Hearing that operator, that's the acknowledgement they were looking for. Kara on TP.
Nice.
Gets the hell out of there. There's
वो लोग भी नहीं जा
35
सकते.
seconds left.
ना.
Where are you going,
ना.
G2?
ना.
He rips the ultimate early. That could have been a death blow if he'd just been able to hold on to that and realize they were going B.
It does indeed, but Munchkin now could just be lying in wait.
अभी अगर सो अल्ट मारता B के लिए.
Going to be dealt with. He's trying to find that timing. He does press himself forwards into a pit. At least, but he's gone. Down and out texture. Trying to get instinctual as a dart. Okay, wall in his face and a dash backwards. Jonah P. At least finds Foxy 9. The spike is planted. Mad dash.
The fuck?
I mean, so far, this has been the biggest fumble with the ultimates that you could possibly ask for G2. It's actually allowed them an opportunity to right the ship and avoid the snowball.
Texture creeping. Leaf has his teammates back. He'll step no further. GENG still trying to make a go of things. But time has bled away from them here at G2. In the midst of all of that chaos, somehow persevere.
That is a miracle round for G2. Very little time on the clock. With a Silver and a Viper's Pit to navigate around, and a lockdown as well. Somehow, GENG kind of whip on the execution of they're committing to A and rips this overall early, instead of saving it for a spike tap.
One enemy remaining.
Munchkin is under enormous amounts of pressure and decides to go for a risky Viper's Pit, and he gets caught.
And I think the pressure is starting to see signs of it crumbling, perhaps. GENG immediately call the timeout. There's a panic button being hit. They have that ability. It's only the first timeout they've actually used because they have been in control, but that's signs that things are getting away from them.
Yeah, I think you can tell that just from the outside, the comms that things got rattled there for GENG. They lost in spectacular fashion against Wolves, up at the half, in complete control of the game. Somehow, Wolves made outrageous comebacks against them on map 1 and map 2 to knock GENG down to the lower bracket. GENG are in control here. It should be G2 going home. It's only a short trip for some of the guys, especially for Jonah P. But if they lose control of this map, it would be devastating for the Korean squad. And now, you know, the ult snowball kind of flips the other way. Leaf one away, Trent starting to get up to it. Another res online for Jorgamo.
Here.
It feels possible now in a way that it shouldn't have been.
GENG को पता भी नहीं क्या हुआ है उनके साथ. मेरे वजह से नहीं है.
It's a balancing act between these two teams. As you said, it feels possible.
मेरे को कैसे गाली पड़ती है बीच में. Shakal bhai, thank you for the $5 with Jan Toads.
Wanted to go for it. Leaf might be getting pressed upon here, tested, asked to deliver, and he finds himself ahead.
एक काम करते हैं, टेस्ट करते हैं. मेरे वजह से कि नहीं, ठीक है? Next round, G2 जीतेगा. Clean.
Still slips his way through, but look at that util.
Next round G2 जीतेगा.
Paramount to try and push him out and away with a paranoia. Foxy 9
4 lane होएगा.
Out into the open. What a monstrous
11,
shot. Jumping to set them up, but still
9.
G2 have the weaponry, they have the guns.
11-9.
Rifles in hand. And it is cheeky plays on order. Leaf
seems like
will take that timing happily. You can hear it. Scuffling of footsteps. And he knows exactly where he is.
That's really nice.
Chalo.
Even maximizing the ultimates then. Throwing the spike over to Trent
11,
in the 4v1, realizing that they've comfortably got the round
and
they can get closer to a Hunter's Fury.
अगर मैं जिंक्स नहीं निकला, तुम लोग चुपचाप स्ट्रीम को लाइक करके 10 के लाइक्स करोगे इंस्टेंट, ठीक है? और sorry Binks भाई, I'm so sorry.
But they haven't been able to put it together
क्या
at
बोलते
the
हैं?
same time in an eco round.
कि मैं तेरे को बोला वाला इंग्लिश में जो भी बोलते हैं.
4 in a row for G2.
I'm so sorry. I doubted you ऐसा, ठीक है?
Weapons back though, including this operator. But
G2
are
नहीं
not
लिखना
heading
है
towards
गांडो.
it.
GENG still have all the tools. Nalas one dealt with. Important one to break. Allows Karen to just stay perched up.
I mean, it looks to me like Karen wants to try to deny Leaf's ultimate. He's got this smoke here so that he can punish Leaf as he gets close.
Did he hear it? Not sure if it was a silent jump up or not, but a drone clearing forwards. Karen, another one, and he's missed the timing onto that one. Just trying to back out, evacuate, exit. He's got coverage and he's got backup. A lockdown for a lockdown.
Can Valen throw a smoke to allow Jonah P to lurk up past this turret?
Insane.
He doesn't have one online just yet. But I could imagine that Jonah would be calling for it right now.
Sneaking and crawling. GENG trying to fill up that space towards A once more.
Oh, they're smoking off the alarm bot instead, making it feel like a threat underneath Tube, hoping that Jonah P can squeeze onto somebody.
Pressure onto the B players now. It's flipped. Munchkin and Texture.
But nobody B main for G2.
They've got to do it. Valin off from the side there.
Down B.
Kills exchange is traded out. Foxy9 in through mid, and again, this game of timings, it could happen to any possible player. Leaf wins his, Ash wins out. Jonah P is spotted though, out towards it, top towards Kitchen, and Ash is in a precarious spot. Where do you run? The entirety of site is gained by G2. B main control is still theirs. Peeking out wide though, Texture's not scoped up for it. Is slipping away from GENG. They've got to try and answer back here. Trent is lucky. Doesn't go down to that one, and GENG at the ones, falling, crumbling. Ash in a 1v2. The time ticking. Entrenched positions here from the G2 players. Snake bite Ash, sticking, half. Earns himself a possibility, but against two players it would have to be ridiculous. Tap, not being forced out. G2, far too collected.
What a round, what composure there from G2. Original game plan of going over towards A with the lockdown stifled. But Jonah P's lurk position up Tube allowed them that mid-round possibility. Gave an option for Valin to move the chess pieces around and checkmate.
Not me.
GENG's defensive setup. Karen and Texture were in a tricky position down there towards yellow, but they couldn't make anything happen. Trent's kill on Texture was massive. And despite having 21 kills right now across 20 rounds, Texture has slowed down a bit with the impact. He hasn't quite been able to find those opportunities with his operator. And G2, 5 in a row. Something at this tournament is causing GENG to not be able to close out maps cleanly. And it could kill him.
Second timeout for GENG, the last one left here. Might be ahead for now, but they have been losing grip of the series. G2 is not a team you want to allow in.
Mera real prediction bolu.
And they will take a mile. G2 are hunting their own chance of redemption. Chance to continue their story in this tournament. A chance to even make it to the finals.
Real prediction
the wrongs of Bangkok. And they're hungry for it. You can tell. The energy has flipped.
GENG had all the belief. 11-4 up. They felt like they were immortal. It was their destiny. And now I think you're absolutely correct, Brent. The hope is starting to kindle in the hearts of G2. In fact, it's already there. I mean, you can see how they're playing.
Yeah.
GENG forced down
टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए तो G2 के पास अल्ट हैवी और जोनअप का भी अल्ट आने वाला तो टेक्निकली अगर इन डेप्थ तुम लोग देखोगे तो G2 can win.
Just left him correcting for the wrong angle. Keron puts him down, puts him to bed. Jonah P no longer that threat onto the lurks. Deep push out through mid.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो जोनअप का अल्ट आ गया जो मैं बोला था कि आएगा वो आ गया देखो आ तो गया है
a heavy investment bodies arriving.
He's got Trent as well for support.
GENG just trying to do the best here. Check Texture might just get chopped down to the knees, and meanwhile this fight taking place. Yes, chopped down indeed. Cut down before he can make a stand and an attempt off this one. Ash. He's forward now, rifle in hand, and G2 make the call. No hesitation, trying to flip this one around. Paranoia still catches. They're trying to take out Foxy9 before he can get going. Trading up towards the top. Valin. Lights out with the calling, with the plays. G2
10-11.
10.
It's time to go
mid-round calling there from G2. After losing Jonah P early,
it's time to go.
You've always got the opportunity to go back and try to clear that flag, but instead, calling for the fast pivot in, realizing GENG were playing retake on A. They got a free plan.
Language.
Force the fight into Foxy9. Look at the ult situation.
And
this is why that round, I think it was 18, was so important. Because GENG had their chance to go up to 12, and they squandered it. Now G2, with all of the advantages, looking to equalize.
25 सेकंड बचा है वहाँ पे फ्लोर अपना वो है वाइपर स्मोक है नेड है तो वो अल्ट है फिर भी
Total it overall, it's full side control now for G2. Slight gap, potentially over. But a pit now is going to be removing all of those sight lines. How do GENG play into this?
Save. 11-11. अभी से save कर रहे हैं.
They're backing away. They're saving.
Giving up already?
They're giving up the round.
Chat, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be super close, chat.
A freebie.
It's a freebie, and on the precipice.
Pacific के साथ क्यों हो रहा है chat?
It feels similar in a mirrored way to what we saw at the end of Haven. I think the score even there was like 10-10, 11-11, something like that. Where Leaf, he won a 1v1. And then G2 decided to
सारे Pacific teams एक जैसे कैसे हैं?
You're so right. If there's any chance for GENG though, listen. Man towards the side. Stray shots, peeking out. Leaf, he's found it.
Denied a weapon. And Foxy9, he only had 50 credits to his name. That's a timid call from GENG, but who knows, with the benefit of hindsight at the end of this map, at the end of this match, maybe it's the right one. 7 rounds in a row, after an 11-4 lead to tie the game back up.
Blessed with an absolute banger of a map and a series overall.
0.1% chance.
G2 are ready to run away with it. It's up to GENG to stop them now.
हार सकते 0.1%.
Looking for a tag early so that Trent can lead with 100 Fury.
क्योंकि अगर तुम लोग deep down देखोगे,
not given anything though for GENG.
It was tucked tight to Gen.
और बस ult है, लेकिन अपने पास jet है.
Shocks forward here. The drone needs to be taken care of.
And Texture hasn't had a big round in a while.
Crouched up, off angle, hoping to take out a belt player. Wherever else he may be aiming. This is 5 players of G2 grouped up.
The thing is though, if Texture swings and takes a risk here and goes 1-for-1, Jorg's just going to get the res. So you kind of disincentivized to play aggressively here as the Jet on defense.
Placing swarm grenade.
And that swarm was intended for a turret. That's in a different spot entirely.
And it really makes it feel like G2 are making a call to go back in towards B. This is going to keep 3 players solidified, cemented on B, leaving Texture alone.
Texture is alone.
Oh, shit.
One of our players in the MVP running, he's lit up like a bloody Christmas tree, and he has to try and back the hell out. Counter spam, trying to follow the traces.
Oh shit.
He's forced to give this one up. Down on the other side of things, not dealt with in time. Jordan forced to just back away. There's 27 seconds left. GENG, they got players in. Trying to play this one a bit fast and loose. The wall up through onto one of the angles. Asus dropped down. Will there be kills to be collected? Will there be kills to be claimed? Fallen with the movement and the Hunter's Fury.
Bro.
Push them back to the brink. GENG are desperate now.
किससे करेंगे retake?
They group up to last hurrah to try and get themselves to 12 to prevent G2 from getting to 12, but they give it up.
It's a save again! They're accepting the fact, and G2 immediately on the hunt.
No remorse!
Looking to try to deny the guns, deny the weaponry. Leaf, knife out, running them down. The hunt is on.
And they can feel it. Throw caution to the wind, claim the kills, claim their lives. You will take nothing further into the next. Munchkin trying to stay alive, but to no avail. G2 are up to series point.
How have we got to this position? We were talking all throughout Haven and Icebox of grit and tenacity.
11-4 यार.
Back into this game.
11-4.
This out. It was 11-4, and it's writ all over Texture's face. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and he can't find his footing in this game anymore.
Round 24, potentially the most important round in these players' careers for this year, for this match, for this event.
0.1%.
A bit more aggression here from GENG at the start of the round. They're not afraid at least to put their bodies on the line and go down, break that turret. But it is Munchkin alone, still defending B as other players rotate away from him. Entirely the wrong read.
Munchkin, he's alone doing this. He hears the U-turn of Paranoia. It's a good connection inside the smoke, though, dominating the angle. Shots are fired, wrapping around him though. He's caught that timing and there's a bullet to the back of the dome. Leaf, instant correction, traded out, and the wall is still up for the safe plant. Ults are online. GENG playing for overtime. G2 playing to close this out. Lockdown to Hunter's Fury committed. An ult for an ult.
भाई अगर ये अल्ट के है ना, you should be already yellow.
Waiting patiently. Util to come back online. Smokes
already
are blooming, blossoming.
ये yellow का retake
Fuel is
का
up.
time
Players are set
same
in
like
their
they are
position.
waiting for the killjoy.
But Texture's gone. G2. Even a hero. Even a miracle team. They're looking to put the fear of God into everyone at this event. That is a miracle comeback. History. Legendary match there from G2. GENG should have had it wrapped
11-4.
A 7-round
भाई G2 बाप के लगे.
11-4 the score, and G2 win
G2 बाप के
every
लगे.
single round from there. That is unbelievable. The way
G2
in
बाप
which
के लगे.
GENG have collapsed from this tournament is remarkable. Up in all of the important moments against Wolves and against G2, but G2 would not give up, would not give in.
11-4 यार.
I think they have changed the narrative at this tournament today. Heartbreak on the faces of these GENG players. I said it earlier, but of these events, no one's thinking about 5th, 6th.
No, Binks yes.
It's an earlier exit than they wanted, but for now we are celebrating G2. They've earned the right to continue on one hell of a run.
By bichara texture, yeah.
I can't even imagine what's going through their heads, and I feel for the GENG guys as well. But that kind of comeback does not happen often.
क्या does not come often? देखो अभी 2 दिन से क्या हो रहा है? Does not come often. रोज comeback कर रहे teams बेंच रोज.
G2, they proved it again, but the question on my mind is, how do they do it? I am going to come over here and join the fans with Jogamo right now and find out, Jaw, how on earth did you make that comeback on Icebox?
I don't even know how we made that comeback. It is what it is, but we know we're the most disciplined team, so we're going to keep doing our thing, you know what I'm saying?
It required a lot of individual brilliance from every single one of you.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ उसको एक बार पूछो, if you are the most disciplined team, how are you losing 11-4 dude करके? पूछो ना एक बार उसको, एक बार पूछो ना, मेरे को जानना है, एक बार पूछो उसको. 11-4.
Our storyline is going to be insane.
Oh, it is that comfort zone. Follow me, follow me. Valen was going crazy on the stage. I need to get some energy from this man, my captain, my IGL. Tell me what is going through your mind right now. You got your revenge.
Guys,
I didn't even hear the question, but I heard revenge, and yes, we did. Oh my God, bro, I'm shaking right now. But, you know, I really didn't want to leave today because this crowd has been phenomenal. And let me tell you what, we're gonna win this shit for NA. Let's go!
कट्टू मेरा PRX है उधर.
You know, look, you were the favorites coming into this tournament after losing in the upper bracket. As you know, people always like to doubt you. They pray for your downfall. So tell the crowd, tell the fans why you are the favorites, why they should be with you all the way.
Because we have the best resilience out of any team. This brotherhood, the way we hype each other up, I was like, guys, should I peek pipes again? They're like, yeah, Jay, go, peek them. And man, the trust, the brotherhood, the resilience in this team is why we're going to win this tournament.
I fully believe in you. Toronto, let them hear why
Hey,
you still
G2
believe
अच्छा तो
in
खेला
G2.
भाई G2 अच्छा तो खेला. टाइटल चेंज हो जाता तो. Hey, how about I change the title to G2 versus GENG, SEN HARA versus Fnatic. ऐसा? कौन हारेगा नेक्स्ट चैट? SEN HARA versus Fnatic. कर दिया टाइटल चेंज. यूज करके टेक्सचर को रुला दिया। Who are we? FNC. Who are we? यार टेक्सचर के लिए बुरा लग रहा है भाई, जेन्युइनली बोल रहा हूँ। बंदे ने अपना ऑल इन दिया इवेंट में यार। अच्छा भाई ऐसा हारना पसंद नहीं है बे। 0.1% मत करो भाई, मजाक से हटकर अगर 13-5, 13-6, 13-7 हारते ना तो चलता है, मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि भाई सामने वाले ने बहुत अच्छा खेला। पीछे गया मेरा, ऐसा लगता है बे, ऐसा वाला यार। थोड़ा स्कोर बोल देते तो 2-0 फिर से। यहाँ से नहीं कर सकता ब्रो। बिंक्स 20-20 क्या सुपर चैट करेंगे, गालियां पेल रहे हो भाई। जिंक्स कर लेते हो, फेनेटिक को करना है अब जिंक्स। मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ किसको जिंक्स। नेक्स्ट मैच सेन जीता दो प्लीज, जिंक्स ना करना। मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ किसको जिंक्स, मेरे ऊपर नहीं है। इसमें ऑनेस्टली टेक्सचर का गलती कुछ ज्यादा नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था यार। बेचारा इतना सेक्सी खेला बे। ऐश भी कितना बाप खेला यार भाई। 11-4 था भाई। गाइस गाइस मत करो, कोई रिप्लाई में किया ना वेर आर यू, एक और बार गाइस क्वेश्चन मत करना पड़ेगा अपने को, समझ रहे हो। कैसे बे भाई, तीसरा कमबैक है भाई, ये तीसरा भाई। हेटर, अरे मैं नहीं, कोई तो चैट में बोला, मैं पढ़ा हूँ सिर्फ। फर्स्ट मैप टाइटल पढ़ो विशाल भाई, टाइटल पढ़ो। डोंट आस्क मी फर्स्ट मैप क्वेश्चन मार्क। टाइटल में क्लियर कट लिखा है सेन हारा, आज फेनेटिक जीता। 2-0 फेनेटिक। मैप 1 फेनेटिक, मैप 2 फेनेटिक, मैप 3 फेनेटिक। मैं तो बोलता हूँ बेस्ट ऑफ 7, 5, 10 करके 5 मैप फेनेटिक विन। आज हु आर वी फेनेटिक, हु आर वी फेनेटिक होने वाला है। एब्सोल्यूट फैंटास्टिक होने वाला है अभी, सिनेमा नहीं, एब्सोल्यूट फैंटास्टिक। चलो कोई ना, ये तो आज फिर मेरे का टीम बाहर होने वाली ही है। आज नहीं तो कल, वो तो है भाई, लेकिन अपना ऐसा नहीं भाई। एम था कि नहीं अपना मैप भाई। 11-4, 25 सेकेंड बचा है। नेड है प्लांट पे, सोवा अल्ट है प्लांट पे। एक साथ अल्ट मार के एकदम बूम बाम रिकॉन अल्ट घुसो, जिधर भी हो रहा है जिससे टैब सुनाई दिया घुसो। 25 सेकेंड है, कियोस प्रो मैक्स। और कियोस में कौन चैन करता है? टेक्सचर भाई। पहले अल्ट की कोई नहीं आ रहा था यार। अगर अल्ट खींच के डरा के उनको बी भगा रहे तो कोई रहना चाहिए ना बी पे। कोई नहीं था, अकेला वाइपर था भाई। शशिधर भाई देंगे तो 179 मेरी जान कट रहे। प्लीज आप सेन को सपोर्ट करो। एक्सक्यूज मी फेनेटिक बेबी भाई। क्लोज किस यार, ये टिल्ट हो गया हूं मैं।
Just focus on my voice, let me call.
चलो फेनेटिक देखते हैं अभी।
You know, lead them.
Nice, good job, boys. We're so in there. Hey, same thing as
इसमें जो कुछ खाने को भी एक भूख लग गया मेरे को अभी।
If I had to choose a good duo in our team, It has to be me and Zelsus.
Pacific से
the
3
best of
टीम
friends,
क्वालिफाई किया
obviously.
था अब एक
The
बचा
two alts of
है
the team.
We got
अभी last
very
week
young
एक
as
ही
a
बचा
team.
रहेगा ना
Last year we were probably a lot older, to be
No,
honest.
three
We
teams
picked up
select
banging.
होने वाली
They've
है
been
एक ही
honestly
बचा रहेगा
amazing.
कितने
I
team
can't
खेलती
complain.
जाएंगे
Obviously, it's taken us
बाकी
a
लोग
while to get
खेलने
used to
आए
each
कि
other,
खाना
but
खाने आए
we've got
फिर
there. They're both playing very well. They've really integrated themselves into the team, and they're showing their skills on stage. So I'm happy to call them my teammates.
Shooter. Nice. One more. Hit him. I'm poking.
We're so in there, baby.
Good retake. Let's go.
I've heard of this guy.
It's very important to get along well with your teammates. Like, your synergy outside the game is going to translate inside the game. We just enjoy each other's company, so it doesn't really matter for us what we do. Like, it could be watching an NBA game or whatever. Like, doesn't matter. It's always fun.
Coming through. Flash for you. Yeah, flash on. I'm facing Marsh. Two after. Race fade. Hand. Two hands. Hand. Main. One hand. Main. Nice shot. Let's go. Go, Sean. Go.
I think my biggest advice to people trying to balance life or Valorant and the gym, for example, do it tired, do it whatever, you know, just make sure it gets done. And I think that's the biggest thing. I think all humans forget that they want everything to be perfect, so they don't do things that they should be doing because they're scared of not being perfect at it. I think you just have to do it. Listen, as a player, you guys barely see my legs, so you don't need to do leg day. You just need to do all upper body. That's what wins you Masters.
Sen City, here to play, here to stay.
Thank you guys for watching. I hope this was as entertaining to watch as it was for me to film.
Thanks for watching.
I'll see you guys next time.
G2, after that dramatic win, managed to stave off elimination, bringing us down to 5 teams, and soon we're going to be left with 4. Welcome back, everyone, to day 10 of Masters Toronto, and our second elimination match of the day. It's Fnatic versus the Sentinels. Golden Boy here alongside Kukuka as well as Mimi as we look to break everything down. And well, look, like our first matchup, this one also has some history, and this history actually leans quite nicely for the Sentinels because an organizational record, it is 3-1 in favor of Sentinels. But Mimi, we all know those are different rosters, different journeys those teams took, but it's still interesting to see the history there.
Yeah, now it's only poster left from the players who were on the stage in Reykjavik 4 years ago, but there is more recent history between these teams. They played in Champions Seoul just last year, and so trying to get that rematch now for two rosters that, well, if both had changes, have the same core, Kaya.
Yeah, exactly. And we're also speaking about the same circumstance. The second round of this lower Sentinels ended up sending Fnatic home and ending their run. But I still think that as a global, as we're looking at it, in the history, there's been various iterations of each of the teams, and they've changed so much that I feel like when Sentinels has been successful, Fnatic hasn't. They cannot be at the top together.
Interesting.
And they have a very similar kind of change since that game they played in Seoul. Both of these rosters lost storied players. TenZ and Sassy for Sentinels no longer on the roster. Some of the most experienced players there. Durka not on Fnatic anymore. The player who was with them since the very beginning. But both these squads have found new players that have filled those shoes well. And now they're in a position to yet again face in an elimination match and try and make top 3.
Oh yeah, it's a, this is exactly what you live for. If you just love this game, you love watching this game, you're gonna see two of the most prolific teams clash against one another. But let's go ahead and hear from a guy who knows a thing or two about these high pressure matches, and let's check in with Crashies.
I'm now joined by Crashies from Fnatic. Now, Crashies, you've been such a mainstay of America's Valorant, and now you're in the EMEA region. But today you have a chance to kind of complete a little bit of that redemption, eliminate an America's team that you used to be a rival against. So how much does that motivate you, and do you think you've learned enough from EMEA to be able to take them down?
Definitely motivates me. I mean, obviously, like you said, I'm used to playing Sentinels. I played them a lot in my career. I kind of know how they play. And now I kind of have like the EMEA playstyle as well, so I feel like I have a little trick up my sleeve. So yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, thank you very much. I can't wait to see it.
The last time he played Sentinels, though, was in Stage 2 of Americas last year. NRG lost that match. That went on to be the same stage where I think a lot of the fans here will remember it was that choke against Cloud9 that eliminated that roster. He was no longer on the team after that, and he couldn't get any opportunities in America's Bea. He had to go all the way to Europe to get on another Tier 1 team.
Hey, we'll take him. We'll love him. We'll give him the love. We've brought it back to a global stage. On the other side, funny enough, you're speaking about Crashies going now to EMEA. On the other side, we have Narrate, who you didn't believe in. We believed in him. Put him in Tier 1. Funny enough, the last match that Narrate played on EMEA was against Fnatic, and they also lost. So it is also the redemption from both of the sides.
Oh,
Nobody
boy.
likes each other.
Yeah,
but
clearly.
But
you know what Fnatic does like? Bringing new ideas to the table because
They don't.
they were here. We saw some interesting stuff here. We saw
At least one new company.
Yeah, come on, you know.
That's news. That's big news.
Also, give me the ability to segue into that content, okay, Bea? Goodness gracious. No, I'm kidding, of course. But here's the thing, though. We did see some new ideas from this Fnatic team, which, to your point, Bea, is a thing that you don't see a lot from this Fnatic roster. But it goes to show how much they have grown over the course of time.
Exactly, and especially if we think about the fact that it was in Ascent, something that maybe we did not expect, and many teams, definitely RRQ, may have not predicted, because in Lotus, this composition we've seen from them for a very, very long time. Staple, same as for Haven. Those compositions they've shown for a very, very long time.
Binks support करूँगा, आप SEN को support करो.
Followed after, but then the one on Ascent, bringing in the Chamber and the Vice, is something that we did not expect, but could be something to identify.
It ended up being really fruitful, though. Alfier, starting on the attacking side of this map, had such great work. I love the way that not only was he finding value on the lurks, but on a lot of rounds he was entering with the team, setting up his TP gate in main, and then walking into these sites and basically just being a turret in the post plants, continuing to fight forward. That continued into the second half of this match as well. It's a great map for Alpha, a player who struggled earlier in this tournament, but stepped up big time when elimination was on the line.
And in many occasions, as you're saying, he has not been showing up. On Haven, for example, when we saw him with the ISO, he has us used to a performance that is off the charts. And it was not until Ascent where we saw him back in the chamber that I feel he was comfortable enough. The aggression that he was able to show, covering an A and putting all that pressure in the map, is if Alpha is having that kind of day, you better pray it doesn't happen until map 3.
Yesterday for Fnatic, when they played, that was for me showing that the veterans can step up to the guys who have been around for a while. Alpha, Chronicle, they both had really good matches. And it was for the most part, you know, looking towards guys like Kayak, that rookie player in the early stages for Fnatic. Everyone coming online in this lower bracket.
And then, of course, on the other side, though, you have Sentinels who, look, they had some great games here in Toronto, but that PaperX game, man, that split 13-3, Kukuka, an absolute thrashing. And even though Sunset went down to the wire, it was still PaperX's game. They walk away with that 2-0. And you know, Sentinels had to be mad about that.
Absolutely, especially the way that this Sunset ended with, was it John QT not being able to get that final kill, that sneak defuse literally in his face, well, across the smoke. But yeah, maybe go on.
Sorry, I just saw that Jing kill again, and I could not stop myself from bursting out, because it was just crazy what PaperX was doing. This map 1 was an absolute slaughter. They destroyed them. Sentinels, they looked shocked, right? The players weren't trading for each other. No one was hitting their shots. They were completely out of that. And it's heartbreaking for them to come really close on Sunset to making that comeback happen, to getting back into that game. But for them, fortunately, it doesn't come through. Now this lower bracket and a really tough opponent.
But for Fnatic, now that we were seeing those maps, they've always loved split. So for now, for today, it is a question mark if they're going to leave it open, showing what they showed yesterday in the phase that we saw when they played against PaperX.
Yeah, it's very true. But of course, you know, when you think about split and what who's going to be the players that will step up in those situations, got to always lean on the pride of New Jersey there, because you got Zekin, who could very well be the difference maker for this team, Mimi, as we saw him really perform in that PaperX game despite the loss.
Absolutely. Zekin has been really good in all of this tournament thus far for Sentinels. But in this game, he was one of the biggest reasons they nearly came back on Sunset. Had some really impactful rounds, especially on that defensive side. Still had the confidence up. And you reflect on this team here, you look at their failure in Bangkok. Zekken was the one right after they got eliminated from that tournament, sitting down and having the hard conversations with the team, criticizing himself, the other players, the team, really helping them to focus in on finding improvements for stage one. Many happy returns of the day. Made it to the final against G2, made it close, and are now here again. He's more than just a young gamer.
And speaking about conversations, back when we were in Madrid, the conversation about the MVP was still not a thing. We were still not handing out the bracelets, but that bracelet would have been for second. So he has now a chance to enter the conversation if he survives today to become the MVP of Toronto.
Ain't that the truth? Well, earlier Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with the captain of the squad. Here's John Cutie.
Cutie bolte.
Every day is a good day when we get to hear from the one and only John QT. Now, John, in these tournaments, as you know, it is very important to be able to recover after a tough loss. I wanted to ask you, what is your role when it comes to the emotional and the mental comebacks of Sentinels?
सीधा बाकी सारे गेम्स इजी है, टेंशन नहीं है हम लोग को। अपनी दोस्ती यारी स्ट्रांग है, बहुत मारेंगे सबको। PRX वाला मैच अनलकी था, लेकिन बाकी सारे मैच बहुत इजी है, स्पेशली आज Fnatic के सामने।
Yeah, it's making sure everyone is focused, motivated, and ready to make a run. Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
And you heard John mention that there. This guy took his team to a trophy in Madrid, and that was his first international appearance. And this guy managed to hoist the trophy over his head. You know he's got what it takes to lead this team to the promised land.
That was his rookie year after failing with MA. He got the big opportunity to play for Sen, to lead this team, and he led them out of the rut. It was Sentinels 2023. That was probably the worst year for this organization. And now, in his sophomore year as a leader, trying to beat
मेरे को एक बात बताओ,
and go on.
4400 में पिंक कैसे रेड होता है ना 2000 के बाद? क्या ये आईफोन कलर है क्या ये? हाँ, मतलब आईफोन वाले इतने अमीर है, एंड्रॉइड में 2000 में लाल होता है, 2000। आईफोन में सच्ची कभी आईफोन से मैंने लाल नहीं देखा। मैं चिप्स खा रहा हूँ टाइम पास, मेरे भूख नहीं है। क्या है, क्या मांगा, क्या मांगा? राइस बाउल, ठीक है। कुछ अच्छा प्रॉपर हैवी वाला अच्छा खाना मंगाना। आईफोन कलर।
See it. It's of course going to be a
thank
challenge
you
no
for the
matter how you slice it. Because on the one
499
side, you have a very game and prepared Fnatic that knows they have what it takes to go to the top. But on the other, you have Zekken and the boys who could very well lead the charge. Folks, let's bring out your two teams and welcome Sentinels and Fnatic.
चालू हो रहा चैट। W
versus Sentinels.
एक बार बोल दो, Fnatic ट्वीट देखो, टाइटल देखो, कहाँ से बोल दूं? Fnatic बोलते।
It's the last chance for EMEA versus the pride of the Americas. And it couldn't come down to two better teams in this situation, Kukuka. You have Fnatic, a squad that has time and time again proved to be one of the best the region has to offer, whereas Sentinels, they've been here before. They've lifted a trophy over their head, just like Fnatic have, so neither of these teams are shy from the spotlight.
And Fnatic have had such a resurgence since that kickoff. They are proved to feel renewed coming into this tournament. And as we take a look at the Omen map select, Sunset is going to be the first map. Sentinels wants to run it again. And of course, they've decided to ban that split after what happened yesterday against FavorX, Mimi.
It is interesting to see Fnatic picking into Ascent. When you watch them in EMEA, they're almost always picking Icebox or Split. Those are the big three. But a lot of those maps are a crossover with the strengths for Sentinels, whereas their Ascent a little less tested. And Fnatic, of course, this is the map where Alpha brought out the chamber and dominated Pacific's #1.
And I think that one of the reasons why they probably
अरे
went for
बेशरम
that
हार्बर
is
टरेट तो उठा लेता
they showed even 20% of what they have ready in that map, because we saw very repetitive rounds and an RRQ, and an RRQ that had no response to dealing with the Vice, dealing with the chamber. So I think that that is what gave them confidence for today. And also,
no hate.
Very specific, and we need to look at the coaching staff for that.
Yeah, and really Coach Kaplan as well as Coach Milan have their work cut out for them. Let's also dial the time back to Champs, because let's not forget, Sunset was the battleground where these guys first played when they face off against each other, Mimi, at Champions. It was a 13-11 scoreline in favor of the Sentinels, but that just goes to show you that this one really can fall either way.
It certainly can, and for the Sentinels here, I mean, they've always had a bit of a home ground on Sunset. Fnatic still trying to prove that map, show us what they have ready to go. If they can beat SEN there, then go into an Ascent, that is such a strong showing for them going into a lower round 3 against G2 after the break.
Yeah, definitely the map that Sentinels have prepared the most, and probably why we see all of those pictures. This Sunset every single time that they have the opportunity to do so. We've spoken about Second, how he set up, how he runs across the map, and the man on your screen
Are you
right now,
sure? I'm just about to cancel and
is going to face up one of the biggest challenges of his career today.
LOL.
Oh man, you can feel the energy in the air as well, Mimi. The fans are on their feet. Everyone's ready for this one because they know the stakes. Both of these teams thought that they would be contesting for a trophy right now when they face off against each other, but here they are fighting, scrapping for a top 4 placement. In the pressure, the pressure is on in a way that I don't think I felt before at a VCT global event for some reason. You feel it. It just, like the people, the anticipation's through the roof here.
It's there, but these are also two teams that feed off that energy. You've seen Zelsis, you've seen Boaster, probably this tournament's 2 best emotional leaders playing to this crowd here in Toronto, standing up, feeling that energy and channeling it to win, to make it to this point.
Round after round, we've been seeing.
345k. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Love you, yaar, Vicky. Love you,
yaar. You want Sentinels? It's wild, Kukuka.
It's very difficult to choose.
How can you?
If you're a Valorant fan, you want both of the teams to make it through, but of course that cannot happen. There can only be one survivor today. Can Sentinels bounce back from that loss yesterday, or is it going to be just like GENG and they're going to be defeated? I think that especially this first map, this Sunset is going to have a lot of tells in the first 6 rounds. I think that the team who deals better with the nerves of the situation that they're in will succeed.
All right, well, agent select now. See what we get. Zekin, of course, is going to be rocking that neon there, and see what we end up getting for both teams as they look to lock this one in, Mimi.
Fnatic really does not play Sunset. Since that game we talked about, where they lost to Sentinels, the only time they played it was their loss to GENG. This is very much uncomfortable territory for them, but with the map changes, being a team that permabans Pearl, they're going to have a good Sunset.
Yeah, coming into the tournament, having a permaban, being a team like Fnatic, but still having that downside of there's a place that we do not want to go in this Sunset that they've never liked. Now they're both combined together, right? You cannot ban both of them, and they had to be ready to face off Sunset. Again, the loss against GENG, there were many painful things happening. First of all, they won both pistols, and they were unable to convert any of the other anti-ecos afterwards. So that allowed their opponent to get in their hairs, to get the confidence, and get snowballing way before them.
This is it, folks. Last match before we lock in our top 4.
The pressure. The
audience, everyone in here is losing their minds as they get ready for this game. You see everything all locked in and ready to go. And you got to wonder, who wants it more? Toronto, who do you think wants it more? Do you think Sentinels want it more? Do you think Fnatic want it more? Oh boy, the crowd is ready for this one, folks. Let's do this. It's EMEA's last stand, so it's only fitting that we send it over to Pansy and Hypoc on the mic.
And look, I'm not above sending them home with a smile on my face. Mike, this is a tale of 2 Titans in Toronto. A matter of survival now. We start on sunset. Where's your mind going?
Yeah, I don't want to say it's a little bit of a surprise. Obviously, I think Sentinels, no shocker there to lean into.
Yes, absolutely.
shout out ho jata to.
Again, everything on
Give
the
an
line.
shout out to you, meri jaan ke tote.
Basically losing for both of these teams, and some concerning losses previously, the more so being that Gen G loss for Fnatic.
Oh, it is heavy weighted, right? There's a lot to be looked at here between the two. Anything about the composition standing out to you? Is it literally going to come down to who wants it more? I mean, GB was saying it, and I agree. This is one of those grudge matches where you've got to turn up on the day.
Any given Sunday, it's the form that's going to decide this one. No surprise, maybe some tweaks along the way, but we should have an absolute banger to open the series. See things for Fnatic set up outside A right now, and actually a heavier stack for Sentinels. Narrate actually caught sights of. Fnatic will proceed forwards.
Yep, and already Celsius with an opportunity. Doesn't get too much pressure, and avoiding that paranoia allows him a little bit more breathing room. Kayak would love to squeeze that away from him. Good shot from Bang though, and again that spike hesitant so far, but it's actually a little further ahead. So they're trying to carve a path forward. Fnatic looking for some more options. And they're not allowing that already. Denial in front of them, obvious and broad as daylight. Sentinels off to the start they wanted.
Fnatic almost playing into that pinch there, a little desperate to try and recover. Just too much damage done on the way in. Seemingly find the opener they needed, but it's Bang to really turn this back.
One enemy remaining.
We were just talking as well, Kayak, this is probably the biggest challenge he's faced so far in terms of the head-to-head today.
Set baby!
You cannot doubt that.
इंडिया वाले कितने के लिए विजिट है अभिषेक भाई ये मैच के बाद है ना सेन वर्सेस सेन उसके बाद है अपना
tournament after tournament he's always been exceptional for Kayak. It's a
इसके बाद अपने मैच है रुके रहो बस
speak of the man and he'll show you why. Quick to Kayak and Boast are going to feel that.
भाई ये MVP जीत रहा है bro.
And Zen don't want to allow Fnatic to get off even the starting blocks.
Slow down round 2 off the rip here.
Huh?
It's Alpha with a Sheriff though. He's the one that's probably going to look for a pick. Right, almost entertaining the idea. Actually the trade-off, Alpha down to 20 already. So going to keep that Sheriff in check for the time being.
Right here.
Taking
Bang pussy देखो chat.
Down mid. I gotta say for me as well, Bang is such an unsung hero of the Sentinels team. I mean, there's a lot of highlight players, right? There's a lot of personality to that Sentinels side, but Bang is always such a safe pair of hands, such a solid player. And Alpha, it's a nice shot. I need a whole lot more of those.
एक और मारेगा तो that's
like
good
Narrate
damage.
would like to close his count down, and he does. Safety found for Sentinels in the first 2. Rather unfazed thus far.
It's pretty comfortable as well, carrying across 4 of the weapons here, recovery. Well, that's going to deter Fnatic initially. Slow things down for their buy round.
इनका एजेल कौन है?
The upper hand for sure.
इसके पहले एक भैया का इंटरव्यू क्यों लिया? इसे मजा आ रहा था करके क्या?
Don't expect him to be at the forefront of this buy
इन लोग
round,
आईजेल का इंटरव्यू लिया इसके पहले.
takes a widespread default.
आईजेल कौन है? मैं हूँ.
From Fnatic.
I like this.
Just putting out the feelers. Yeah, Zach on a deep angle.
Logo.
Yeah, it's
मैं नींबू मिर्च लगाए नो नजर. Logo में.
Against staying up for too long, but an initial show of force. You can see a little bit of a deeper exploration over towards that A side as well, putting up that space second. Still with this line. No light shields on the other side, so it won't have that same validity, but it can certainly do some good chip. Kayak going to be feeling the brunt of that down to 10, and that's an early big bit of damage.
और पूरा info दे रहा है कि बी नहीं है. एजो. ब्रीच अभी बेस से भागेगा ये.
Extremity here. Bang called upon.
इसके.
Actually just shoulder the ankle there, knife out.
देख रहा था मेरी कान पर डीडीसी.
Get away with no damage actually.
हो गया. W round sen.
In the right place for Sentinels, and 45 seconds left on the clock.
Bro, don't tell me ये लोग B पे करके वापस से जाने वाले.
B to once again pull that rotation.
Oh my God! Last 10 second वाला round है ये.
Yeah. Players maybe just keeping an eye on if you kind of want to put Bang into the equation, but for Sentinels, they're not giving Fnatic opening chances. They're not allowing them these picks. Even Zekken, who did have that deeper line initially towards B, slipped back towards Pillar. Again, playing these deeper angles, and Kayak. Whoa, banging shot though, barely alive, and he lands. It's that second removed. Zelsis then going to try and find some timing. 14 seconds of Fnatic looking for the plant. Alpha gets it done. Zelsis maintaining the space. But the rotations are coming in.
Here, actually could get overwhelmed towards CT. But
Final ball, Sentinels, baby.
Another one.
That's 10 HP. He's found two. Finally caught in the heels by Bang. But you're looking for both now.
Sentinels, Vishal bhai, Sentinels.
The head is Bang. Again, step after step. 2 kills for him.
Ekdam final, 2-0 Sentinels.
Now looking for Fnatic to try and find some sort of answer. Can't get locked out of sight here. Zelsis actually doubles down.
An unknown position, but now given away. But Zelsis! It's a 3K and it's dreamy from him. You know he's standing up. You know he's reminding them of who they are on this server. That retake. Really special stuff here. Kayak though, heroics with 10 HP, but instantly Sentinels fighting it back in off the back of Bang.
Bhai ye kya mara?
Just makes Fnatic a little cautious to continue pressuring towards CT.
Ooh, frustration on Boaster.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a fumble here on the bonus, but all credit due to Sentinels to convert.
I'm out of here.
Minimal investment here, a Guardian, a couple of Sheriffs. Some stingers. It's only the neural theft available for Fnatic. So not much to pull into round 4 here.
No, and it feels rather similar, doesn't it, to almost that second round. Second over towards.
Very tempered early rounds here from Fnatic.
Bhai info देखो बैंक कितने info दे रहे chat. Info की वजह से देखो क्या हो रहा है.
Not necessarily any.
2 mid 2 B. Crossfire Pro Max.
So far from Sentinels, so.
Okay, small. Oh!
So
God,
snappy.
Damn, that was quick. And Zelsis not feeling particularly pressured. He can just cycle those one ways still. He knows that market pressure is now a little bit less deadly, but okay, these shots are hitting a while.
इसके पास भी stinger है.
Almost didn't finish his dinner.
Zekken का kill रहा है.
Dives in, removes. It's
Zekken का
easy
kill रहा है
for
chat.
Sentinels. Not a sentence I expected to be saying yet, but they don't look phased at all.
Coasting through these early rounds. Fnatic probably need to get a grip on things pretty early on.
I was going to say,
wouldn't be surprised to see an early timeout here.
Oh.
And haven't really forced these sort of adjustments from Sentinels just yet. Zekken happy to stand his ground.
Fnatic और Sentinel same region के क्या? हाँ, दोनों टोरंटो से.
Early pump of the brakes from Fnatic.
They look cold, Mike. It feels like they're, you know, not getting much say in the way these rounds go. We've seen how deep Sentinels are sitting, making them really play to try and get into these sites, trying to take that market control that's not working. I mean, Zekken's been controlling that like a champion, right? Every time, hard to clear. Then you could throw in Zelsis to the mix. You're Bang playing it back in from kind of top middle. He's been excellent, 7-1 already. Yeah, Kayak's had a couple moments, but none of it's felt like it's a threat to the round yet.
Like I said, until they can force an adjustment, put basic Sentinels in a position to employ Zekken elsewhere, then maybe it's a positive for Fnatic to try and exploit such a thing, but towards the minimap here, it's pretty much carbon copy once more for Sentinels. Fnatic leading towards a set piece early on here. Said early. Slow default, not really achieving much. Like I said, these are the fact finders that can come away with something to work upon, but walked into the similar
language
so far.
Yeah, need to find a solution quick. If we want a bit of a game here, really. Yeah, a couple ults nearby. Kayak's not too far off. Neither is Crashies. So Kayak off to a quick beginning, but the stall instantly comes out. Prowler to follow, so they know that they've still got that nice line over from Elbow. Kayak has done well on his entry. It's a tough endeavor, and Bang's been so cold with holding this as well, just shouldering it before in those earlier rounds.
Might even be a re-clearance here. See the Prowler layered with the flash from John. Bang just taking a peek with the TP.
Bang.
And the one thing I love about how Sentinels approach playing Fnatic, there's no fear about it. play like they're the favorites, which
बाकी
you
लोग
could argue
rotate.
they are in this scenario.
W,
There isn't that
fade rotate.
hesitation or worry. They are as calibered, as prolific as each other in that regard. And already a good read here. Look at the
Bro,
rotation
too
coming in. You're going
much
to start
info,
seeing John
bro.
QT head over to the right side, catching towards
Too
top
much
middle.
info.
Joined by Narrate. They've got a good beat on what Fnatic want to do, but this slow, steady pace isn't catching anyone off guard yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, almost tailor-made to force second a little deeper here with that paranoia.
Still have to give away the game if they want to close down
Absolutely,
towards him,
yeah.
though. And there it is. Oh, that's good for Kayak.
Big win.
Yeah, and that was basically all building towards it. Now at 25 seconds, overwhelmed. Zelsis goes down. They fought back, got control, and they've won it out. That was a very procedural round almost from Fnatic. These final 3 players, it's tough to come back into this.
Deep control from Alpha. Obviously boasted to complement that as well. Still a way back in here if they can win a couple of these gunfights, but the spy cam will reveal Sentinels in mid. So got to pick up the pace now if they still want to make a go at this. They're probably just going to look for exits on the other side. Doesn't feel good to walk into market there.
No, we could obviously see how many were waiting if they did decide to go for it. But for once, it does feel like that kind of isolation of Zekken worked out, right? Mike, he had to sit deep CT, and then you had pressure top middle.
Specific का दाल चावल खा के
Yeah.
and on top बोलता है.
Such a big win from Kayak. Window of opportunity after the paranoia is posted, unless you can scale up effectively and lock somebody like Zekken out of the site.
Yep.
Certainly doesn't feel like it's a guarantee.
जब Binks तारीफ करता है वैसे टीम राउंड हार जाते हैं. Language. एक्चुअली में वो लोग बस पूरे इन्फो था रे.
Seals the deal on this round.
भाई ये सब क्यूटनेस चाहिए. I mean वो wingman और वो सब.
Yeah, I mean even now that doesn't look
W, Jerry, W.
about it.
No, I mean, we saw frustration early, and that's not something you're used to seeing with Boaster. He's very, very calm normally, if not always leaning towards a positive. But let's see how this looks. A little bit of an answer back for Sen's 4 rounds now. Kayak with ult, Crashies with it online too. Contact off the Prowler, and Bang getting curious. Flash in, swing!
Whoa.
It's stunning from Bang.
Bro.
Also found by Krondo, takes away Narrate, who's meant to be that support system.
Bro,
John
W
QT
the Banks.
caught on the back away from that. He leant forward and looked like to try and support what Bang was doing, but as it stands, they've given over the man advantage now.
No commitment just yet as well. Boaster trying to pick up maybe somebody in rotation. Only really Zelsis on the chopping block for that.
After India, love you यार. Any home bro dollar में मिलता है. किधर मिल रहा है? $2 तो कर रहे हैं सुपर
My God,
$1 वाले पैसा कमा पा रहे हैं बताओ.
Welcome to live events. See if you can figure it out. Around we go, completely unawares. And Zelsis is going to clear this. Zekken. He's got the operator. He's been quick so far, but he's got a lot of pressure now coming his way. Decides against it. Holds that deeper line again. Good choice. And a great shot! Crashes goes down. Spike now spotted. Holding his space towards CT. Support's coming in and Zelsis on the flank. Yeah, they got sight, but this post do they fight forward?
Still a trip actually, which will reveal Zelsis' position. Zekken to swap over to the
right.
There's
pressure now on 2 sides. Mike, that trip being broken. They now
Bang's
know.
Found one.
What? How did Bang get that? Maybe a bump to smoke? I don't know. But Alpha with
a little bit of dedication.
Get away with
a little bit of
apparently.
everything.
Chronicle makes it up to going to Fnatic's way, but bloody hell, that felt close.
अगर सेन का टाइमिंग अच्छा होता
walk out as well
का
into Zekken's sideline. Still some question marks on this side of the map for sure, but
and this is classic Tron, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Happy to stand his ground here.
Zekken बाप खेला था.
Top of the smoke. It looked like it might have just come straight through.
Remaining.
Chronicle delivery here. Maybe a swing round for Fnatic. So retrieval of the operator, Alpha actually going to pick it up himself. With how slow these early rounds have been, actually potential for maybe in a mid round to pick up a Zelsis creeping elsewhere and find a pick off the back of it.
And again, for someone like Chronicle, those 4 were his first 4. But you need that, right? You need your backbone, that spine to the roster.
Much deeper ahead of this poison orb now.
I love this diligence from Fnatic. They're feeling that there's variety to this and there would be adaptation.
Sentinels have shown that they want to re-clear this and fight for this space actively, so no surprises to see Fnatic sitting back.
Yeah, the Viper smoke in the baap hai
for a re-clear in middle or a challenge on this? Look how actively they're playing. Oh, this is super deadly. And that's 2 players spotted. Stun gonna come in. Crashies might be screwed here. Forced out of the corner. He's still fine. He plays his life. This is so tense.
Even the aftershock just doesn't force onto a deep enough line. Even with Zekken
mid
peeling away from
that.
Again, 40 seconds on the clock. Looking to potentially a side. Just remember the Sentinels, but John QT, not sure the cooldown there on the fault line will be able to apply some pressure here.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we've got Narrate, Bang. You've still got a lot of util on Narrate. Same with Bang as well with Paranoia. Now the pressure. Narrate can't stand it. Too much util. Just the dart to turn his eyes. Bang now leans in. It's good for one, but not good enough for the follow. CT on rotate through. CT does it for now. Plant needed. No, that's a spike gun. Oh, it's an absolute fumble and a half.
Love you, Gracias. Love you.
Kayak was down to just 10 HP.
Love you, Crashes, man. Love you, man.
You see he's
Love
desperate to get out of the way of it.
Oh, you can
that's
see
a W round.
Too.
That's W.
Absolute heartbreak because it's not recoverable at that point.
No, that's spike gone. That was it. Oh, God.
Enemy remaining.
And if you're SEN, you're grinning, right? You're like, cool, nice one, appreciate that. No plant to worry about, perfect, but God, for Fnatic,
ऐसा ulti मत मारो करके लिखा है उसने कोच ने बुक में देखा?
Certainly a tilter. 5-2 now the scoreline. Operator back in hand for Zekken as well.
I like this though, he's gone deeper towards
so aggro, yeah. I mean, they've been given a little bit of freedom on the side of Sentinels towards this side of the map. Zels is walking mid previously, getting ahead of that camera.
That's enough for him.
Definitely, yeah.
Don't think that jump spot saw it either. Careful now, that's a tag. Didn't get the kill, but now Zelsis readies himself. He knows that pressure could be going through market, but top middle is a place to be worried about. Kron slips in there, Zekken quick with it, Narrate, it's support, it's stunning. But still, look at the HP.
By Zekken mood mein bhe. Zekken mood mein bhai aaj.
Walking wounded. 50 HP between them. Bang, nearly caught the backside of them.
Oh, this reclear is so well timed, and the old mic.
Might be able to get a plant away, but certainly not going to be comfortable regardless where Fnatic. But Zekken can close the gap so damn quickly.
And again, you've still got that Paranoia primed with Bang. There it goes, and that's going to catch. Just a shot through the smoke, and Zelsis going to catch Boaster. Now Kayak has to do. Oh, Christ!
Why mara be Kajak ne fir bhi?
Good for the first, but Sentinels standing tall here.
match ke baad question सुन के
if you hit another, I think I would have done the same, but as it stands, I'm going to be honest. This has been not looking too uncomfortable. It feels like they've got a good concept and a good read on what Fnatic are trying to achieve. They're handling the mid-pressure well. It feels like there's not enough players to really pressure Sentinels. Sitting towards CT, that market presence, okay. Zelsis learning on the fly, slipping a little deeper, giving up. I haven't felt like Fnatic looked that deadly yet.
No, there's been a lack of pressure, really, on the side of Fnatic. Like I said, seemingly a lot of freedom for Sentinels on the B side of the map, and towards mid as well. First real switch up here is Zelsis over towards A.
This worries me.
Kajak bhai ko mood mein aana padega.
Just thought he was hands off keyboard for a second in the camera, so I was like, oh god, it's all good.
Yeah, 345k कर दो. एक का subscribe दबाया ना.
Less a purchase here. 2 rifles.
8 के 1 million हो सकते.
On the side of Fnatic.
Trips on the side though. They don't know about this Zelsis. Again, maybe a good counter to Kayak's ult. Maybe just be aware of what they'd want to be doing. But Bang needs to live. He's about to be overrun. He can't handle that. There's just too much going straight up towards that top
Very balanced agent, huh?
Now a chance for Zelsis. It's a spam. Can't get the connect he want and has to back away.
Oh, so lucky to get out of that. Able to break the sight lines here, even though it's tagged by the drone. Plant comes through. Probably the most comfortable post-plant we've seen here from Fnatic. Certainly now with the pit.
Yeah, really deep hit from Kron as well. That's just gonna, I mean, that really cuts off CT. You can't consider it at that point, but then it funnels you forward. Already look at the two players, eyes on that. That's wraps.
No shock to see Sentinels giving this.
Yeah!
Do not fancy their chances. Obviously hold on to the operator. Again, Fun's really looking pretty comfortable regardless at a 6-2 scoreline. I mean, ultimates to bring into the next, only really the TP for Boaster.
Are you bacha
Not much else to work around here. That's almost having both initiator ultimates on the side of Sentinels.
Here it is, the one kill that pretty much secured the entire round. Like doing that, and then you throw in the pit on top from Con. That's pretty much checkmate. You don't want to be going back into it. Yes, I guess you could argue they did have narrator if they fancied it.
I think off
it just felt like too much of a risk to go for it. So for Fnatic, a bit of stability found, but this slow and steady pace certainly not setting my world on fire, but it has got them 3. Now, to continue forward would be fantastic. What's the adjustment here? What's the way they want to keep playing this? Because eventually Sen will figure out the tempo. And that was off the back of that ult from Kayak.
अभी Sen को around जितना पड़ेगा वरना by Fnatic comeback
by Fnatic versus GENG. So maybe that's why they're a little hesitant here.
Sen को around जितना पड़ेगा अभी.
Try and draw some of these rounds out.
भाई दिन में कितना बकर वड़े खा सकते हैं मैंने.
Certainly not what you want to rely on. This doesn't really scream confidence to you.
No, it doesn't.
Like I said, this sunset really sets the tone.
Scanning ahead.
And Bang has been on the money. He's the only one dedicated towards site, and Rates actually managed to make it back over somewhat in time. Still behind the smoke, but another one placed down from Bang. Consideration to play it forward. Great connection on the ult as well. And Bang's position does get considered, but you still can't kill him. Takes away Alpha, and no trade there for Kron. Blinded and hungry. Bang goes in. Takes down Kron, and it is just
Bang crazy bro.
Narrates.
Bang is just
the concern being this
banging
head. Fnatic have stacked up and looked for a set piece towards either side, to be honest with you.
Yeah, packet a piece.
Absolutely dismantled by Sentinels. Bang again, just always good for 2, it seems, in situations like this.
Again, Bang probably won't ever be in your highlight reels, right? 2 safe kills there, but the value is second to none. He's top of the board currently, but as said, safety kills.
Last time का reaction
looking a little frustrated at the tempo. Kaplan there just, hey, it's all going well. They're 7-3. Nothing's really phased them yet. It hasn't pushed them out of their comfort zone. And it feels rinse and repeat now.
Scrambled purchase once more from Fnatic. Just going to make round 12 pretty awkward for them.
Oh, three players dedicated towards B this time. I don't know if it's a read into this. Cool, that is
bro,
good
Fnatic round
that.
bro. Both space Fnatic.
Another adjustment here on Zelsis' utility at least. And actually, finally, isolating Bang.
Both space.
It's been a problem.
But I like that Narrate's noted the players coming through top middle. He's pretty much going to be gift the try and do what you can. We can't help you yet. They've sliced right up the guts here. They're almost doing a little bit of a fake out Alpha.
On the fadeaway.
Okay, fair enough. Zekin, you got a 1v5. No, you don't! Absolute nutcase, catching him easy.
And just like that, a flawless response from Fnatic. Able to find success towards top mid. And Spike, and that was a great read from Sentinels to try and, I guess, mitigate the risk on the back of this wall. This time around, the isolation of Bang is perfect. It looked even more ridiculous the second time after that kill from Alpha.
You're going to need to see that, Alpha. If Ascent's in the map pool, you're going to need to see him firing, right? But 7-4, okay. It's not a complete shutout here. Fnatic have found enough rounds to build forward. Now, again, similar scenes to that last round.
ये round same चीज नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि मिड का दरवाजा खुला है.
Fnatic feel as if they have found something.
Same नहीं कर सकते वो लोग.
To work upon.
Same करेगा गाफ टूटेगी उनकी गाफ टूटेगी.
You can't leave it open. Narrate has to react. John QT has to be present.
लग गए. गुजा नियन गुजा.
Down to 20, but he's done
गुजा नियन.
They want to try and get some pressure through market and Alpha. Disrespecting the util felt
बोला था ना
like
same
a
चीज नहीं कर
desperation
सकते.
play.
भले नियन नहीं गुस्सा.
Then look how deep they are, Mike.
I was going to say, Boaster tasked now with making something of nothing, to be honest with you. Just as
not like that.
Zelsis able to find the wall bang.
W, F4.
Now down to Chronicle and Crashies. A 2v5 to try and convert here into a 7-5 half. A tall order.
It certainly is, and I have to credit the discipline from Sentinels because the tempo and pacing from Fnatic, which has been discussed, is very slow. It is very cautious, but come on,
30
got
seconds
them
left.
4 before. Need more this time around. Does have crashies there.
अक्सर Chronicle ने यहाँ पे 2 मारे.
You got to get at least a kill.
तो भी हारने वाले.
That's
Just say.
the long and short of it. You have to at least get a kill to make this possible and ideally be able to back away. They may not expect him so close by, but the horn will do the job. Nice work on one for the trade. Instantaneous. Sentinels playing the numbers game very well. Crashies can't do enough. Sentinels looking very in control, Mike. This has not been a problem.
No, I think Fnatic adopt a game plan here to try and slow things down and make Sentinels sweat a
little
little
bit.
But like I said, coasting through a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, gonna need to see a little bit more fire under Fnatic for my flavor in this. I don't love this tempo from them. I want to see them come out swinging. Because Sen look all too comfortable.
भाई पाटिल भाई एक और पिंग सुपर ऐड करने वाले हैं संजीत के बाद पाटिल भाई बाहर आओ आज कोई भी कड़ा नहीं हो रहा क्या सीन कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है गुड नाइट बैंक्स सेन वर्सेस Fnatic में कौन सोता है रे बाबा
Bottles knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
Sen fan. किसको दिखा रहा कैमरा?
I wanna bump a beat that goes
fan.
hard. Bottles knocking models.
Sen fan. नहीं Fnatic fan. 3-1. देखिए डिडेंट देखते ट्राई करेंगे
I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
Send me bye. Shout out to you. अरे आशीष को वो मुंबई वाली दीदी याद आ रही है हाँ क्या पॉसिबल है
Well, the pacing certainly a little bit of a different tempo.
जेरी बहन के भाई जस्ट सिंह जेरी उसने मान लिया बहन का भाई है तू करके तो मतलब वो तो बहन ही हुई टेक्निकली उससे मान लिया
I don't know how I feel about this yet.
पेटिशन फॉर रात को मेंबर तो निकालो ना दोपहर को भी करूं बहुत पार्टी भी करूं रात को भी वैलो करूं
decided by the clock or looking towards saving rifles and it's just not convincing enough for me. Heartbreaking to see the first time they stack up and go for a pacey set piece.
अभी गाली खाओगे मेंबर दोनों में स्पेशल
barely broke a sweat.
Now you can see the Coinbase econ report there.
Rajan bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के today.
A bit of a one-sided affair, but the vast majority of Sen on the money. I mean, John
thank you
QT
so
able to
much
get
for
there
the
in
membership.
time.
Thank you
Everyone else doing their job.
so much.
Need to see more here. Now, Sentinels 8-4 is a respectable scoreline.
Thank you so much.
Happy enough with that, right?
Absolutely,
Like,
it means a lot. Every membership means a lot,
Left me wanting a little bit as well, but I don't think I'm going to have the same quandary as
every membership feels so
no, I mean, that second
special.
GENG was kind of blink and you miss it.
Yep.
It
Welcome,
was over
Niazi.
very
Welcome.
quickly, which is again you always aim towards a 6-6 for sure, but just I mean it didn't even really feel like an 8-4 half to be honest with you. Fnatic to come away with as many as they did. Can they build upon
just don't think.
Instantly different pace here coming out. Second fast towards elbow, clearing on through. Paranoia late actually. So you can already see that Kayak's had a look, but he sees nothing. Very late.
Fnatic attack, yeah.
Straight on the side, Boaster. Good denial. Takes a whoa! Takes a second. Get out of there. How's he found two? Kayak comes back around, but we're in a 3v2 now. The pressure mounting. You can see it. Just getting into the scrap from Narrate. Sends us packing in the pistol.
Another situation where you think Fnatic have got the early win to get around under their belt. Sentinels just strip it away. Boaster, two fantastic kills.
Burst bye, thank you
Start
for the
on
membership,
first,
John.
actually, to find Zekken with a right click, but then doubling down under so much pressure. But Narrate really stretching his legs.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that was gorgeous.
By mood maybe.
That was gorgeous from the right. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That was something quite special there. And a mid-walk from Fnatic want to take the fight to Sentinels. You're on the defending side now, guys. You could have chilled there.
मेरे वजह से बहन वाली बात पहले मेरे नहीं है कोई बहन तू ही बोला बहन का भाई उसको मैं तो नहीं बोला
I'm sorry, maybe just don't. What? Grunt? You just. What is going on, Mike? Are we in deathmatch?
Fnatic seemingly now looking to play a little more aggressively, taking the fight to Sentinels as you would have wished in the first half.
Today's break after today's match. No. After Masters,
Classic in his hands.
I'll take 2 days break.
Shining right now.
After
You're not
Masters.
going to do.
Besting Zekken twice now.
That's ridiculous. Hello. Hello, speed up. Delsis clears him. No more naughtiness for that.
10-4.
To Crashies, who's.
Surbet Paji, thank you so much for the membership. I love you.
They've still got the main weaponry. You're looking at it, right? The 2 Bulldogs are still there. It's 1 Stinger that's gone down. And Delsis, yeah, right place, right time. And Crashies knife out. He's going to do it. 10 discovered for Sen. And I like Fnatic trying something here. You might as well in a round like this.
Absolutely, yeah. So it really comes down to this buy round now. You've got to see them get on the board here.
Yeah.
Too late.
Be 11. A broken purchase once more.
10k likes karo chat 10k likes karo yaar we are very close
away any comfort.
And subscribe karo we are very close to 1 million also
I haven't found it to be honest with you.
Yeah.
एक सब्सक्राइबर बचा 1 मिलियन के लिए जल्दी से
part being in my mind, this hasn't been the second show, right? It's everyone
one and
else
only the
stepping
goat
up
of
here.
goaters.
Narrate having a great show, Bang being on the money, Zelsis as well, everyone else doing their jobs. They haven't really needed Zekken to be the all singing, all dancing, but now on the attack, obviously with the Neon, this is where we could see him kick it up a gear.
And on the attack to have a round 3 initiator.
ये SEN का मैप पिक है ना बंग भाई नहीं ये रायट का मैप पिक है
How do they fancy popping that? Got time.
ऊपर दिखता है ऊपर
Pressure on Fnatic in this regard, right?
Sunset उसके बाद में Sentinels का लोगो फिर दूसरा मैप उसके बाद में Fnatic का लोगो ऊपर है
change the outcome potentially, but he's still slipping through middle.
ना देखना नहीं है
It's a very, very secure setup here for Fnatic though.
Yeah, all that info off of...
Is it Toronto winner prediction? Mine PRX, mine also PRX.
Still alive is Sen. Narrate going to take down Alpha, and they have to back away. There goes that ult we were talking about. Value, yes. And Sen looking for the site. But bang! Back to back! Poster on Kron. Devastated.
Bang ने आज क्या खाना खाया था? रूट मैंने क्या बोला यार?
To give this up now.
There's no way back in.
ये Sentinels का मैप पिक है मेरे जान के टोटे मेरे भाई.
This is unreal. Sen
Binks
looks
भाई ये
so
मोबाइल पर खेल रहे हैं क्या?
here.
Fnatic look a little lost, to be honest with you.
They do. And have we seen timeouts yet?
Seen just the one from Fnatic very early on.
Love to see another.
But they set up here. It was both Chronicle and Alpha, but Alpha's posted up close and personal
VR पे खेल रहे
with
लोग
his
VR.
utility. Again, maybe a lack of information, but Crashes has already kind of figured out they drifted back into mid because that, well, not contact found, but damage trade-off.
इनको पैर पे VR डाला है.
It's really bizarre to see that.
पैर से भाग रहे देखो.
Unfortunate set of events. Kayak now maybe actually on the chopping block here.
Chat जैसे वहाँ पे clothes and shoe donation है, यहाँ पे gifted और super chat donation होता है. Test करो सब लोग.
5 alive.
Yep.
2 rifles maintained here for Fnatic, but a long road back in, and that, I mean, the only saving grace being that they've held on to 2 of those rifles because the money, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Alpha, I mean, again, in that situation, if you're there, you have to commit towards the kill. You back up, you're dead
बस यार
regardless.
valorant कब खेलोगे?
But with the reveal through the near side, just can't find Zekken.
जब तू मेरा spinach
Painting
लेगा.
a silhouette around him.
Bye-bye, thanks for the 2 euros मेरे जान से टोटे.
Bit of a whimper from Fnatic. It hasn't
Membership
been
लो पापा भाई क्या
the
ये?
show we
इतना
wanted
body बना
yet.
के क्या फायदा member नहीं हो?
Sentinels just striding through the map. Zekken looking for the space, going to work off the back of the paranoia. Going to be punished. Kayak, nice, set into motion there.
मस्त कजक
Down
घुस के
and maybe
मारा.
still a chance
बाप
to
घुस
get
के
some
मारा.
control in
एक
this
second लेट होता
one.
कजक भाई stun होता
Oh,
था.
that's lovely. Kayak just a shot through the smoke. He'll take
Kayak
that every
ही
day of the
जिताएगा.
week.
Now backing away.
जी का मैच कभी है इसके बाद.
Early win out here. Can just play towards trades on site if Sentinels commit, but
जी academy versus Tisna academy इसके बाद है.
Potentially some ideas.
एक बार स्टेज का लाइट ऑफ हो जाए उसके
Threading
बाद
the
देखो
needle
बस
here in this
खेलते हैं
Fnatic setup.
Crashies
Still guarding it.
He hasn't had a great series yet, or at least map yet here. So
बस जेल्सिस ने एक मारा तो निकाल सकते
and that's a
हैं
stun. Didn't quite connect, but the shot
Bro,
does.
निकाल सकते हैं अभी
Carving apart. And now both are trying to play it forward, but Celsius
ब्रो
again.
निकाल सकते हैं ब्रो निकाल लिया ब्रो
Sentinels
ब्रो निकाल लिया
And the early win out from Fnatic, but Sentinels
ब्रो
able
भाई
to
जेल्सिस
course
भाई सब
correct
लोग
here.
मूड में
Now
बे
find
सब
themselves
लोग
the
मूड
body
में
to
है
do
बे
good in the post.
And Celsius just nutmegging them straight up
क्या
middle.
थोड़े से मेरे लौड़े
And
लग
now
गए
they've got to try and fight it back in, right?
बाकरवाड़ी मैंने पूरा खत्म कर दिया पंतु का फेवरेट है अभी क्या करूं
Stacked up on the site. Gonna try and get themselves away, but you're gonna still play in.
बोला का लगा डिफॉल्ट कोई नहीं है लॉल मैं इधर ही हूं
But Celsius does so well. Down to the 1v1, but time is running low. John QT calm under pressure. Kron same sort of thing.
Uh-oh.
He's got the half.
Going. Yeah. Kron! No! Kron, you absolute madman!
Trying to bait out the steps here, but Chronicle doesn't back down. Brazen with the defuse.
भगवान से प्रार्थना करो
Yeah.
That would have been 12. That's bold, but I've got to roll it back to this moment from Celsius.
Yeah, I mean, the timing is just played to perfection here from Sentinels.
मैं बोलूँगा मिल ही नहीं रहा है किधर है पता
And
नहीं
the phone line coming back online to set this lurk in motion. And that's how they're able to flip this advantage back in their favor.
कैसे जीता बे
But bold moves
चन्ने बाप पे
from
लगा है
Chronicle. Fnatic cling to life here on Sunset. Actually, again, we're
भाई
seeing
फर्क
further
देखो भाई
aggression, or at least
Fnatic के पास किधर का भी इन्फो
sent
नहीं
out
है
by Fnatic.
ना मिड स्पेस है ना एम इन स्पेस है ना बी इन स्पेस
Going again, we do have the
जब भी सेन खेल रहा था सेन के पास हमेशा एम इन स्पेस
just make
रहता
it past the wall.
अगर
We'll note the player
एम
on
इन
the
स्पेस
right
नहीं
side
है
and
वो लोग
Kayak.
मिड ले रहे थे
Catch the rate, so good damage here. Oh, just caught.
Just below the door.
Oh, that's a nightmare, isn't it? Trying to back away towards market.
डब्लू अबे वो लोग को इन्फो नहीं है अभी
Really
2v2
got
भी कर
Chronicle's
ले वो लोग
utility now to rely on. And this wall committed towards mid, so
इग्नोर करते हो बंकुडू भाई मैं नहीं करता इग्नोर
actually drawn Alpha away is
oh sorry
well, so gonna
all
leave that
Cisna
utility
Academy Papaya Academy Cup
control
आपका
of
membership
Noise,
टास्क
and
पूछ
actually
करने के लिए रुका हूँ
will be invested.
Look towards
इससे
middle,
क्या
second
आपके
might
नाम
pop
पे
off this as
इमोजी
well.
आएगा और
Kron's
aura
gonna be the
बढ़ता है
one to try and deal with them if they come market, but no,
Papa,
it's
thank you for the
Middle,
5
taking
and the 2
space.
euros of the pound
Alpha
मेरी जान कर
reacting,
दे
trying to slip away. Spot the pixel, gets the
Dot.
body drop. John QT down, he knows his
Dot.
role. Alpha, big double kill.
By
But then
must
there's
mara.
still
Alpha
so
ne
much
must
more to be
mara.
done. 20 seconds, where's that spike going? Bang's got his ult if he wants it. God. Oh my goodness.
Oh my word.
There's no way they read this though, right? 13 seconds. The block.
Celsius, yeah, a little lazy
Oh,
peek in
oh,
here, but
oh.
actually on the wall.
Good God, this is just centimeters away from being deadly. 5 seconds has to commit on the plan here, and Kayak closing in. Chronicles
Bro,
fallen. It's
don't
on
tell
Kayak
me,
and
bro.
Crashies in the 2v2 here. Bang and Celsius.
Bro,
Celsius
don't
takes
tell
the
me,
head off
bro.
of Crashies, leaving
Bro,
just
please.
Kayak, the young gun. Good for it. On
W
one,
Kajak.
looking for a second. He's done it! Kayak! You can doubt him all you want, but he has been exceptional for this team.
And another
Bye.
hero round from Celsius as well. This Kayak with the Red Bull clutch.
Bro
6 on the board
Kayak
now
by
for
Fnatic का
Fnatic.
texture निकला बे
The finest of margins, and Crashy's a little disconnected.
Bro.
The anchor over towards
क्या
A5
stun है बे
for
ये
Alpha's utility. But the
क्या
bounce
stun है
back
बे
stun,
ये
outrageous from Kayak.
Fnatic बोला कैसे जीत रहे पता नहीं लेकिन जीत रहे मजा आ रहा है
That was a lovely little Red Bull clutch from him, and again, the conversation around Kayak it's a
Damn.
learning lesson with him.
थोड़ा
Really,
नीचे करो
as we
kill
go along.
feed
What is his
नहीं दिख रहा है
capability? At this point, I think a lot of
यहाँ
us saw
पे
on the socials he
इतने
wasn't
बड़े
feeling his
स्क्रीन
best.
पे
But coming in here,
बंदे लोग
on a
मर
great
रहे
show, 15 to 12. And it is
ऑब्जर्वर
that
दिखा रहा है
whole
कौन
kind of
मर रहा है
you know,
कौन
everyone
जा
can
रहा है
wait when they
कैसे
are
मर रहा है
tired,
पूरा
when they
इतना
are
बड़े
feeling
स्क्रीन
under, but
पे
this
लेकिन
guy
नहीं
turned out
अपने को
his
ऊपर
day
ऐसा
looked
करके किल
good
फीड
for it.
देखना है
But we look at how these rounds have gone, Mike. We've had what, Kron with a full diffuse. You've just had a clutch coming out from
Like I said,
Kayak.
they're not ones that kind of that fill you with
Easily
confidence.
repeatable,
Yeah.
And on the other side, it is a timeout for Sen, so just don't want to let this slip away too far. They still have timeouts to work with, so why not burn one?
न्यू
here?
कर्स लेन पर
See how far they
टोरंटो
can take
कर
that.
सवा
Fnatic have a lot of options to be working towards.
was just saying as well, another hero round from
Two
Zelsis.
streamer मैंने क्या किया इसलिए 1 million नहीं हो रहा क्या chat मेरा
Ahead of Bang. And Narrate as well, who's had a couple.
chat इसलिए नहीं हो रहा क्या 1 million
I'm really impressed with how Zelsis is reading the map. It's all kind of timing and nice, kind of like punishing on rotates.
Yeah, the lurk up top mid was
fantastic. Hey, Crashes by के जो 4 kill है उसमें वो वाला kill count हुआ है
We had this conversation about Zelsis in that live, but I'm so happy to be seeing he's really found a way to get through that Fnatic defense. Now we go back in. Trying to draw the eyes and all the tension, see if they can cost that rotate, right? Bring that third body over.
आपके तरह मारा Zelsis ने love you यार.
Love playing.
+1 लिखो chat कितना प्यारा support.
Rotation game. Actually, it's early commitment back towards B with Kayak now picking up the slack in mid. He's going to have friends up there.
He's got 3.
Popeye, अगर तू Popeye खाएगा तो Popeye होएगा.
And Crashes catches, encourages the counter swing. Nice
भाई अगर ये कर रहे ना, you need at least 3 to 4 man mid. इसमें 2 बंदे right दिखे और 2 बंदे left.
Did you suddenly just get given the Sentinels book? How did you just read everything they were about to do?
Almost crazy to see Fnatic respond with a round like this. Actually, Chronicle creeping all the way into spawn, but John QT sharp to it.
Where the hell did that round just come out of, Mike?
I mean, it's such a fantastic read to set up.
Chat एक और नहीं देख सकता है level 4 यार.
I'm honestly a little stunned at it, but as it stands, John QT just trying to play this out.
30 seconds left.
If you're looking at it, who needs ult? I guess Crashies could do with this
one. As I say,
one.
regardless, I mean, unless he's left to survive here, QT should get his ultimate if he dies or finds a kill.
Butter chicken
Running a little weird for Sentinels.
ये क्या होता है?
QT sat at 4,500 and Zelsis actually at 33, so
नहीं, white sauce का pasta का है.
Maybe able to pass some weaponry across the board, but that'll be 7 for Fnatic, clawing their way back into Sunset.
It's slow and steady, but it's...
Love it, with the 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2.
They already had 2 other players set up ready for it. Then the reload enemy remaining. It all just kind of...
Why Tense is not playing?
Dominoes started to fall.
खेल तो रहा है, नाम चेंज किया है भाई उसने.
Fnatic almost have all 5 ults ready.
Oh yeah, they're in a fantastic position here. One away for Crashies as well.
Bang कौन है?
Right?
I mean, this half certainly suiting Fnatic way more. I said it's that aggression or willingness to kind of stand and fight that we didn't really see in the first half. So Sentinels just happy to receive time and time again, and Fnatic stumbling on the first hurdles.
Well, 11-4 day, get that.
Here we see some fantastic reads, beautiful setups.
Dude, मैंने क्या किया यार?
Looking at Kayak's line here. They do go around that. Really heads up work actually. Nice. And burning a bit of the util too. This is ticking the boxes here, protocol list wise. And again, Sen finding it hard to get a grip on where Fnatic are.
Sentinel's just desperate for a fight somewhere.
The discipline's not going to be giving that up from Fnatic. They've been playing this slow and steady pace.
Second happy to entertain the idea regardless.
वो कैमरा पे देख रहे सबको ये बुला और एक साथ एग्जीक्यूट करो कैमरा देख रहे हो पे
कैमरा set up potentially read this backside of the fake. Now still TP here for Bang.
Still got all the trips as well, and look
yeah,
where
so
they are.
He can sit here, but with the utility as you've noted, you're going to know there's been no progress towards site.
This is great. Boast is in the right place for this too. 25 seconds. They're going to have to make a run for this one. Zek's found Kayak. Oh my god, Poster gets away with it. Still standing. Got his paranoia. Got the TP. Gets out of there. Next player coming in. Narrate gets caught. Alpha control on the back lines. 10 seconds. Poster buying time. Seconds. Springs forward. Zels is trying to make this happen. 7 seconds though. They are running out of time. Zelsis has to plant, and they are closing in. Fnatic starving out Sentinels.
Talking about the clock for Fnatic, but worked to perfection here. And it's only due to having that third body over towards B site. I mean, Boast has done so well here.
एक और गेम नहीं देख सकते यार.
Just passing it by. But this TP back as well, it forces Sentinels to hesitate.
Easy win का वे. Easy win.
Handy work of it, but Said it's the clock then that suits Fnatic. Nobody has to swing onto these angles. They can wait for Zelsis to make a move.
बराबर ये भी बराबर कर रहे हो ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो रहा है ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो रहा है ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो रहा है ए जाओ हाँ देखा एक खाली है W
now on the ult surely
W knows he's got a bit of a gap to play with here.
Oh, he's been great at these.
Still a trip behind him.
W baby एक ही बंदा है पे
actively trying to hunt him out. So they know he hasn't crossed.
Oh, Zelsis. He might. Oh my God. How is Crashy's alive? I thought he was on a platter, but the pacing here isn't quite high tempo enough. They've got a complete free sight. Alpha's still here. Oh! The wonder kid is ever!
The headshot!
Straight away from it. And now down to 3. That plant doesn't feel gone for yet. Got to wait out the ult from Crashy.
Yeah!
Still got more to burn if they need it. 40 seconds, a second attempt at the plant.
क्या मारा?
Come through now. The 3v4 now for Sentinels. Zelsis trying to get active.
क्या मारा भाई?
TPL has another jump shot.
Again! Someone just back-to-back clip that. I don't care. Zelsis. Oh, what the hell is this from Alpha? Zelsis has to be a hero though. He has to put on the cape, put on the costume, and find two. He's doing the dance. He's desperate for it, and they fly in. Fnatic still alive after that man on your screen just went nuclear.
Ridiculous.
बाप केला
from
मैंने
Alpha.
बाप केला
Crucial just to slow
बाप
down
केला
the hit.
ओह तेरी बारी ये ले
It's exactly the same.
ये ले
Just disgusting.
That's unreal.
And then finds the spam as well through the wall.
Yeah, he's here. He's here. He's here. You better watch out for him.
कड़ा हो
And
गया
Fnatic
अल्फा
now.
जेर कड़ा हो गया बे
Knocking on the door.
अल्फा जेर कड़ा हो गया
Sentinels don't like that one.
Fnatic have actually still got the timeout as well. I said that
Chat
timeout came in
11-4
the third or fourth round. I can't
Chat
remember the first half, but
is Sen pulling a Genji?
certainly
huh?
keeping things in control, I guess, in game.
Sen is doing a Genji cosplay?
Now it comes down to a bit of a face-off here.
और आज का दिन भाई
Finance is starting to
रात के
dwindle
2
now.
बजे
Four Sentinels.
ये कोई टाइम में कमबैक
Still
कर
had
देगा
some ultimates to play with as well for Fnatic. Do have Nerate's ultimate, but Neural
Last
Death
for the night क्या लोग हैं
at the
almost
And I feel crazy having this conversation. But I
जीत
didn't
के रे
expect to see a world where Fnatic wins this
जीत
match.
के रे
And then that
जीत
changes
के।
how the veto looks, right? That's a conversation for
हाँ
afterwards,
रखो यो
but-
मोबाइल कुछ
Especially
टाइप
after the
कर
first
रहा है
half.
जीत
Caress sold then in my
के
prediction,
अगरे
but-
बात
Yep.
पे बात पे
Wait, who did you predict for this game?
For the series?
Yeah.
Well, for the... Okay. I'm not going to go there.
WB
I'll admit it.
that's true
You wanted Sen, I know you did.
Wait, you
मोबाइल साइड जेब से थोड़ा साइड में हटाओ इधर उधर जा रहा है जेब से मेरे साथ
I stay CS and...
Fair play, fair play. Okay,
Reminder
operator is
to
in. And this
not
is one of the swing
jinx
factors you're not
Fnatic.
familiar with
Sorry.
Fnatic. When Kayak's previously had some bad games, that operator used to get him out of that
Been the
ditch.
catalyst for him.
But he's certainly not been in any ditch so far. He's been
Huh?
having
एक सेकंड तू
a
चाहता है
mad
कि मैं
performance.
सेंस
So
सपोर्ट
another
करूं या
layer added to
फनाटिक
this.
Maybe
सपोर्ट
this
करूं
is
मैं
a
भूल
read
गया
into the pace or the tempo shift after
सेंस
this
सपोर्ट
timeout.
ना
Could be
सेंस को ही कर रहा हूं
rewarding
ना
here. Actually does look like a contact play from Sentinels.
उसको कर रहा हूं मैं
Takeout
सपोर्ट
contact on this is
सेंस
so
को
brutal.
कर रहा हूं
It's
बे
gonna be a one and done. Yeah,
Still gets it.
all good. Zekken, he's had a hard game here, I'm going to be honest, and that's rare to say because I feel like Zekken's one of the most consistent, high achievers. But he's struggling with that, and another deep line adopted. They've got to commit utility to force him.
अरे मैं जाएगा तो 179 मिनट जान के टोटल
Ooh, a little cup.
भाई क्या डॉज
Well, I
मारा
mean,
बे
smoke's going to make it
Do
difficult to
it,
get
do it. Go on, do the thing, do the thing, do the thing. Walk the smoke, I dare you. Oh, he's being sensible, Mike.
You hate to see it.
Spike planted.
Fun enjoys around the world, devastated.
Still got his ultimate though.
क्या है वो लोग को पता है सिटी से आता है
Make something
रिटेक
happen potentially here in the post plant. Very slow, cautious in approach here, but Kayak confident. His teammate's got his back here.
They Got to start building now, though. The time is ticking, right? There's a trade out. The paranoia not going to be
counter
worked
blind
upon there.
OP कर दिया बे.
Fnatic got to get moving. Sen with an opportunity now. Layered utility well, but Chronicle catching two sleeping.
बड़का Chronicle.
Back goes down complete. Why is no one looking at Chronicle?
Narrate counter बड़का.
Right back in the headlights. He's going to know where they are, but Crashy's sticking on the defuse here. Swing! Oh, and he does it!
Time.
Defuse! Oh, just misses out!
Oh, man.
It would have needed an ace from the raid. But Crashies has to make a move here.
Bro.
The Red Bull clutch.
Bro.
Going in Sentinel's favour to find
Narrate OP, bhai.
God, it was Kron does it on one side, Narrate does it on the other, just too late. Because even Narrate unsure, hand shaking for a second, but then he's up. Knows what he's done. He's got Sen to 12, breaking that momentum. Sentinels back, looking ready for this, but they got to keep going now.
What a banger of banging match, bro.
God, the money's so fragile still.
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah. After that string around,
oh my God!
Pick up through Ramsey, quiet, shut down.
Oh,
it's the right again.
It's beautiful. Poetic for Narrate to be the one doing this. Finding comfort out in America. Alpha does catch Celsius. Crash has now got bodies in front of him abounding.
ये भी kill Narrate का. बाप ulti मारा उसने.
You're down to 2. Kron and Alpha, big names. Same to be said on the other side. 4 players waiting. Sentinels 2 kills away from map 1 under the belt.
Narrate को देखो.
Waiting. Alpha. Contact made. Narrate down. Next layer has to come in. They join together. Playing in unison now. 1 right, 2 left. Kron has a little look. Finds the one close. Waits for the swing. Now we're going to need a magic moment from Alpha. 6 bullets and the time's not on his side, but second. 12 HP.
He's misread this.
Oh shit.
Oh my God, Zekken is absolutely...
Bro, the balls of stillness! Zekken! Balls of goatee of feel the metal man! So fuck!
Fnatic looking like they were able
outplayed.
to pull off a miracle here, but the last moment, the 11th hour, Narrate comes alive, Lauren.
Bye. Narrate ने गलत खेला भाई.
I'm gonna go with who should I go first? I think Zelsis. Zelsis gonna get a big one. I want him sat down the whole game. 0 reason to stand up. 1, a 2, a 1, 2. Stupefy. Right, next one. John Kitty.
यहाँ से कर्सिस पे करा है वो बे.
Spots are stupefying back to the middle. Stupefy. Bang. About to bang him out with a stupefy. Stupefy.
Have you done
Narrate or Zelsis?
Have you done Zekken already?
No, Zekken I have done on Narrate.
We need to
give him a double one. Give him a double, Jake.
I'm gonna
hit
big one.
We could wind up the Zekken.
Combo though.
Wait, yeah,
Stupefy.
Alright, wait, we do the big one on Zekken.
Everyone, ready?
Charge up.
3, 2, 1. Stupefy. Yeah, that.
Oh.
He dead. He's stupefied.
He is very stupefied.
Bye, bye. गेम तो अब चालू होगा. 2-1 Fnatic. 2-0 आगे. अभी 3-0 नहीं हुआ. अब भी 2-0 था. बोला फाइनल बता. मैं Fnatic बोला. अभी Fnatic जीता ना दिल से. नहीं पे क्या बोला था मैंने? सेन बोला था मैंने. हाँ, मैं सेन बोला था. सेन जीता तो 3-0 हुआ ना. अभी कैसे 2-0 हुआ? मैच इज नॉट मैचिंग. 2-0 सेन ना. 2-0 सेन मेरे हिसाब से सेन 2-0. उसमें मेरा भी सेन बोला था यार. ये कौन बोलेगा? इतना समझ गया. ये मैच 2-0 नहीं होने वाला है. तेरे को सेन का ओवरा नहीं मालूम. ट्वीट देखो जाके. घर जाएगा. ट्वीट देखो. फाइनल सेन वर्सेस PRX. यही म्यूजिक बजेगा. ओवरा वाला. भाई अभी ये हालत है भाई. चांस में और EWC में क्या होगा अपने दिल का? EWC next month है जून जुलाई अगस्त next month भाई 60 दिन के अंदर EWC है बे Pickens कौन सा Pickens Dad, 10k likes करो. We are very close to 10k likes. सिर्फ 5 लाइक बचे हैं. 500 लेकिन भाई मेरा पैर गया ब्रो. चैट कमजोर होते जा रहा हूँ भाई. मेरे को चाहिए रेस्ट भाई. 3 दिन बचा. 3 दिन बाद 2 दिन के लिए गायब तेरा भाई. भाई तो पागल हो गया. कुछ भी बोल रहा है. ऑक्सीजन नहीं पहुंच रहा दिमाग तक. मैं देख रहा हूँ सिर्फ. Or did I lose my mind? Oh, I lost my mind. Guys, stream को like करो, 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 stream को like करो.
Sentinels. I'm now joined by their coach Kaplan. Now, after what happened on Sunset yesterday, Fnatic were coming back into the series as well. In the last 2 and 3 rounds, who would you credit the most to keep your team in it?
I think it's tied between Zelsis and John. Zelsis really called us out for needing to tighten up and clean up, and then John got pretty specific there about what has to be done to make sure we close out those last couple rounds.
Thank you very much, Kaplan. Good luck.
Thank you.
We were expecting fireworks, and boy, oh boy, at the tail end of that game, did we get just that as Sentinels pick up the victory on Sunset despite the best efforts of Fnatic to try and bring things back. It was all for naught as Narrate and the boys in Sentinels managed to clutch up. And as a matter of fact, that takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because you gotta give it to Narrate for that incredible play, Kakuka, that we saw him pull off there.
It's an incredible play from him, but also a huge misplay for the side of Fnatic. They think that in this 5v2 situation, everything is already won for them, but with that position and everybody just rushing onto side to get that defuse, Narrate finds the perfect spacing to isolate all of those fights to get very favorable fights for himself, and Crashes is not able to defuse the spike for less than a second.
And what a moment this is for Narrate. His first Tier 1 opportunity was in EMEA, playing with Karmine Core. He was familiar playing against this Fnatic team then. Now back in North America at the Tier 1 level, showing up to a global event after their disappointment that was Bangkok, and putting up a map like this, winning a 1v4 clutch to close it out, and now be a map up and close to staying alive.
And also, in my opinion, that was not the most impressive thing that Narrate did this map. In various occasions, we saw him getting multi-kills. His utility is always the opener through everything, especially when they're from their attack and Alpha is being so present on mid, just being an absolute pain in the ass. Narrate proved that he won. EMEA lost in this case.
Yeah, I mean, Narrate did so many things right there, but Mimi, I mean, the other thing that we were seeing too, and this is something that we've known Sentinels to be quite good at, those retakes, the way that they play around and utilize their utility to great effect.
And if you just look at the retake win percentage, it doesn't look incredible for Sen, but I think what they did very well on their defensive side was having a game plan into this double controller composition. They played really passive at the start of their rounds, being willing to play retake A almost all the time, and instead putting more forces into mid to fight, shut down the lurkers, and then play either 5v4 or even number retakes. And in all those situations, Sentinels' utility, their coordination just looked on point, and it was rounds like the one you're seeing that snowballed this first half for Sen.
We had actually heard from Coach Kaplan what the expectation was for the team, and they were saying that there was a lot of conversations in the squad, Sentinels, that, hey, we got to tighten things up, we got to make things work here. What do you think the conversation's like for Fnatic?
The conversation right now is, let's forget about the rounds that we almost win. Let's focus on what's literally ahead of us, is thinking about Sen, thinking about everything else that they still have to show us for this match.
All right, well, let's actually get some words from Coach Milan and get ready for map number 2. We have Yinsu standing by.
I'm standing by with Coach Milan before we head to map 2. Now, throughout the history of Fnatic, it is a rare sight to see you guys pick Ascend. What made this map your most confident going into this matchup?
I mean, it looked good against RRQ. It's a map that Sentinels hasn't favored a lot, and I thought we would throw them a little bit of a curveball and see how it plans out, you know?
Well, I hope it goes in your favor. Thank you very much and good luck.
And I think everyone in Toronto feels the same way, because we want to see a map 3 here, Mimi. But for now, we have to focus on Ascent. What should we be expecting?
What we should be expecting is the same thing for Fnatic. That new chamber comp they did. Alpha, Bea, you were talking a lot about it. He was incredible towards the second half of Sunset, and it was the same to be said last time he played this map.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is, what is Sentinels going to change to, if ever, right?
Listen, please read my message.
Stay in that takeover. We saw G2 earlier, just going back to something that was comfortable for them and putting the takeover back in. I don't know if the plan is going to be the same for Sentinels, but someone else that I'm looking at, and someone that Coach Kaplan was speaking about, was Celsius. Him on that Vice, I think that if someone has a page of Fnatic's book, or possibly have and understand the usage of the Vice in this map, is Sentinels.
मोहित भाई सुन के मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ उसको सुन के participate कर सकते हो.
Last year when they were playing at Champions, they were running a double controller comp, the Cypher Deadlock, that became pretty popular in North America during that time, and I'm interested if they want to take any notes out of that one. I've loved the double Sentinel looks that a lot of different teams, including Fnatic, have shown on the map. So if they have something new, I would expect it to be some variant of the double Sentinel.
And you want to talk about the run that this team has had, Sentinels, on Ascent. It hasn't been pretty, right? 2-1, not all that bad. They haven't played it here, so we're going to see what we end up getting as the agent select is going to go. And look at Alfie already locked in that chamber.
He's not even hovering. He's not even letting us hear crowd. Maybe he goes for something else. But very important as well, you know that the chances of you picking this map and you starting on the attack are like, let's say 95%, okay? Some people, especially if it's a pick. If it's the last one, maybe it changes. But we saw what Fnatic were able to do in their attack. A lot of that
audio thoda low karo,
all
please.
of those terrain denials that this composition offers.
Fnatic, Sentinels got kind of obliterated by Paper X in their post plants when they played against them in the uppers. They were getting caught off guard by players in off angles when they were retaking. That's going to be the same thing with Alpha.
From now on, it's like IPL playoffs.
Degree. Every time Fnatic gets the spike down, watch for where he's putting his TP gate, how he's positioning forward. And as the Sentinels, we have to talk about them because they are locking the tail, they are locking
on
the
both the
sides.
sides.
Surely
looking
not.
to be the same comp as long as they don't lock it away. And they've done it. Second goes for the waylay, the first player to pull that out here in Toronto.
Well, if his first waylay, that is for sure. I don't think that he has played the agent in an official match, has he?
Not that I can recall.
I don't think so.
But also narrates on the Dejo as well.
Is this Jogamo? Is this you?
G2 played this a ton in Americas with that waylay in the midst, the slowest way. You can dive into market, all these different things. GB, this is a hell of a curveball.
All right, folks, well, it's now time to find out if Sentinels sink or swim. Are we going to get that map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters, Pansy and High Pop.
Curveball Fnatic फेंक रहा था, ये लोग भी कैसे फेंका बे?
All eyes turning towards Zekken here, Mike. I thought that maybe Alpha up on that chamber, maybe even Kron on the Vice.
Not the headline tonight.
Nah, Zekken on the
3 more second best combo, love you.
I mean, it's actually almost suits to play into this, right? You can almost dive onto Alpha a little, well, I said a little more coordinated, but there's a lot of pressure now to try and, at the end there's not many counter plays, right, to a Chamber getting up close and personal, able to dip his toes and get out, but could be a trump card
Valiant Theo and Vice
from Sentinels, and that's where Milan even touching on, bringing out a curveball, but hey, how do you react now?
Yeah. I think they've just one-upped you in that matter, but we dive into this, don't we? We get to truly see the test of these two creative sides. Fnatic on the attack, and of course SEN then on the defending side. And let's see how this looks. We got a lot to learn. Already a 3-play stack on this B site.
A bit of pressure here, a probe sent out in terms of the util from Crashies.
By Fnatic W kill रहा है bro.
Second motion is played towards short.
Fnatic बाप खेल रहा है.
We'll find John QT, but actually no damage done there.
No, and that's a couple of those bullets spent. Already the rotation's coming in. Narrate's going to be here. Kayak on the corner. Nice shot from Kayak. Quick to try and hunt that down. Does get denied the springboard forward, but Narrate's screwed. Yeah, Kron was hungry for that. And they're fighting for that space behind Tree, taking over towards Heaven. Making the site really uncomfortable. It's two players trying to tuck in towards Hell. And if they get the spacing right here, Fnatic, it should be pretty light work. This was really well
wall देखो इसका.
The miss on the first, but Alpha connecting with the headshot. Zekken now.
ये क्या है वो Valiant का? क्यों दिख रहा है वो?
The story of Zekken's 1v5.
Confused हो रहा है.
I told you that one.
You have not.
He was on a waylay, which is crazy,
Was
right?
it?
Yeah.
And one of the
Second
map.
subset. Second ping subset नहीं मांगते क्या? ए हाँ ओ hello.
I don't see it
Second
happening.
ping subset किधर गया?
Kron's playing the no funnel out
भूल गया था
game.
मैं.
The fun police.
Battle में बाहर आओ.
Sirens are on. Yeah, Zekken's having a go, but it's...
W.
Even in the losses, the man's still scary as hell. Good God, that man. Nasty with it. But around
Altars
the
मिले
rest,
तीन.
Fnatic here to get the first in the second map.
That's already half it through the ulti.
Through everything they had at that comeback on map 1, but said Sentinels.
Valiant
Well, out curveball here at map 2.
combo
Maybe
करने
some
के लिए
early
लिया शायद.
learnings here to find on the side of Fnatic. Excited to see, really. I mean, it will be the face-off. Maybe not in the first
वो
half.
alt combo करने से अच्छा एक साथ डालने से अच्छा alt वो दो अलग-अलग जगह पे डालने का. एक जगह Valiant, एक जगह Theo.
All right, one share.
आधा side का था.
For Zekken. And obviously on the other side, you're going to see them try and go farming here. But a big investment, Kron, Kayak. Prized possessions, they don't want to be losing.
अरे RCS मैं करके सेम मैसेज कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहे हो 3 बार समझ गया देख लिया ना तू thumbnail में मालूम पड़ गया था कौन जीतने वाला है.
They can just test out the waters. This puts a lot of pressure on, I'd say, Crashies to kind of do this good scouting.
Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, Control C. देखो मेरा मैसेज Control C, Control V.
Towards middle to begin with.
The space to play into for sure.
अभी भी नहीं रुक रहा है ये बंदा.
Still cautious. Don't give away any early advantage here in round 2.
Ooh, okay. Narrate goes down. Nice. Enough correction in the
अब
end
ये
from
लोग को
that
spike से
second.
पटना
This is
पड़ेगा.
good for him again. You want to see confidence
Ultra
being
नहीं
built.
दे सकते.
The other 4 for Sen. Not really all that enthused by this round, are they?
No. Especially when you look back towards the minimap now. Big
अब
gap.
सारे लोग मार्केट
Fnatic,
जाएंगे.
though. They'll be happy enough with that.
मिड कूदेंगे मार्केट जाएंगे.
Still so cautious of a snake in the water here. We'll find a clean plant though. Able to get themselves out of sight as well.
सारे मार्केट में छुपने वाले.
Yeah, really scratching their heads now.
Guys are not here.
I'm in market,
Second
baby.
is getting closer. Doors shut though. No. Doors open. And Fnatic would like to find the opponents. It does seem a little bit of hide and seek so far, but Kayak going to take down Zekken, who did have that sheriff. So the main sort of danger weapon gone.
W.
Speaking of weapons, there is one now dropped.
Launching thorns.
We'll see if they can recover this or keep it out of their hands, but Zelsis, this is a lot. That's 3 players here. They're going to make Fnatic work for this, though.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Trying to keep them in market here. Well, that's you both kills
Hey,
come through.
Okay, Vandal back in. Everything recovered. So, yeah, Vandal, Phantom, and the Guardian still in rotation.
Yeah, difficult to really police the
Good
weapons.
morning, Bulma. How's the chai the most?
Almost want to force Fnatic a little deeper, maybe to fall to the spike, but the plant position. A little bit of safety here. damage done though.
Money changed
Gonna
you.
cause problems for the
मैंने क्या
purchase
change
here.
किया? Binks bro, मैं पिछली year से देख रहा हूँ.
Obviously
Same जिसका thumbnail है.
the offset to that being
Pick होता
alpha.
है वही team जीतती है. Is it all pre-recorded?
So the ability to buy up effectively a Guardian in the back
मैं भी
pocket.
pre-recorded हूँ. I am AI. अल्फा जेर का एंट्री देखो.
Right side of the map for Zekken this
जिसकी
time.
smoke down
Does have
होएगा,
Zelsis here
बंदा
too.
down.
Alpha propped up towards B main.
This is the power of AI.
Again, this tempo from Fnatic is slow. We've been kind of talking about this. Very, very slow and steady.
Yeah, and certainly some
attacking sides.
question marks here of what Zekken's going to be doing. Does enable a lot of defensive aggression. And Alpha
Shot.
beheaded.
IA हो गया ये थोड़ा सा.
In similar setup though.
ये थोड़ा सा
Saw earlier on,
IA हो
Alpha
गया.
to lead the charge here, but rather sell the fake elsewhere.
I would like to apologize.
I quite like the deeper positioning from Narrate. We've seen that Fnatic do
Don't
like to
worry,
prioritize
Baba.
that deeper tree control as well. If he can police this, it'd be impressive, but it's difficult. Fnatic once again taking that territory. Kayak tries to get a little technical with it, but Narrate comfortable on the pressure.
Crashes by
So
one
far, so
tap.
good. Actually overextends and is rewarded.
Two with the Bulldogs, by the way. Massive value found.
Good round by
It's
Sen.
now Unicorn both to consider just holding on to this weapon.
ऐसा लगा IA. Intelligence of artificial.
Like going through tree, as said.
I
If
mean,
it all goes wrong, you're
10
kind of
seconds
stuck
left.
there.
So they do have the benefit. It's only Alpha that's broken. Got himself as close to a real weapon as you could hope for with that amount of credits left in the bank. The Sentinels here on the board on a cent. As wide, it's only really Kayak and Alpha making progress here. Crashes
ऐसा
as
कैसे
well,
हो सकता है
actually.
भाई?
Yeah, and the rate goes huge here with Bulldog. But there from
30
Kayak's
seconds
position,
left.
snappy onto Crashes as well, who
भाई
our first
technically
match,
अगर देखा जाए
see
तो
him certainly establish
Fnatic
himself early on here on
ये
a
मैप
set.
अच्छा तो खेल रहा है.
Yeah, and a little bit scary as well if Narrate starts going early. You saw
Huh?
how that last map ended.
इतना
he
mistake
was on
नहीं हो
a
रहा.
high note and a half.
Oh, he's buzzing.
थोड़ा बहुत ऐसा औरा वाला लग रहा है chat.
Oh, and a little
Icebox
bit deeper
जाएंगे अपन.
exploration coming out from Zekken there. So this feels like this fight's going to be happening a lot, right? Between Alpha and Zekken fighting for that sort of early
Possible
space,
है.
maybe B main or over towards A. This time Zelsis there with him. And they are waiting. This time Alpha, a bit of damage done. Zelsis wants to clear this util, but couldn't quite crest the corner.
We really want to see them remove the...
That's 3 players.
Here, yeah.
They should have noted on this side of the map.
भाई वो लोग को बीमेन वापस फाइट करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि वो लोग ने अभी बीमेन डिक्लेयर किया है. तो वो लोग को बी ही जाना पड़ेगा. Either go mid to B or go B.
Behind this. Spike still over towards the B side.
B जा रहे हैं. W जीता Fnatic.
Space into B main.
Zekken's been outdone this
Shot
time.
पे अल्फा
Back and
है.
forth between these two so far in these rounds. Zelsis still has some stall on this site. He can buy a bit of time. We saw that earlier rotation coming out from Narrate. Now he wants to get back. Can Zelsis buy some precious seconds? Can he keep Fnatic away from the door?
भाई delay तो क्या है भाई?
Chomping at the bit to get closer, looking for that cross through towards site. Slips in the smoke, takes away Alpha, looks for some more damage, but he can't do much more. Kind of pinned in at this point, had to give up Cat.
blind दिया bro.
Zelsis couldn't catch him. He actually caught the backside of it as well.
सी blind दिया था bro
Extension
लेकिन.
towards CT. I thought maybe try and buy a bit of time, see if someone could swing off him. But
वो भी
Kuroko goes
blind
down
हुआ.
and
वो
leaves it
कैसे
as
blind हुआ?
3v3. Now how to send them break back through towards the
वो
site
flash
itself. Look
referred
at the
हुआ
utility
शायद.
they have. One
Omen
flash
blind
from
बाप था.
John QT. That's it
हाँ?
pretty much in one smoke for Bang. Difficult to breach this side of the map. And that's it. That's pretty much it. Two
भाई वो
towards
लोग
Cat, high
crossfire
flash
strong
swing.
है.
Away we go, Crash, he's blind! What is that? Bang still firing on all cylinders though. He knows where Kayak is! But it ain't enough to get him. Kayak survives, but Fnatic make it out like bandits.
भाई whiff किया लेकिन सन ने whiff किया.
This Crash is alive there to find a kill. Maybe just a
भाई
catch on the flash
गजब
themselves.
sexy मारा भाई.
Alpha crispy on the entry. Yeah, weird exchange here between
flash का था वो.
Zelsis and Chronicle.
और flash का था
Bang
वो.
almost lining up a 4K here.
God, Bang. So close on that. I was like, bro, why are you aiming that towards me? Damn, okay, timeout early for Sen though. They're touching base up on what, round 5? They've hit
If
the
you
break
want
here.
any winning
maybe not
team
liking it, maybe just kind of trying to get
to
a
make
grip on this.
mix
Again,
of
you're playing
current
up
Sen
against
and
competitive
Fnatic
playoff.
lineup, but
Super
players should be
familiar with.
mixed of both
You're
teams.
seeing a
Which
chamber
would
again,
be
seeing this sort of thing. And again, if
would you
you're
prefer?
looking at the coaching staff,
Sachi
captains,
bolo,
they're going to be
none.
trying to keep in touch with them quick.
And you could argue
Fnatic
maybe
और
some of the
Sen का
rounds that are
mix
most
बना के
frustrating to lose.
एक
It's not
team में
necessarily
नहीं बना
flair
सकता.
or, you know,
ऐसे
nothing
है ही
special
नहीं.
about some of these rounds. If Alpha can just kind of find these dry engagements and win out,
नंगा हूँ मैं.
those are
नंगा.
tilters. You're not really testing the site
कहाँ
hold or
से
anything
5
like
player
that.
लो?
It's somebody
एक
almost
का
overstepping
पैसा
the
नहीं
mark
है.
on Sentinel's side. So maybe just trying to
हाँ?
rein that in.
तुम membership
early on,
लोगे
but
तब जाके कुछ कर सकता हो ना यार.
certainly for Zekin in the first half, you don't want him to just sit back and receive some of these site exits.
भाई मत करो बोला था ना.
And it
आपका
does feel, I
pending
don't say
है
like a coin
पहले
flip
मैप का.
between the two of them, but they have been going back and forth.
मैं
Right?
बोला
Zekin's
था
had his
इतना
moments.
support क्या Sen का. दूसरा
Obviously,
आया
the
नहीं
value
पिक.
of Alpha getting that first pick does open the sight. You saw how isolated then Zelsis was, and it was
मेरे
really
को
hard
अब
to
तक नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. तुम चाहते हो कि Sen जीते कि तुम नहीं चाहते हो Sen जीते. मैं confused हो रहा हूँ.
3-1, Fnatic firmly now starting to build a lead. The operator is in, but
Let's play.
so is Tour de Force on the other side.
Dansin Patel भाई ये Sen का
Zek
round है.
taking a look.
मैं चेक कर रहा था
Knife
आप
comes
होक
in.
के
Probably going to catch
बीच
one
बीच.
there. Imagine that connected. As Zekin decides to rattle off a shot, but back away. That opens up gap for Fnatic.
Almost leaning towards a pace change on both sides, though. As soon as the
भाई
Tour
ये
de
shot
Force is
पे
out.
heavy
Active
fight
fight
है.
on towards street.
दो बंदे.
Actually, the spam ups of Kayak.
And it's done. Oh, no,
Bro,
Reed,
Narek
how are you
mood में
how are
भाई.
you diffing Kayak in that? Getting
Bro,
snapped back to it
mood
already.
में,
You're going to
bro.
see this coming in to try and clear out, and it
W
does.
ult.
Hunter's Fury does well to catch out on a raid, but they've made it hard work to play up Cat. A real different hold. They're just playing it forward a little in unison. No big opportunities for Alpha to bring in the ult either.
Trying to make something work here in range of the TP. But a pause for
वो
thought
KO
here
suppress
from
is
Fnatic.
doubling for moments of right side देख सकते हैं
But
अभी
John
में
QT tagged down to 47, so
Yo, le.
slight advantage.
भाई ये बंदा shot miss नहीं करता.
Curious. Does have the spike himself as
लगे
well,
Sen
so
के.
going to hope that Crash
क्या
can
कितना
come and
हुआ?
reinforce this, but
3 का.
it's second.
And look
Come
at the
out on top
time.
once more.
Mush में आ रहा हूँ.
The word melons is coming to mind. 10 seconds. Fnatic, yeah, they're getting closer, but Bang's still here. If he can deny the plant, that's everything. And Bang's currently getting curious. Dealt with by Kron. A messy shot from him. Zelsis can't get there in time just yet. And look how disconnected Kron is. This is so difficult for Zelsis to clear out.
कैसे आ रहे हैं Sen ये
Shot
सारे
darts
round?
back in play as well. The second that Zelsis gets closer to sight, if he gets contact, that checkmate of Kron's position surely comes in. And it's there. Lovely positioning. I thought they were too late then, Mike, but they are letting that clock run low.
Not many options to recover.
भाई अगर वो planter को मार देता
Just a
तो भी
really
दूसरा बंदा
bizarre
plant
exchange
कर ही
here.
देता. सोचा वो लाइन
Sure, it's only
लगा
really
के
the
रुक
Hunter's
जाता
Fury that
वो.
opens things
पूरा
up.
जन लाइन था उसके पास.
Almost 1 second shows his hand with the operator. Able to deal with it. A couple of ultimates now online for Sentinels. Still got Kayak though. Potentially over, actually a set piece out towards mid here.
Yeah, and look at the pressure coming out of B main too. It's kind of look towards middle, but I promise you there's more of us here. And there is. They're fighting
Bye.
together. Sen, kick up
Bye.
the pace. And
ये
they
set
rip
play था, ये
apart
set play था.
Fnatic. Boaster and
भाई ये
Alpha
set play था.
have a mountain to climb. Alpha rattles off the bullet. They now know where he is.
हाँ ये
Spike's
set
in a
play था
dangerous
यार.
position too. Alpha wants that back.
आदित्य भाई 10 दिन में 10
Ghost
दिन में.
already trail blazing away. Alpha gets the spike, he gets away. Now where do they go? It feels like it has to be towards A, right?
All this pressure elsewhere. They're not going to walk short. Surely
Right?
not.
Oh my, no. Why is this
Bro
choice
ये लोग
feels...
को सबको मार के जाना पड़ेगा अभी.
There's not going to be any
Playing Sen's
confirmation for,
rotating?
yeah, for Sen, but this is certainly bold.
Oh my god, they might... I don't... Oh! They catch more than the timing. They catch second.
But do they read that?
Why
Sentinels
3v2
have
है
already rotated
completely
it now.
possible.
Go back towards B. Zeus is still in a position to do damage.
He's thinking about it, isn't he, Alpha? And with Zelsa still alive, you've still got this wall in middle. Okay, triggers it. Trying to bait it out to look back like a B. A double fake, potentially. And a late
Bosa's
lurk
got the spike as well.
cat.
Oh my word.
That was close. That was so damn close to smoke on CT. And Sen have to react to it. They have to respond to it to some extent. But it is the play towards A now. Plants can be coming down.
Need?
Can Boaster and Alpha navigate this?
My ultimate is ready.
Paranoia still there.
That's huge, actually. 5 seconds on smoke as well for
निकाल
Boaster.
सकते हैं 2 3 अभी.
Where's he off to? They don't know, we do. Smoke gonna go in. Ult's popped. Alpha's out of it, but they're gonna flood the site now. Sen looking to try and clear, trying to maybe catch Boaster in the meantime. Paranoia still in play. There it is, posted. Alpha, you gotta come into this one. And he checks it, it's clear for now. They are hunting them down, but Alpha denying. Boaster trying to live as long as he can. Alpha, the man who will not be moved. Clutching up.
एक और पिंक के लिए दर्ज के लिमिट आ रहा, what the fuck. हाँ, ज़्यादा हो गया ना, 179 plus 179 plus ऐसा करते
Almost felt a little
10k का
awkward
लिमिट
there. The Paranoia could have connected potentially onto Alpha. Not sure of the range, but what a recovery.
Bro, crazy killer Fnatic.
It takes everything from Alpha. 4
Fnatic
kills
crazy
for
killer
him.
4v2 जीते वो लोग 4v2.
And this pace change really from Sentinels. Actually, the second timeout coming through.
Boaster's up. Boaster's up. You shouldn't be losing what 2v4.
4v2 वो भी 4 बंदे
Those are the
बीमिन पे
ones that get you.
और
Those are the ones that
shot
frustrate
जाके
you.
प्लांट
I
के
mean,
भाई
beautiful
4
initially
बंदे
for
बीमिन.
Sentinels. Like I said, I think the pace change really operators left on the table. Alpha's going to have it. Let's take the fight to them.
Love that.
And initially, a huge victory for them.
पोस्टर का ब्लाइंड भी बहुत
But again, Zelsis half a second longer, and he catches Boaster with the spike.
But also have to give credit to Boaster, playing him like a fiddle.
Yeah.
Just setting off that
रुक जा अटैक बाकी है सेन का नहीं I think they are going map 3
ideas that, they're going back,
Straight
they're
up.
going back surely. They're going to try and hit
Simple
this
बात है
It
भाई
was a double
स्लीप
fake
शेड्यूल
back
की
in
गांड
towards that A piece.
ये है
Beautifully done.
कोड वर्ड
Manipulating the
टोरंटो
map just perfectly. And a
जब
5
जब
to
बाप
1,
मैचेस हुए ना
there's a reason
तब
there's
भी
this double
इजी नहीं हुआ
timeout.
या फिर टीम
Call
कमबैक
into
करती है
effect. Sentinels.
या फिर थर्ड मैप जाती है सिंपल बात
Oh, wouldn't you just? Hearing
सिंपल
that.
बात
Again, because that's when you watch the mini-map back, and it's a round of seconds. Millimeters almost.
नेट का है होगा तेओ ने नेट डाल के दरवाजा तोड़ा शायद
To find their 5th. Sentinels now really a stinger and a sheriff for Zekken. Tuck themselves back into a deeper hold for sure.
They've been abusing Cat over and over again.
Yeah, they have, yeah.
भाई ये बीटी है बे अगर सोवा नहीं रहता ना ये सच्ची ये बीटी है
But then we had that Chron and Crashies round.
Teo is not same like Sova in Ascent.
Sen finding it hard. They've been so close a couple of times, but it's just not
आपके
quite
वजह
been
से
there.
slip side मेरे वजह से कैसे
Steady.
love you यार keep entering love you यार we are
Again,
guy
that protocol is right. Early
Love you.
clear of the wall. Early clear of the thoughts.
It's all
going
ahead
through
of
it.
60 seconds left, yeah.
Going through that
अब ball
checklist
खत्म mid spike
very
खत्म
well. Making those
अब कुछ
rotations
नहीं
now
कर
difficult.
सकते
And Alpha gets
mid
let
छोड़
off
के
the
खेलना
leash.
पड़ेगा
Has a glance towards middle. It's still building towards A.
वो लोग right side पे जा रहे
as
हैं
well, so the drone will come through if it doesn't confirm.
ड्रोन ने देखा ना
Maybe you see it, but actually, Spam almost catching on John QT.
Oh, safety found in the smoke there. Almost a second of thought for it. And Alpha's
bro commit भी नहीं कर रहे
Fnatic playing the
bro
entire map
There's a
on this
3-play
attacking
stack.
side.
There's still 3 players
Bro,
on this B side.
overcook हो
They've
गया,
actually got the read right here, but you
overcook
look at the
हो
weaponry, that's the hard part here. Sen getting the tempo right, getting the read right, but with 25 seconds it can go wrong.
overcook
Fnatic could have had this too late,
हो
but let's find out. 24 seconds, they gotta make a play here. Still coming in, Crash is taking those brave first couple of steps. Good work from Zekken, good stall. It's 17 seconds down. They go again towards the back of the side. Poster, Messi lands it, and then Zekken again. 10 seconds left. Zekken is still on fire here. Bang! Lands a shot, and Kayak is sweating bullets. This one's over. Heroics from Zekken doing the damage to Fnatic.
And gets the 4. I mean, Fnatic victims of their own
Zeki
successes.
baby
Like I said, playing the entire map, but then playing right into Sentinel's hands.
Zeki
The
baby
hands of that man right there.
It's a scary player to get going, to get
भाई
confidence,
उसका
to
नेट
get
तेओ
feeling
नेट
out
भी
this
बाप
game.
था
Look at
And then you look at all that, and Bang's still there, just waiting.
that rock solid player.
Play time, boys. Play time.
The Mascot Thrifty coming through. Beautiful highlight there for Zekken. But can they keep
Highlight
these reads
nahi,
up,
montage
right? They've got to keep
banaya
a grip on
hai,
Fnatic,
be.
who are looking slippery.
क्या मारा? इको में फास्ट जाना था. फास्ट नहीं, अभी Zekken के पास पूरा था ना, सिटी हेवन सब कुछ था Zekken के पास. But say execute.
Affairs to invest, still sitting on kayaks.
Ult भी Zekken के पास सब कुछ था.
Chronicle.
और जब इतना लीड रहता था, अगर ult से राउंड सेक्योर होता चुपचाप मार देने का.
What?
Sorry, is Houdini in the server? Because that was just simply magic. How has he gotten to
Patil bhai, thank you for the 6 cast those membership. मेरी जान पे बैठे. www.
So now the plants can come in, but they're in a 5v3.
Sentinels giving this up already. You can see them tucked into
दो हमारे पट से save.
What the hell was that from Kayak? Give me that on a replay,
I mean,
please.
the first, maybe.
Second.
पहला वाला kill कौन whiff किया? कोई तो whiff किया.
Outrageous.
Show me it back. Can't
Patil bhai, thank you for the cast those membership. Make sure to join the premium WhatsApp group. WhatsApp करो Patil bhai को.
Brilliant round from Zekken. Heroics from him. Right back, cool. Okay, Kayak's behind us and he's just
Narrate
got
ने
to.
whiff किया.
Especially now if you.
कोई नहीं. Last map उसने बहुत impact है. चलेगा. चलेगा.
John QT in the server.
Question is, क्या 6-2 से SEN comeback मार सकते?
Here for Fnatic.
Answer is hell no.
Wow. Maybe that's
क्या answer?
the turning point for them in terms of momentum and establishing themselves now with a 4-round lead. Certainly got the funds to support that.
Oh, he
Oh,
spotted
उसने देखा.
That is absolute filth.
भाई क्या movement था भी
That's
लेकिन.
Narrate as well, who's looked so sharp. I said coming alive in map 1.
बस उसने क्या movement था?
Yeah, Kayak is an absolute gunner, apparently. Okay, we've got a couple of... So Kayak's been sat on his for a while now. We've been kind of keeping track of that. Kron's got his. He wanted it in that previous one, but actually the knife denied it and then regardless.
Safe था
On
ना
the other
वो.
side though,
कुछ नहीं कर
second
सकते
one
वो
away.
लोग.
John
Save ही
QT's
कर
got
सकते
his,
थे.
Narrate's got his.
चिंतन भाई आप कनाडा में होके नहीं देख रहे हो वहाँ से? लैंड से?
Once again,
क्या फायदा तो फिर आ जाओ रिटर्न
all
इधर.
of this mid control, not much of a test towards this.
Yeah, Sentinels have not been dipping their toes in
No
the early round.
operator,
Yeah,
no challenge on
whatsoever.
it. Don't fancy it.
You could argue maybe with Zekken now sitting on 3K.
Deeper wall.
ये attack में पे
Fnatic were
defense.
able to pull this out
Defense.
very early on in the previous rounds.
Oh god, Kayak again. He got another rabbit in there, had to pull out. No, pretty simple, but the timing's right for Bang. Takes away Alpha, trying to maybe scale into this
और blind
and
और
stalled
push
out
रोका
on
है.
shore. Uh-oh, time to run. Okay, they're good.
Chronicle ahead of this now with the spike. Actually,
क्या
not gonna
फायदा
be
है
isolated.
लेकिन?
Okay, this is nice though. This time around, do get to invest the ult here. So just those classics waiting, but I've heard something about those Sentinels classics. That makes me a little bit nervous here. And even Kayak investing util, they want to clear house. The Bang comes down, swinging! Outrageous!
Bam!
He could be on for the ace. 8 HP in a dream. Celsius gets the job done.
Bang ने round बचा लिया.
The desperation to capitalize
Bang
on
ने round
Chronicle's
बचा लिया.
ultimate is their downfall.
कनाडा में हूँ भाई टोरंटो से 4 और दूर हूँ फिर.
Up against the ropes in hell. I mean, the flash is perfect. And
Enemy remaining.
again, you can't fault the first 2 swings here.
I'll have what I...
भाई Bang.
Just when you think it might be the
Bang
moment
ने round बचा लिया bro.
stabilize here with the lead.
I take everything I said about
Sentinels
Bang
fight
back.
3
W.
still separate these teams.
I like this.
Like I said, yeah, with the funds in the previous. Zekken now on the operator, sorry.
जैसा Fnatic इतना बाप एसेंट खेल रहा है.
Maybe they're willing to. I don't see
PRX के
challenge
कितने
middle,
tournaments
but
हो
let's see how
जाते
they
थे.
maybe
Map
approach
से.
it. Kai wants to
Tournament.
test early. Okay.
Answer is
Well,
10.
just, I was going to say,
What was the
Hello?
plan?
a really awkward
Maybe some discomfort
recall
on
ये
the
तो
agent. I
चेंबर
don't know,
टीपी
that
जैसा
didn't
किया
seem
उसने.
like
हेलो?
he went the way he wanted. So Narrate now.
Whoa.
what is going on in these couple of moments here? Zelsis is still on this side. So they felt pressure on Meier and through main. This feels very indicative of this B hit, but we've seen how slippery Fnatic can be. Hesitation on rotation, but Bang closing the gap. He should be the checkmate here. Keep Zelsis steady in holding this side, but John QT's gone down. There's still a wall behind here. TP could be taken for Bang, but if even another 4K, this is ridiculous. Fnatic slow and steady has been working, smothering Sentinels. The plant up next. Bang, I mean, he was a hero before, but this
Alpha instead backstep trip आगे क्यों डाल रहा है? थोड़ा ज़्यादा space मिलने के लिए.
Again, maybe even retrieve
वो
the
जो
operator,
वैसा कर रहा है ना, मतलब a shot completely उनका है. A shot अगर कोई read करेगा तो
I come
इनको
back to
मिलेगा.
stocks. I quite like the idea, kind of playing a little bit deeper initially, waiting for that early wave of util, and then
तो
maybe
जब भी mid
taking
to
a
भी
glance.
जाते हैं, या फिर किधर भी अगर वो a shot पहुंच गया अल्फा, वही वाला trip डालता.
It didn't look like obviously that was what he wanted. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Bang, if you survive, it ain't gonna happen. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, an early TP from Kayak and the clone. I think he knows he's got to back to rise.
Yeah. I see
Beautiful play up middle.
Feeling it.
And again, it's just the timing that it takes him
Backstep के लिए Vice का wall है.
pull the operator. And actually, yeah, I mean, Kayak's on the
B
angle.
पे या फिर side पे heaven पे किधर भी डालता है
ankle shown. That was enough for the shot from Narrate then.
One enemy remaining.
Big round from Alpha though.
Vice तो wall किधर भी डाल सकता है.
Paving the
किधर
way
भी.
towards B site for Fnatic. And a trade-off. Again, look at that timeline. Last 4.
Last time जब भी गए थे 8 किया था पता है heaven में डाला था. किधर भी डाल सकता.
Lovely matchup actually between these two. I'm liking it. And again, it's that whole idea of being better to be remembered for ambition than to be forgotten for obedience, playing their own way, bringing out new agents. As said on this way, like, be it a hit or a miss, fair play, you know, you can call it how you see it. This is the first half on the defending side. But then you look at Fnatic, of course, rewarded so far with this chamber adjustment, Chronicle as well on that Vice.
PewDiePie थोड़ा down लग रहा है, मार नहीं रहे आज.
In terms of, like I said, playing the entire map.
PewDiePie को मालूम नहीं, लेकिन
very early on, but
fight नहीं ले पा रहे यार, क्योंकि सोवा नहीं है रे.
Don't spring into action.
Pop flash के साथ सोवा recon है ना, बहुत फर्क पड़ता है बे. Mid clear कर सकते हैं.
Also hasn't suited them.
No.
Other than some heroics from Zekken here and there.
This is, they're playing back Bowhouse, 30 seconds yet, and they've read it so well. Where are you meant to go? Zekken trying to buy him time with the ult coming in, but still Zelsis has to lean forward. Boaster takes him down. He was actually set into motion well. Narrate does a little bit of damage from CT. 20 seconds.
But don't
starting
tell
to
me
fumble on
ये
time,
round
and
से
already back
निकालेगा.
to take the quick TP and the ult invested towards the back of sight. 15 seconds for Fnatic. Come on, you got to get towards the site here. Zelsis set up for success. Bang on the trade, can't do enough. 7 seconds and a plant is wanted. Does Kayak get given that freedom? No, he does not. Narrate there, denying the plant, and Fnatic leaving it way too late.
Back set में अटक के सोवा ulti मारा, फिर भी लोग हारे round.
It's teed up for Fnatic, but once more, I dare say, victims of their own success. They have so much space to play into.
भाई Zekken है बे. भाई Zekken का ult इतना crucial था ना, इतना crucial.
Bang to spring the trap once more.
भाई इतना crucial ult था ना भाई Zekken का.
Quiet half from him.
तो fuck man. इतना impact है भाई उसका.
A fifth here to close out the first half.
Trying to ignite something. It's been a hard game to get that kind of momentum building. And it's something actually to keep that away from Sentinels. They are a team that never feel truly down and out, no matter the scoreline, no matter the map, no matter the matchup.
उसके बाद तो लोग ने movement करके dodge किया, but tag हुआ था वो.
Now the S ground.
दूसरा बंदा open में आके मारा भी backside वाला उसके ult की वजह
Bang
से.
getting caught off there. Just that kind of 1v1 over on A main that was slowly building.
Yeah, it was a warbang as well, so that's just the edge of the... John be on the top of the boxes, but have to wait and see.
He's not been having a highlight game. Narrate, on the other hand, has been nice from John QT. Quick way to make up for what's not been a good affair yet. Can he do any more though? No, goes down with a lot of util as well, cleared out by Boaster. besting the other IGL, and Kron in support, not letting them fight alone. Security found for the plant.
Fnatic too strong ये मैप में.
Just a formality.
ये
In the
मैप में
bar being
Fnatic too
back for
strong.
Fnatic, making it up to 8, keeping Sen
बहुत slow
on
खेल रहे हैं, एक
just
run
these
fast के
4
लिए लग गया.
rounds. Mike, this one looks one-sided.
Hey,
We
babe,
have to wait until
BT
that second
Fnatic
half to
के
see
सामने
if
खेलना.
Sen have more for us. They've got to come out swinging.
Fnatic के साथ खेलना BT है bro. कभी लास्ट 10 सेकंड में आते, कभी 5 सेकंड में, कभी 1 मिनट में ना. मत बोल भाई, और क्या करूं मैं, क्या नहीं बोल रहा, किसको जिताना है पाटिल भाई.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12
चल
episodes
जीतेगा मेरे हिसाब से,
insight
बराबर
and
है
lessons
पाटिल
for
भाई.
anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
भाई सेन टेक्निकली जितने भी राउंड जीते ना, सारे अनबिलीवेबल राउंड जीते. हाँ, अनबिलीवेबल राउंड जीते सेन. क्लीन राउंड सिर्फ Fnatic जीता है. Bang 0-10 is able to come when it comes to controller. Bang is equal to bang, Sen is Sen. काय कंपेयर करते हो प्लेयर्स. मिरर मैच. कैमरामैन ना मान रहा.
Alright, so the bar has been set. 8 rounds for Fnatic, and they looked in control, Mike.
Absolutely.
तो ऑप्टिक का भी कपड़ा पहना है.
Few rounds where things get away from themselves. Maybe cutting things a bit too fine.
अल्पाजर का ओपी क्लास भूल गया क्या तू?
Question of Sentinels.
अल्पाजर है बे.
The Coinbase econ report here.
चेमिलियन भी उतना कलर नहीं बदलता जितना बिंक्स पार्टी बदलता है. मैं तो सेन को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन
not necessarily painting too clear a picture.
अभी Fnatic अच्छा खेल रहा है तो थोड़ा भटक रहा हूँ मैं क्या करूँ. अच्छा खेल रहा है Fnatic.
My eyes are on Zek in this half. In outfit today.
Hitman by Real Adisa.
Came to work, locked in.
Had the privilege.
Thank you for the $5 for Jan church it, man.
But yeah, for me, it is now the story of what does Zekken look like on this, because it is that waylay, it's on the attacking side now. It's time to see the value and what it can bring. We've seen how good Alpha looks with this chamber. We've seen this sort of stuff. Kayak, of course,
John
that
Cutie.
amazing ability to be able to pick up those 2 kills on the A side. Ridiculous at times. However, we go in. Sentinels. Are we going 3? We have it in 2. Only 4 rounds to their name. It is a long path back.
We did see that face-off initially in the first half between Zekken and Alpha. Certainly more so here in the second. Is a set piece going to come through for the Sentinel? Zekken up close and personal. Doesn't find any contact. Actually, Chronicle finds him.
Yeah, Kron having that corner uncontested was wild. It felt like they checked off every other part of the map. It was a very well crafted approach, but still, does a bit of damage. And look at the rate. 34 HP and tucks in towards help.
Retake possible है क्या Fnatic
Short is the way forward here. Slow and steady.
Blind
once again,
गजब के
waiting,
पास
and
है.
Sentinels
Shock dart भी नहीं
tired of
है.
it. Try and get involved again.
Impatient हो गए
Punished.
रे.
Zealous is the only one to make
बस
out.
कोई util नहीं बचा था
Positive
Retake के
trade
लिए.
here, and he's fallen. Alpha.
Impatient हो गए बे.
Doing what he
भाई
needs.
बाप केला Fnatic भाई.
Even crashes now on his feet. Boaster
Fnatic
in
बाप
prime
केला
I
chat.
series form, giving it large.
There's a line there that I won't repeat. Maybe another day. Say Chronicle just
हाँ क्या से WW.
Move the tip of the spear here and into a 4v4 ahead of the plant coming through, but Alpha.
That's tasty.
क्या चैम्बर खेलता है ना.
On the headshot here to seal the deal.
रन कर रहे, खुद पुश कर रहे. हाँ, impatient हो गया. बोले पास कुछ नहीं था, सिर्फ एक
Sentinels
Euro blind
going here to maybe flip round 2, but only classics.
I mean, This is starting to look like that Icebox third
Only
map
support
is
Sen. Don't say
becoming a
Fnatic.
reality
ठीक है.
between
Sen
these
जीतेगा.
two.
Sen जीतेगा. Sen जीतेगा.
First
Sen
map
जीतेगा.
didn't feel as explosive as expected, but this is certainly a test. Be careful here. They are close by. Those classics can do work, but again, shot in the dark and alpha is rewarded. Zekin disrespecting it, takes a glance in, and then dips out.
बाप entry मारा भाई.
Peel away
Hold
now.
अच्छा है.
The only
PRX का.
casualty. Zelsis HP bar as well, down to 32.
John's been having a bit of a nightmare as well. Rough game for him.
Able to really have a say in a lot of these rounds. See a fairly thankless
Fnatic नहीं बोल सकता. PRX तो बोल सकता हो. समझ रहे हो?
Certainly expect a little more from him.
कितना हरामी हो भाई. Hashtag OP in the chat.
See the paranoia.
Yeah, I was going to say, inside the smoke, so...
Here we go. Kron. Oh, he's so well controlled.
Ah, 2v3.
Digging their heels this time. Hold on. Anything they can recover, any plant to be had would be perfect. So Narrate going to go for the plant and Zekin put on guard duty.
कितना दिमाग चलता है ना रात को 3 बजे.
Zekin be trying to make this one happen here. Narrate by his side.
2v3 है. Sen निकाल सकता है. Winnable है.
Oh, and it's so simple. Fnatic not really giving any room for Sen to get up to anything.
Keep 2 rifles from this. We'll find the 10th. Ult charge wise, going to prioritize crashes.
Battle में अब बराबर है ना? Hello?
Maybe. Maybe just go through the housekeeping.
And just polishing this one comfortably. 3 still alive. As I need a bit more fire with Sentinels, Mike.
Reported मैंने क्या किया अभी?
Now's the time to make a stand. Long road back into the second half with Fnatic.
अच्छा तो killer team.
Kicking things off with 2. Even actually riding this out now with a Bucky and a Sheriff.
Oof.
Boaster back on one of his trademarks.
Third map नहीं देख रहा इतना सान नहीं जाता देखना तो पड़ेगा.
Coming back in.
Yeah, Fnatic rounds to play with almost, so expect them to ride.
Lane for वो सिर्फ GENG कर सकता है.
Maybe looking to actually get an operator on the board nice and early.
दो बार गया ना GENG ने शायद.
Jump spot top middle. And now Paranoia comes in.
एक बार से पेट नहीं भरा.
Alpha's really got such confidence. Smoke was still in play and he knows it now. Oh,
भाई मेरे को एक बात बता. आधे घंटे तक वो वहाँ पे खड़ा रह के कैसे मार के निकल सकता है भाई? आधे घंटे से वहाँ पे खड़ा है.
Avoid being pinged by the dart there. You see, it was almost a surprise to see somebody swing out from.
Bro, there is no way.
1-for-1 trade now.
Sen can win an attack when there is 2 Sentinels. 2
slight advantage.
It's an opportunity, isn't it? It feels like they've been lacking those.
Sentinels will group as for.
Yup, Yanasi. के पास 2 Sentinel है भाई. Yup, Yanasi.
I'm not going to say late, but it's going to be short.
I mean, it's tight if they don't make a move.
Look at this.
Arami Pro Max.
Nothing behind him. Yeah, this is going to get deadly because this flank is going to be fast as well. They need to get through side. They still need to clear back boathouse. And they're not investing utility. Want to keep this quiet. Boaster, can you buy the time? Zekin does well. Takes away players from CT. Now Boaster forced to fight, but the flank comes in. 2 players. Front straight down cat. Nice damage, but not a nice job.
Bye.
Can't do it. Sentinels down to the wire, but
अगर comeback हुआ, Narrate को lip lock.
Frugal in the purchase here.
Give it to me.
It feels like the best of a bad situation.
Perfect flank था. Perfect.
One enemy remaining.
Perfect flank था.
Another 3-piece.
Beautiful.
Like I said, the purchase in the previous now to find an operator in the hands of Alpha.
Huh?
See if we can put this to work. He's been present.
John Kitty जो round एक मारा ना सीधा जीत गया मेरे साथ.
Hasn't really had
बहुत low feel कर रहा है. हाँ ये देखा ये problem देखा ये क्यों हो रहा है?
How's it gone that
देखा ना?
ये
problem क्यों हुआ?
How do they want to play it? There's a little bit of a question mark around that. Maybe push out on B potentially because the wall got cleared. So they
W entry baby.
It looks like they really want to continue towards A, but Quant's been solid too. Second, taking
Sen
space
का
away
नाम
from Street.
sexy Sen
Both to
होनी
come in on
चाहिए.
by. Does have that paranoia if Quan needs it, and I think he does now. Yeah, wait, they didn't even check for it. Narrate still doing damage. Bang on, good layering here. Nice scaling up towards the site, and the spike should be in now.
She's still got plenty of util. One of the Hunter's Fury, so.
Zelsis.
नरपंडी प्रोमेक्ट नरपंडी क्या है नसकुंडी पता है मेरे को नरपंडी क्या है अभी
that is too valuable of a possession. You want that operator for late game.
And a big round actually to keep 4 alive.
Huge.
The Sentinels.
भाई वो लोग को पता है लेकिन full speed में जा रहे हैं
Actually trying to remove that advantage. Don't want to see another one given away here.
Well, they are close. They got to this quick.
भाई ये बंदा final boss है बे
You get to keep this one. No one else through CT side. You can see where they
नरपंडी
are,
means
but I think
also
they're going to pause
पनौती
now. I think we'll be kind of leaving it where it is. But again, starting to see a little bit more life in Sentinels. Mike. There's a build here. The fact that Zekken got that kill on Kayak still feels ridiculous.
Technically अगर देखा जाए
As well, this is obviously Kayak got the Phantom as well, so no traces to even aim that.
6-10 है
Here, Sen
Enemy remaining.
have to commit towards this site as well. I don't want to say disrespecting the utility, but certainly knowing when they have to dial up the pressure.
All right, well, this is now looking like a
दो
big round as well in my mind. As much as the
gunfight
purchase is low
जीतना
for
Sen
Fnatic,
को
I need Sen to look
technically
clean on
अगर
this.
तुम
And
लोग
it's actually the
deep
next that's
dive करके
Going to be
देखोगे
crucial
तो
in terms of stringing together this comeback. Have tour de force and potentially still an operator.
But Alpha is here. Alpha scares the life out of me in these scenarios. When he does, how did that not land? Zekken.
रुक लो तक क्या
Oh, the second time of asking. Alpha goes back in for it. And Alpha decides, screw it. A pop with the ult. Holds his ground, stands as long as he could, but he goes down. Sentinels now. Flooding towards the site. Still have mid control, but still 2 to clear on the site itself. They've got options here. The buy now looking a little less lethal at this point. So they slow the tempo,
से लेके
Mike.
स्मोक
They
से
want to get
लेके
a grip
बी
on
और
this.
तुम लोग यहाँ से पुश करो
You got a Bucky and a Stinger to work with.
वो
Sheriffs
सिटी अल्ट
to
मार रहा था कि
complement
सिटी
it.
वाला बाहर आए
Utility perfectly placed here. A chance for Sentinel to sweep through sight, but the crossfire doesn't amounts to
W
nothing.
यही करना था ये तो बोल रहा था मैं
Perfectly cleared. And Kayak just cut out of the round. John QT needs
W.
the help maybe in the end, but he gets it.
This is absolutely huge though, because it draws out the tour.
सेम अल्ट बोला था मैंने
Two
सेम
massive tools to offset potentially a lesser purchase, which is on the brink here for Fnatic.
big brains
But
baby
again, though, there's nobody swinging into bottom mid here
yeah
from Sentinels.
yeah
With Zekken's up close, but
One enemy.
no
Could you
clearance
imagine?
to these close angles.
Can you imagine if that went the other way? That one shot, look how close that was. Even Alpha's like, how? But still, just
आप मत करो big brains play
if that had gone the other way, who knows? But
अब
it's
अब
given
डर का
a
माहौल है
build back here for Sentinels. 7 to 10
अब डर
now.
का
Fnatic
माहौल है
wanting this time
हाँ?
out and needing it now.
For sure. And I think
सिंपल बात है
man just
अब
looking to rein
Fnatic ये राउंड हारेगी
the boys in a little bit.
8-10 होएगा इको
Probably
जाएंगे
getting a little nervous
9-10
now.
होएगा अल्ट
After the
आएगा
hard work's already done,
10-10
considering
Ben 10
Pistol and the second went to Fnatic here in the
देखना
second half.
देखना
Like I said, we're on a
देखना
knife
baby
edge now in terms of the
ये होती
economy.
है प्रेडिक्शन ये होती है
Got the Hunter's Fury, Chronicle with his as well. Kayak 2 away.
Fnatic easy win है
Certainly for
bro
Sentinels
I
now
am
in a
telling
pretty
it
Comfortable position with basically 4 players at 4K and above. Second with his ultimate as well.
3 बजे तक जगह है कभी आज तक डुओ करने तो आया नहीं तो 3 बजे तक गेंड हुए मैच बराबर देख रहा है
Fnatic will concede. Have to ride a lower purchase.
बिंग्स में अगर ये आपका सच्ची वाला बेटा है तो 50 गिफ्टेड देगा +1 आज बाप का नाम रोशन करेगा
You're looking at Kron, you're looking
Let's
at
go.
Crashies as well. Those ults are here. Zekken's got his. What's the early approach? Sentinels eyeing
पड़ी
up
पड़ी
the
पड़ी
big commitment. Zekken takes a walk first.
नाइस
Has a look.
फ्लैश
No one up close. Knife not
Nice
going to find
draw.
much. This time to fighting Kayak
but
quickly
that's a
handles
nice
Zekken.
counter kill
That looked all too easy. And Sentinels sent back.
Launching thorns.
Back down to 15 HP, but Sentinels not really to find the
भाई
response or
100
a
अल्ट
trade
भी
there.
है
Second just trying to make use of some aggression through B main.
YouTube's
Back to
biggest
the drawing board now for
कमाल।
Sentinels.
मेरा आज का सुपर चैट
Question
देखो
marks across
भाई
the map for them.
160 रुपीस है भाई
We have a trip as well, and Alpha with a very deep position actually.
मेंबर आज
Tucked
एक
into
बंदे ने
hell.
नया मेंबरशिप लिया है एक
Imagine the TP to get him up
सो एक
out of danger as well.
शगुन बोलते इट्स अ गुड डे मेरे हिसाब से
Smoke will go up and trying to bait out some of this utility. Well, he's dealing with the trap, but there's
50
layers to this.
गिफ्टेड वो कल
from
लिया था
Fnatic.
12 बज गए ना नया दिन है ना आज
30 seconds left.
12 बजे से पहले था अभी नया दिन है ना भाई वो 17 तारीख को था भाई आज 18 तारीख है
Quite
भाई
further pressure now, and actually
It's a new day.
confirmation here of presence in B main.
चेंज हो गया बे
Okay, bang. Look at the time
नरेट
though. We're down
भाई
to 10
नरेट
seconds. Quan just
मूव
darting about and they've got to try and power forward. Kayak's still alive. Yeah, he's down to 15, but his presence alone is a problem. Sen looked lost without
बोला
a
था कि
plan in that.
7-11 होएगा
Losing Zekken early on. I said this was a huge opportunity for
अब
Sentinels to
सेन का है
really
शायद
apply pressure.
हाँ
This pass
ये
to
राउंड
Dubai,
सेन का है
beautiful opener from Kayak. And I said able to
4499 वाले का चुपा लिया था
said Sentinels just kind of
अरे वो
hoping
टाइमर
that
खत्म हो गया
somebody from Fnatic would
सुपर
play
चैट
into their
वाला
hands.
टाइमर खत्म हो गया ना यार
Desperation towards B. Fnatic grinning really on the back of that.
Don't miss me too much.
Don't
This
miss
time around,
me
they just
Rihanna
through middle, right? They were similar drone before, but now look at Kai's position though. Playing deeper in towards B main, but pace change coming out.
not
Fresh towards
fast.
basket. Crashes up to the test though, takes away John. Cron on the follow up and Sen.
यार, लगा
Falling
नहीं
short when it looked to
यार।
just matter most.
लगा,
Bang right
लगा,
back into it
लगा।
though. 2 big kills and it's still
लगा।
game on. Flooding through B main. Trying to get this plant in motion. John's gone down here in the end. No one able to retrieve him in this situation. 3v3 post plant now.
मेन क्या मालूम है बैंक के पास ब्लाइंड है
Crashes. Does have the Hunter Fury as well.
हाँ
TP actually all the way back out.
Oh my
I
god.
was going to say, was he going to try and
Blind.
backstab spawn there?
Bush just got Zelsis on the back pedal.
Ayo,
Look at that position right up on top.
correct.
They had no idea. The paranoia not going to affect him either. He sent this right back to him. Bang now blind. He was the hero who got them the 2 that made this look doable. Narrate still standing, the king of the 3Ks, 4Ks hell, but he's fallen. And Fnatic break down the door. Looking for the defuse. They've got this one. And Sentinels looking quiet
एक बार
here
डैशबोर्ड
now.
ओपन करो बंक भाई स्ट्रीम पे देखते हैं एक बार कितना मिल रहा है
Point
माउस
now
में
for
बैटरी नहीं है
Fnatic.
भाई
Purchase going to be a little shaky. on the side
माउस
of
नहीं ला पा रहा हूँ
Sentinels.
मैं टैप कहाँ से खोलूँ एक बार
Crash is just timing this to perfection. Is Chronicle to complement that as well.
4 बजे सोएंगे आज
So, yeah, both are over the top. Crucial kill.
Totally unaware of that possibility. 12 to 7.
टोरंटो
Here we are. Icebox looking more and more likely.
Zekken के पास ult है, chat.
hitting a brick wall that
मेरे
they can't
कान में
seem to
बोल
get
रहा हूँ मैं कान में
above,
Zekken के पास
around
ult है
or through. Zekken not given much play in middle this time. Quan and Crashies have been good at this.
Zekken के पास ult है chat
Corner takes a glance, but doesn't fancy it.
This is now looking to re-explore towards this utility that late round caused problems for his poster. He's found one blind.
Oh, the timing is outrageous on this too.
Line
Goes
them
in, they're still
up.
trying to power forward, but Crashy's going to take down John QT again. But that's Shorty waiting! Perfectly placed! And now Sentinels scrambling! Zelsis and Bang have to come together to save the day. Well, Fnatic are taking us the distance. The third map looking
Lag हो
so
गया था वो
likely.
बेचारा
Bang's been great, but Fnatic have been better. We're going to Icebox.
The bounce back from Fnatic. You can never count them out. We go to the cornerstone of their
पहले थोड़ा भारी पड़ा पहले थोड़ा भारी पड़ा रे हाँ पहले भारी पड़ा Stop supporting Sen जो अपने बाप का नहीं वो अपने बात का नहीं. टाइटल देखो, ट्वीट देखो, पाटिल भाई पैसे दे रहे वो देखो. Don't support Sen. Full support Sen. Edit भाई बाहर आओ. स्ट्रिक्स एडिट को देख रहे हैं क्या आजकल? बीच व्यू, ले टेरिस व्यू, फुल डीजे, अकेले एकदम पूरा औरा व्यू के साथ फुल डीजे एडिट भाई. हाँ 1-0 लास्ट मैच मैप फेनेटिक. विशाल भाई 2-0 लिख के सो जाओ. सेन जीतने वाला. आई एम सॉरी बाबू बिंक्स ये लिखो और सो जाओ. इजी फॉर सेन होने वाला. एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा वो दिख रहा है ट्वीट. एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा ये होने वाली है अभी फेनेटिक के साथ. समझ रहे हो? विराट कोहली का डीजे है भाई. एक्सक्यूज मी क्या लैंग्वेज है स्ट्रिक्स? हम लोग को भूल गया भाई एडिट आजकल. हाँ एलिंग में तू सेम लगता है सेन जैसे. हेलो सेन को टीबोन की जरूरत है जीतने के लिए. क्यों क्रेट ओपनिंग करनी है सालों में? अपना गोट पुराना जैसा नहीं रहा. उसको ग्लव्स चाहिए अभी. पहले हमारे गाफ लेता था अभी ग्लव्स चाहिए. मतलब गोट हैज चेंज्ड. आज इतना बाप मैच सेन वर्सेस फैनेटिक. गोल्ड 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 बदल गया है भाई. बदल गया जब से भाई कनाडा गया ना. ही इज डिफरेंट. क्या वेले लेना एज अ सिंगल डुअल प्रो सीन में बैट? रिजल्ट आपके सामने. मेरे को पसंद ही नहीं है सोलो वेले. आई एम सॉरी बिंग्स बाय लोरस. एक्सक्यूज मी. हाँ अभिषेक वेले सोलो इज कनाडा ऑस्ट्रेलिया. ऑस्ट्रेलिया अभी घूमता रहता बंदर. Australia, sorry, Australia.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about. First up, though, let's talk about Alpha here, because my guy decides to bust out the chamber again, do the thing that we saw him do before, but this time, I mean, the guy just absolutely magical on that agent.
And after what we saw yesterday, we thought that maybe we were not going to see the continuance of that, that maybe he was not going to be allowed to
important बात बोल रही थी वो.
but time
हाईलाइट डाल दिया बीच में. नहीं देख सकते हाईलाइट बाद में अपन.
How he played around the assets that were thrown against him with this ability as well as Chamber, given a perfect result for the side of Alpha. I said at the beginning of the day, if you are a fan, you do not want this Alpha to show up.
No, not at all.
The style of attack side,
Short
the Fnatic was calling fit Alpha so perfectly, and it allowed him to have so many moments where he took over these rounds, ends with nearly a 2.0 KD, and in those slow rounds, they're letting him walk into mid, they're letting him walk into mid, they're giving him utility to do that in these mid rounds, and Alpha in those big moments was constantly stepping up, delivering.
तेरा भाई का टेढ़ा नजर है. पैर
No
संभालो.
one on Sen was positive in the first kill
Panku
to
आज
first
देख
death
कब
department.
तक पूरी
Second was down 4, and the majority of that was Alpha just going crazy at the start of these rounds.
It makes you want to have the chamber meta back, just so you can have everybody.
Wouldn't go that far.
Yes, that happens.
I don't know, do we, Toronto, do we want the chamber meta back at all?
My people! No, they say yes. They say yes. In my head, they say yes.
Oh, okay, we hear what we want to hear. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. But though, that wasn't the only thing that we were seeing in the server pop off, because we also got to see our duelist head-to-head. We also got a little bit of Waylay as well, Mimi. And although it did not lead to that Sentinels victory, it was refreshing to see that agent be used in this situation. But maybe, was it a little overcooked in your opinion?
I don't know. I really think the biggest problem for Sentinels was their defense. And in that way, I would have maybe liked to see them go into more of a double Sentinel comp, which is really strong to hold it down on that side of the map. But I wouldn't necessarily say the Waylay was at fault for the loss in this one. I think the biggest reason Fnatic won was how incredible they were calling their attack side, how good Alpha was playing, and also how these other players were stepping up. Kayak, Fnatic's rookie, is one such example. Bea, he's playing great even in these high pressure matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't matter that it's Alpha out there getting the kills. Kayak has so much impact in every single one of those rounds because all of that does not work if you do not have a Euro that is not scared to go in and have the rounds that he has. And especially looking ahead, looking at our last map, the question is, what is Kayak going to be playing? Are we going to see the Sage? Because we have seen Sentinels play and actually lose on Icebox already on this tournament. So we have to think about what Fnatic's going to do.
We absolutely do. Just looking at one stat here, 14-6 in first kills for Fnatic on that one. That speaks volumes.
They won all of their post-plans. That's very important.
It looked incredible in all of those moments. This is a weird series though, because both these teams, I think, managed to pick a map that exposed a big weakness in their opponent's map. SEN has never been a great Ascent team. They weren't today. Fnatic has never been a great Sunset team. They were not today. But now we go to Icebox, a map that has been a home ground for Fnatic in the past, but that Sentinels has also been great at as well to tie up this series.
Do you feel like this is the best map to kind of get that neutral who wants it more in this situation?
I think this favors Fnatic because in my head, if I was Sentinels coming into today, I would pray that Fnatic is not feeling comfortable enough to go for the Ascent pick, and I would have, you know, Bandit first, Bandit second, sorry, and maybe go on a different route.
It goes to show just how good Fnatic made in terms of decisions in this map, Vito, to pick Ascent, to force Sentinels into this position where they had to pick, they had to leave one of Fnatic's best maps to end this series. Icebox, in my opinion, is the best chance for the last chance from Europe to send Sen home.
We've seen surprises from Fnatic on Ascent. I do not know what we can expect for Icebox.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, right? Are we going to see anything unique? Are we going to see anything interesting here, right? That's the question that is going to be on everyone's mind as we get ready for this matchup. Agent selection coming up in just a little bit here, guys. I'm really, like, it's anyone's ball game here. I genuinely feel that way. I know you guys say it feels good for Fnatic, but the reality of the situation is when you're in this moment, when you feel the energy of the crowd, just like the way Zelsis is getting the crowd hyped right then and there, you simply can't beat that. You simply can't beat that. That is, it could very well be the sixth man in this one, Mimi.
Absolutely could be, but you see Zelsis doing that. Boaster's been doing the same thing on this stage. You've heard the clips of his speeches to the team, bringing up the energy, just having fun out there. He's doing the same with each and every one of those fans behind him.
We're getting ready for the agent select here in a moment, folks, but we want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to walk away with the win? Is it going to be Fnatic? Ooh. Is it going to be the Sentinels? Oh. Hey, yo, Fnatic fans, where you at? Is it going to be Fnatic? There you go, but surely the Sentinels fans aren't going to be let down. Let me hear you, Sent fans. Woo. I feel the energy in here, Mimi.
It's two of the biggest fan bases in Valorant. Two teams that have...
I go as far as saying two of the biggest fan bases in esports. Because I've been following Fnatic for years, since freaking Battlefield days. So let me tell you, this is a team that's prolific in our sport. But here we go. Agent select coming in. Let's see what we end up getting here, team.
No surprises on the side of Sentinels, right? This is what they were playing the other day. Second playing on that Omen, no duelist on that side. My question really is what Fnatic is going to do. We see some hovers here, and even though we did see the Sage, it was not in Chronicle's arms. I don't know if they're going to lock this Agents, Mimi.
Yeah, it could be a little change up. I do hope to see Fnatic stay with some variant of the Sage comp, as Kayak does lock in the Jet there. So the one duelist in the server will be the newest player to Tier 1 Valorant.
A lot of pressure on that young man, but he has a big opportunity here to send a fan-favorite squad home, and we're waiting for the final two lock-ins. We'll see what happens.
Last hope of Europe here for Fnatic. Sentinels, if they win today, they get their third match this year against G2. Lost to them both times in both America's finals.
We need not this one, of course, this one for the side of Fnatic, but Narrate has been having such a good series for Sentinels. With him on the get-go on this attack, he could be the difference maker. And when Sentinels go, Monaco is going to be the one locking in the Sage. Okay.
So it's a slight change, but still, it's going to play pretty much the same
No
as what
flashes.
we've seen from Fnatic in the past. You're right about that switch up, but I think this comp is still strong. Solo Silva is fine on this map. Enable Kayak to go crazy on that jet and have a slight wrinkle in your plan for Sen.
All right, Toronto, let's get some hype going. I want your hands together. Let's do this. Let's clap, clap. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Map 3 starting right now. Fnatic Sentinels. Hype Pansy, over to you.
Yeah, we got you for this one. Don't worry. It comes down to the third, as it should, Mike. NA against EU. One of those first ever times we got to see high-tier Valorant between Sen and Fnatic all those years back. Now we're here. Only one can survive.
Icebox में no duelist common है.
I mean, it's just so fitting with the weight of an entire region riding on Fnatic's shoulders here.
Yeah.
We go to Icebox. Sentinels back in right on the Gecko, and again the adjustment here coming out the Tejo meta to now have Chronicle on the Sage again. Not necessarily a concern, but certainly here the switch up.
I think वो लोग ने खाली पैकेट भेजा था.
Really a comp to catch Sentinels off guard. It's a return really to old school Icebox in that regard.
मैं बाकरवाड़ी.
All eyes towards Kayak.
Fiber है ना?
To hopefully
500
put
Mbps
something
speed
in
आता है.
motion here. Fnatic on the decider.
I'm glad the Des mentioned it as well. Narrate, the man on the screen.
Sidki beti, long time no see. How's you?
Sentinel success. And respect given so far by both.
Godpit भाई कहाँ है? खुद के मुँह पे मार रहे हो.
Close and give up too much.
Let's go Sen. कोई नहीं है यहाँ पे. सिर्फ Viper है. Should be the easiest round of the life of the Sentinels.
Oh, actually, Alpha finding one ahead of time. John QT will fall. Narrate will respond.
W wall भी नहीं है. Wall भी नहीं है.
Sheriff and so does Kayak. So these are two big hitters.
Wall भी नहीं है
Same
Ritik
for
के लिए.
Zelsis though. Two players towards back yellow, two towards B long. How are they going to cross up to this one? Narrate still got Dizzy to invest.
Boto जमा चल रहा है.
Bang, waiting to swing on yellow. Now joined again towards long on
पान
this.
तूक के टाइप करो लिखने के लिए.
Shock dart not going to be all that much of an issue. Paranoia gets burned. And that is a lovely flash as well.
Bro.
Nice from Zen so far.
Gecko
it's
OP.
only Alpha to be
Gecko
drawing
OP.
blood. Oh my
बाप
god,
blind था.
Alpha. He tried
भाई
it.
बाप
He
वन
gave
वे
it a go.
बाप
But
blind
Sentinels
और सब
standing
बाप.
strong here in map 3.
सब बाप था.
Convincing.
आपकी शक्तियों का इस्तेमाल और टाइम में मत करो. Excuse me.
Respect shown
जेंजी
from
के लिए
both
बुरा लगा यार.
conceding all that space. Free plant to come through.
रोज का हो गया अभी
in the
उनका.
retake. Actually, a beautiful opener here from Alpha. Down range.
And I'm going to keep my eyes on this.
मैं क्या betting app का promo होमो दे रहे हो भाई? Retirement plan है और रुको ना 30-40 साल.
Get that. There's so much util for Leon. You need Chron alive. You need that wall still in play, right? And he was one of the
के हिसाब
first.
से #1
for sure.
वाले अभी जीत रहे हैं.
See, for now, not really a big factor in this sort of round. You're looking at Sentinels keeping this clean
Stanford पे
here.
किसने बोला था कि
Keep
नहीं
those
possible है?
bulldogs
कैसे
up.
possible
That's three
था?
of them there. The
Godspit
Singer
भाई.
could be lost potentially, as could that Sheriff, but those
वो अल्ट
bulldogs
वाला राउंड क्या
provide
था?
possession.
गलत था कि नहीं Godspit भाई?
Allowing them
In
to
your
scale up
personal
the back of the
experience.
utility, but there's a lot of bodies now on this side of the map, Mike.
25 सेकंड भाई.
Looking for something cheeky. Rinse and repeat here for Sentinels.
भाई हर राउंड अलग-अलग जगह पे प्लांट कर रहे हैं वो लोग.
Supposed to slip pretty deep in this. Now Alpha's found a shot on Narrate. It's not over. Smoke still in hand.
Boaster by be like, I am chilling here.
Bang getting curious. Catches Boaster, clears it out. This is good. This is
से
really
बैकअप
good.
बुला रहा था कोई आ नहीं पा
Not
रहा.
feeling any of that pressure
भाई
apart from
शॉट
Alpha,
बे
who's
यार.
firing here, by the way.
उसको कोई बोलो किलजॉय के लिए चेंबर ने अभी हेड हंटर मार रहा है.
Monster on Icebox.
These are the three valuable weapons. They can't afford to lose these.
Going to be given a chance here. John QT still curious, but
क्रेजी केला भाई मोत्री.
I don't think he will. Yeah, won't catch sight of anybody on the retreat.
चाची लाइफ एम्बिशन पे काम चल रहा है मेरा द ट्राइडेंट को मतलब
Planting the seeds here towards B. Early on, important to show presence on this side of the map.
गुड नाइट बंग्स भाई लास्ट मैच बिना देखे कौन सोता है.
Yeah, very early on.
Huge for bonus, right? If they want to try and
आगे जान
deploy
दो.
that now, potentially,
भाई अल्फा जेड ने एस मारा और बाकी ने एक ने मारा है. हेलो.
I wonder if they try and indicate a similar approach. This time around, you do have Kayak here, though. It's only been Boaster really soloing this so far.
He's on an Odin. Let's try and hold down the fort here at B main. Kayak catches his lips, but
ये कौन सा मेटा है भाई?
doesn't want to reveal himself just yet. Certainly unorthodox.
इसके बाद नाइट टाइम पहले हो जाए बंक भाई.
Hopefully pay for
मैंने
that
आईडी बेच
Sentinels,
दिया
but
10 दिन के लिए.
very quickly handled.
They're not bad at
5
all,
दिन
actually.
के
So
लिए.
Fnatic gets to kind of backpedal away, sit towards backside, allow
कितना
the
दिन बचा है
rotations to come in.
Actrank
So a good stall out here between the Odin and Kayak's presence. And dealing with that ult, yes, it could be picked up. It's done well, and it has been. Back
प्लांट
into hand
नहीं
now, it
कर
looks like.
सकते. बहुत
Still
ओडिन
waiting.
स्पैम
Could
आएगा.
potentially do some damage if they go for a plant here. See that come in, and it is down, but Alpha strides in again. This time, bigger weaponry.
भाई कर रहे बे प्लांट.
Surprise! Kayak falls and Sen still holding a lot of ground here. No trades at all. It's
भाई
really
वाइपर
only
लड़के
Alpha
मरेगा.
drawing blood.
बाप
Where's
मजा
the
आएगा.
rest of Fnatic in this? They got to do something to clear these two players off site.
भाई ये लोग बेट होने वाले हैं वाइपर के वजह से. दूसरा बंदा चेक नहीं होने वाला है चैट. ब्रो वाइपर ने क्या बेट किया है? भाई कितना बाप खेला. लास्ट फ्राइडे फर्स्ट सैलरी आई तो मेंबरशिप एंड सब्सक्राइब आपके स्ट्रीम सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस एंड डाउन टाइम में हेल्प किया. लव यू यार, लव यू. डब्ल्यू बेबी. भाई सारे पटक भाई अमीर है क्या सीन है? पापा शायद मम्मी पटेल प्रेफर बोथ मतलब.
As I was saying, the only real positives here, Chronicle and Alpha, good progress towards their ultimates, but in this round, you
W
really
this
things
is
on a plate
bye.
stop,
Thank you for the Canadian $5. आपका और बाबू जी का सेम रैंक हो जाएगा नेक्स्ट एक्ट में.
Swinging towards Sen's favor. But I like this walk coming out from Fnatic.
आप मतलब जेन्युइनली चाहते हो ना मैं आपको
There's not
सपोर्ट
much
करूं
to deny them over on that A side.
चाहते हो तो बोल दो.
Oh, Kron.
भाई सेक्सी मारा बे 3 जन ने पुश
Split them up a
करके.
bit, makes it a little bit trickier.
बट उसके
But
बाद क्या?
still, it is only pistols. Sheriffs, yes.
या उसके बाद
We are
क्या?
heading towards that A site. Crashies. Potentially Alpha do damage here. Alpha's position now going to be known. Cross to be made. Nice shot on the first, but Crashies gets cleared at the same time.
Mike.
This is looking
Alpha.
pretty comfortable. But that back line, if they wanted the
Marta
traditional push
ye
plant,
be.
they had.
safe plant though. We'll see awareness of.
शाह वाले भी अमीर है भाई.
Rifle
मुझे
has
$5 दिया.
फेंक के मार 5000
जब तू 10 देगा तब बोलूंगा ना मैं. शाह भाई भी अमीर है करके.
Really banged. Weapon model actually covered it by Kayak. Second shot at it and converts.
भाई कुछ शॉट से लोग का देख के ऐसे में लगता
Second has to be big here.
वाला.
No real ability to swing off it. And Zelsis has to go clutch. A 1v2 and Kayak on the case. Kron, he's already invested that wall. Yeah, Zelsis knows it now. That time is not on his side. He can't do a thing about it. Fnatic with a Mastercard thrifty. Catching off Sentinels. Yeah, Zelsis still clearing up, but the round is Fnatic's.
हर्षटी मारा बे.
Sentinels early work here to try and draw an extra body across the map here. Maybe open up
Alpha
a
just
site a
sexy
little
मार.
easier. Get everything right on the way in.
अजब भी बाप मारा. लेकिन अल्फा जेर सेक्सी मार रहा है ब्रो.
And the wall deciding things.
अल्फा जेर सेक्सी मार रहा है.
Talking about that early progress, Alpha and Chronicle now bring theirs into round 5.
Oh fuck off आ गया.
Fnatic bring is an operator for Kayak.
भाई लग गए बे.
1 and 4.
हाँ? वो और भी FNC होने वाला मेरे हिसाब से.
I don't know anybody's actually going to be expecting this. The awareness there.
क्या ये वाला शॉट देखना.
I do like this.
I mean, the smoke definitely shows
हटा नहीं
awareness.
सकते इसको यहाँ से. हटा नहीं सकते.
How do they path up to this again? All these audio cues,
नहीं हटा
man.
सकते भाई.
He's got to be chomping at the bit.
अरे क्यों?
नहीं हटा सकते
इसको.
It does get to a bit of a 50-50 here. He knows he's in danger, and yeah, right timing to back away, doesn't get punished. Making Sentinels burn a little bit more of that utility to scale up.
भाई reclear कर रहा है
Has to
अकेले.
force himself on a deeper line now.
Zelsis still trying to
ओ वे लोग जल्दी फाइट कर रहे हैं. उसके चैट.
Keep our eyes on the action here on.
That's brave.
Full reclear किया.
Actually, just dealing with the utility has drawn the rotation. Look at the minimap. Boaster Hangs about Snowman.
Oh bro, re-hit करते भी निकाल लेते.
Kind of back up towards yellow and felt no pressure really. Check in behind that wall. Gives
मत
them a bit
करो
more freedom. They
please.
have to almost reset. Yeah,
Support
they can
Sen
try and
जीतेगा.
re-approach this like a fake, but Boaster can still check behind it. He knows there's no one here. He can keep his players close towards this A site.
भाई गेको के गुआगो में
There's
उल्लू
that
बनाया.
lockdown, lovely timing. Look at this, 16
Look at the
seconds.
clock, yeah.
They've got to make a move on it. And Kayak watching, perfectly poised above for 10 seconds. There's not much to be done. Lockdown does go down and the plant is in.
कैसे तोड़ा?
Sen just about salvaging this round.
इससे fake net से छूटता है क्या? I think Killjoy को भी net लगा पे.
Now flood back in, making 5. Great flash. John on the swing.
Ult
Kayak
खोल दे.
still firing
Cutie.
though. Down to 3 for Sentinels. Oh, but John QT.
Cutie.
Unwilling to move from the site. Resilient till the
खोल दे.
end. Rez comes out.
Bro.
Doing it perfectly from the site itself. Now Zekid in the rate. Gonna try and hold on to this. Kayak barely alive, goes down. Cross falls, that's the defuse goal. Time is ticking. The rate just has to play to the tune of the clock. I think it's too far gone, surely. Again, similar scenes to before. Sentinels in the final seconds, holding on.
Ice cold again from the rate to run down the clock here.
मेरे को लगा टाइम है.
Fnatic beginning to sweat a little bit. Big investment.
टाइम है लेकिन सोने का टाइम है. खेलते बैठ रहे हैं ये लोग. 2-0 खत्म नहीं कर सकते दोनों टीम.
Rings around Fnatic here. In the wall going up, but providing no safety whatsoever.
इसके बाद नो मेंबर्स होंगे आज.
थोड़ा short
Force an early timeout here from Fnatic once more.
एकदम छोटू.
नहीं नहीं.
एक घंटा
To reconsider their approach potentially
कितना बजाए?
now.
खत्म
Back
होते
down on
होते
just
4 बज
pistols.
जाएगा.
बराबर.
This time
5
around,
बजे तक.
Bladestorm in hand,
Nine.
though, something to offset that slightly. Got the Hunter's Fury as well.
बारिश में बालकनी में
Sentinels
सोना
off to a
पड़ेगा तो
flying
अच्छा नहीं होगा
start
बंग
here.
भाई. एक्चुअल में
They're
मजा
attacking
आता
side
है.
of Icebox.
एक्चुअल में.
And we haven't seen John QT have this level
हाँ
of
ना,
impact
दोपहर
in
को
the
कर लिया
previous maps.
members
No,
Be
no, no.
quiet.
गद्दा
He's been
चाहिए
doing a
बस.
job. He
Again, a
leads.
thankless task to
It
be on
is.
this role.
It certainly is. But to see him getting that fire
हमारे
going now
balcony
is
में
huge
बीज
for them.
आती है.
That could be a big difference maker here. Again, got to see
सुबह
someone pick that
हो
up.
गया
and
एक member
he
रेस्ट
absolutely
ले
has.
बात.
And overall, the read's been right from Sentinels. This has caused this timeout from Fnatic. They need bigger plan
कल
solutions.
कर लेना.
That pressure
कल
early
नहीं
on
कर
B has
सकते.
been
कल मेरे
hard
को
to get
shoot
reads
है.
behind. I liked what Boaster did there to check behind it. Then almost second
Bring
up the
Manzana,
game.
they're almost anticipating that that's the plant coming through. You could see still questioning that. So crucial work from Boaster, but
और मुझे लगा कि सुना है मच्छर नहीं आता भाई.
क्या नहीं आता.
a part of the scene.
इनके इतना चिल्लाते रहते गेम के अंदर आधे मच्छर ऐसे भाग जाते हैं. समझ रहे? कौन भिन भिन आ रहा है करके.
We'll hear of the orb.
That's my thank you for the membership Rijan Kirote.
Early on in the round.
There's 3 players pinged on the knife too, so big info, even in a round like this. You can see the instantaneous rotate from Kayak, maybe trying to offset the expectations after being identified early on the
भाई
knife.
second मैप पे लोग वेले की वजह से आ रहे हैं. क्या बोलते हो?
Still going to be
Easy for Sen हो रहा है मेरे हिसाब
towards
से.
this A side of the map. Alpha taking a glance down middle, seeing no one on the cross, and it is going to be this A side here.
ये round कुछ नहीं कर
Sentinels
सकते.
down. He can scale up well.
सारे spike से पटेंगे
Crashes
सारे.
does have the sheriff, but Chronicle's already been
Chronicle के
clear.
अलावा लेके.
Easy work for them on the site. The plant
बाकी
next
सारे
on the
spike से
cards.
पटेंगे.
This is, as said, concise work. Celsius could be in a bother. There's Kayak now coming round. Contact swing, it's nice. Good synergy between the two players there. Bang next potentially in line. Does have the help from Zekin if required. Oh! No help needed apparently on that one for Kayak. That's all his. Where's that counterbalance of the pressure from CT? There it is! Crashies catching John QT. Now Zekin and Narrate split in this, trying to fight it forward. Narrate finds a corner to play from a Kayak. Delivering death! Beautiful from Fnatic against the odds again.
It's a Bladestorm to carve out this round. The MasterCard Thrifty converted here. Fnatic find their second. Strip away any of that comfort Sentinels were trying to establish. Actually humbling the economy. The bait and switch perfect between Alpha and Kayak, and he continues further, finds 3 on the round. Massive value in a Thrifty. Bit more energy on stage as well.
They need
Much
that too.
needed.
भाई 5-1 होने वाला था भाई 5-1 अभी वो लोग इक्वलाइज की वजह से अरे बच्चा का रेंज
on their side, but actually Crash's blind connection gets it right. That's huge scalp to claim, and straight through him he tries to dash. Boaster body blocking him out on towards Zekat as well. This is getting rough around the edges. Sen not having the same sort of success on the start this time.
Make it very difficult to recover anything here. John QT down to 20 HP.
Nah, bro, nah.
A Stinger and 2 Sheriffs. Sentinels to pin their hopes to here in round 7. Don't want to do what Fnatic just did.
Easy 5-1 था. Easy.
The layering of util.
Easy.
Aren't coming through just yet, so.
दो इको निकाला. पहला वाला निकाला वो अच्छा निकाला. पहला वाला जो इको निकाला वो अच्छा निकाला. ये वाला जो निकाला ना ये नहीं होना चाहिए बे.
Just on guard as well.
पता है प्लान के क्यों पीक लेगा वो वाइपर.
Not going to go deep enough.
Angle hold करने की जगह पे क्यों उसके में.
Very indicative still of this pathing towards the B site, right?
30 seconds
Kron
left.
getting curious. Spots out one. There's more, and yeah, he's farming them up now. Fnatic keeping 5 standing. A valuable timeout for them. Just had a moment ago, getting them back on the same page.
काफी गाय के गेम प्ले के लिए 2 शब्द हो जाए. Sexy play. अच्छा खेल.
Hunter's Fury. I'm sure if it was the snake bite, right?
बहुत अच्छा खेल.
Snake bite comes through.
जली ना तेरी 40 रुपए दे के हिट चला रहा है. जली ना. बाप खेलते हो.
Seconds left.
Well, again, it's a risk-free approach.
मेरे हिसाब से आप जब भी उसके साथ खेलोगे आप कैरी हो जाओगे.
Sure, you could argue it's a big ultimate to draw out, but for round conversions
minimum
here
200 है. Obviously भाई रेट बढ़ा है भाई. दोस्त को गाली देने के लिए रेट बढ़ा है.
Touching distance here of Sentinels who call a timeout themselves.
Again, if you're looking at Sen here,
तू सेन सपोर्ट कर समझा. सेन को ही सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ ना. किसको कर रहा हूँ मैं.
They want to run here a set play in mind with these ults, Mike. They could certainly do it, but also they need that ethos check-in, right? Maybe a little bit of a change up here.
ये कलर देख रहे हो. कलर ऑफ सेंटिनल्स.
Very true.
पूरे स्टेज पे aura of Sen है.
Maybe look towards the set piece, obviously A, the easier one in that regard. But plenty of tools. Obviously the age-old lockdown into a pit. Now actually the operator. Curious to see how Kayak does approach some of these areas. He's back on the board, struggled early on, but certainly with the 3
Go support Fnatic. Title देखो, tweet देखो, मेरा प्यार देखो. All for Sen, baby.
When you're looking at the bonus, can really knock you for 6. That can take that confidence
Booster
out
by
straight
Skew.
away. And Sen would have been grinning about that one. They were up out of their chairs early.
Sen all the way. Sen
very
shooting.
How much impact Narrate was having. John QT doing really well. Now Fnatic showing signs of life. 3 to 4. Timeout called from Sen. But plenty of cards to play now.
गाली वाली निकल जाएगा तो easy and.
Might even be a mid piece here. With 3 players stacked up.
Limit खत्म हो गया लेकिन पैसा पेंडिंग है पाटिल भाई याद रखना.
Necessarily seen any presence shown just
मतलब
yet.
गिफ्ट कर सकते हो पाटिल भाई.
Not necessarily struggling, but a slow start here on Icebox on the Omen. Just with the turret early on, so just forcing the adjustment. Can't sit back on that util.
मेरा भी लिमिट हो गया.
The eyes of both Boaster and Alpha.
भाई पुकी वैंडल है क्या? सॉरी पुकी ऑफ है क्या ये?
With the operator here.
Maybe a nicer line to
क्या
work.
कजक भाई के पास पुकी ऑफ है क्या?
At least kind of duck into a bit of
Ole,
cover.
ole, ole वाला.
Give away the position.
Almost with this setup anticipating the lockdown to be used. Right, actually gets a tag on a second. Second down to 3 HP.
That was almost 2. Big catch there as well though. Can anyone save him? No one's nearby. Oh my good god, it's on Hunts this. They're not close enough to catch him. Respect having to be given by the lockdown layered. So a reset here, but a man to the good for Fnatic. The post plant strong though. Second HP is a factor. Only on 3 at this point. But they're playing on site here. They're not backing away.
तेज को सप्रेस करके तो फायदा ही नहीं
है. A factor in the retake. Straight off of util and actually no progress made for Boaster. Fine second.
That's part of the front line gone. You're now looking at John QT. You're looking at Narrate to pick up that next layer of slack here. Narrate
Main to Narrate hai.
John QT not clean enough to get it instantly without a trade. Crash is taken away. Narrate! And Zel's is brought to the knees. Crashes doing so well there. And Fnatic pulling off the retake. They want the crowd up on their feet too. Boaster putting it on a show. As of Fnatic now.
See his bang falling as well. Removes the pit from the table. It's rough as well because Zekken, I think this snake bite lands and he just has to eat it. Yeah. Down so low because that operator tag. Beautiful cleanup from him. All tied up now.
That feels good after a timeout too. That was meant to be tailor-made, right? That was the best plan coming in. Maybe called by Kaplan, maybe more of a conversation.
4-4 है मेरे हिसाब से 7-5 for Sen.
And here's a switch up.
मेरे हिसाब
As soon as Sentinels show presence on mid now, Fnatic actively looking to counterbalance that.
को मालूम पड़ गया क्या एंगल से पड़ रही है वो एंगल को ब्लॉक करके
and plant their flag. And
ट्रैफिक क्यों कर रहे हैं क्योंकि ब्लाइंड कूलडाउन पे
behind this A site.
जस्ट ब्लाइंड उठाया था
Set up here from Sentinels.
Sen still have, okay, they still got the Viper's pin on Bang, they still got Zekken as well on that TP, but Crashy, big info here, and at the same time, Alpha strikes, brilliant combination, but an answer back, there
भाई
is,
Crashes भाई दुनिया को मालूम पड़ गया ऊपर हो दुनिया को मालूम पड़ गया था भाई ऊपर है कैसे ने कूदा Crashes
A 1v3 Kayak, really? Oh, you can't say you didn't try, but Zelsis
भाई कैसे ने कूद रहा Crashes ऊपर से 10th फ्लोर वाला ड्रोन क्या है जो सिर्फ ऊपर से करना पॉसिबल है और उसके ऊपर गेको का ब्लाइंड आया है दिखाई दिया क्यों बंदा उधर है
That's Alpha unable to tuck his tail and dip out of sight.
Are you kidding me?
Beautiful shot, follow up actually. John QT to find his third. Sen find a response here after 3 unanswered rounds.
कोई ना सेन जीता अपन सेन की तरफ है भूल गया
Still have the pit. So we've got a TP from Zekken as well. Now back on the res for Chronicle, so not many ultimates in play.
John's just got his though.
Yeah, make that an extra one. Oh, command now for John QT.
Oh, mid ले लिया ये प्रॉब्लम है अभी.
Space once more in mid.
ये प्रॉब्लम है.
Back in the same position, but this time
smoke देना पड़ेगा ओमेन को.
Play in the cut effectively.
इन्फो डिनाई करने का तो क्रॉसिंग स्मोक देना पड़ेगा ये जो कर रहे हो सेन वो मत करो सेन जो तुम सोच रहे हो वो मत करो सेन
There's nothing calm about that. That was quick as hell. Kayak takes away the hero of the previous. John QT down. That's also the ult removed. That's a big piece of the puzzle. They could play on site if they want to. It looks like they fancy a bit of that. Alpha's still there. Up towards Rafters. Not this time. Bang.
Casual shot.
Now trying to scale up cleanly.
Alphazer का round है.
Gotta put bodies behind
Grant रोक दिया chat.
Now actually Fnatic can try and reinforce the hold here. Under a ton of pressure, but he's not cleared.
They just set the paranoia and didn't clear it. That's not good enough, but still a 2v2. Spike in hand and TP is out of there. Zekken wants safety. Secure plan is what he'll get.
WTP baby.
Big gap though between him and his teammate. Zelsis now picking up the pace a little bit. Crashes and Boaster paranoid of a lurk. Sentinels able to regroup here.
Crashes has key utility. So much to play in here. Still paranoid about maybe closer players. Zekken waiting, swings
double round Zekken.
Trying to creep forward, couldn't snap in time. And now down to Crashes in a 1v2. It's looking like Sen.
Nice, sexy round निकाला Sen ने.
Totally sick there from
Sexy round निकाला. Bro, अभी equal हो सकता है. 8-4 हो सकता है chat. 8-4.
Zekken able to get the hell out of dodge.
8-4 ये बाप shot था.
Beautiful adjustment.
भाई क्या 4v5 निकाला बे.
Gets Alpha maybe one more from this.
इतना जगह था Fnatic के पास और फिर भी वो लोग हारे बे.
It's Chronicle standing to face Zekken that opens this up.
ना?
Sentinels follow through. 6 on the board for them.
भाई है वो लोग के पास.
Rifles except for the Bladestorm here on the side of Fnatic.
Next round देखो जाएगा.
Command and a pick here for Sentinels. There's only Boaster on guard here on B main.
trying to speed up, it looks like, with Fnatic clearing out deeper towards A so they can free up the rotations, but
Kajak
he
bhai
is
ka
in a
info dekho.
really precarious spot, Mike.
Kajak bhai ka info dekho jaldi.
So with the ultimate here,
Kajak bhai ka info
Spam coming
dekho.
through from Bosa, but not finding anything. Actually, yeah, bang, sorry.
He took a lot of
That's
damage
10
from
HP.
that. And Alpha's still really close by here. Considers the swing and oh, it's huge. Denies the plant and gets a body dropped. Flank now on the way. Sen need to really secure
Lag
this.
gaye,
Sen try and catch a player. Kayak careful. Doesn't want to overdo this, but Sen now scrambling forward. Spike back in hand. A punish! What is that? Quan and Boaster both in unison. Just cashing the push-up. Punishing Sen, wanting that safety. Leaving Zelsis in a 1v4.
21-20 क्या बोलते हैं एब्सोल्यूट सिल्वर क्या बोलते हो कौन जीतेगा I'm going to do analysis मेरे हिसाब से Sen is going to win.
Boaster happy to stand his ground here initially. Again, a ton of
Second
information.
by defense में off करके जो मारने वाले हैं.
Again, it's the timing of some of these gunfights that Fnatic choose to take just catch Sentinels completely off guard. I mean, some of these kills coming through. A little PS, unfortunate for Sentinels, but so that chip damage really paying off.
Big ult still here for Fnatic too. Rez online for Quan.
6-6-8-4. Sorry, 10-5.
That's 3 heavy hitters. On the other side, you have Bangs there. Didn't really get the chance in that last round to bring it in.
Plant मिलेगा.
Taken so low.
Bang ult मारेगा.
The rate used his.
वो अल्ट को तोड़ने के लिए अल्पाजर अल्ट मारेगा रीटेक वाला. ये लोग वॉल डाउन करके लड़ेंगे और अल्पाजर को तोड़ेंगे.
Always caught that timing, but from afar, that is gorgeous from Crashies.
ये out of syllabus अल्ट मार रहा है.
Couldn't quite find another, but big info and big damage.
2 tags here, narrate down to 45, John QT down 70.
हाँ, अभी वही होने वाला देखो.
Now implies
Plant bang अल्ट, फिर अल्पाजर अल्ट, क्योंकि bang ने अल्ट मारा है. वो लोगों को बीमिन वापस चाहिए. और फिर वॉल डाउन और घुस के अल्पाजर को मारेंगे और उसके अल्ट को मारेंगे.
There's no threat elsewhere with
Absolute cinema of a round. Chat.
He's got a nice deep line on the other side. He feels strong
तो
enough
वो
to
लोग
sit
को
for one.
पता है अल्पाजर अल्ट मारने वाला है इधर.
Here's that lockdown. They put them under a little bit more pressure to play out towards yellow. Get a bit closer here. Force their hand. And Boaster prepared for it. Zeki trying to make a bit of a play on the back, but no. Plant's going to come down nice from Narrate. Viper Spit laid in, but Alpha fast. He's closed the gap.
मारते हो
What is that from Narrate? The hero set needed. John QT, just a shot in the back of Crashies. We noted how far away Kayak was.
अभी ये क्या करेगा अकेले? कर सकता है भाई, बहुत कुछ कर सकता है. क्या प्रॉब्लम है
What in God's name is that? But it may be for nothing. Kayak would have to be a hero, and it's not going to happen today. Zelsis keeps Sen in the lead on this half, 7-5, a competitive showing between the two. Exactly what we wanted in this match.
क्या मारा ना वो शॉट कजक ने? हाँ? भाई 2 राउंड ऐसा था जो Fnatic का था. My heart is beating out of my chest watching this game. Come on Sen. मेरे को ऐसा कुछ फील नहीं हो रहा. पता 4 बज गए ना. Sen for the win. That is true. That is true. +1 sold off. 30 by W tweet W. Dressing because I support both teams. ये हमारा आधा चैट का हालत. चैट 5000 लोग देख रहे हैं सुबह के 4 बजे स्ट्रीम को. लाइक करो.
ऑफिस नहीं है क्या तुम लोग का कल?
Fnatic और SEN चल रही. ऑफिस रोज. Fnatic SEN आज. बेरोजगार हूँ कौन सा ऑफिस? लैंग्वेज. वैसे भी बारिश का टाइम चल रहा है भाई. Hey, I'm not well, feeling low. Weather change, बारिश हो रही है यार.
Now on the side switch here. Do you have faith in Sen closing this now, or is there enough left in the tank?
6 बजे निकलना है.
I mean, it's Tall order. You always talk about
6 बजे
Fnatic,
निकलने का है ना,
never,
तब तक हो जाएगा
ever
मैच,
out,
टेंशन मत ले।
regardless of scoreline. I think here on Icebox as well.
Reply
the
कर दो
same
भाई, क्या चीज़ का?
discussion to be made. Sentinels just
कंपनी ही
edging out
अपनी है,
an
excuse
advantage
me.
here in the first half. Certainly a concern. John QT standing tall and proud.
Yeah.
Top of the board here for Sentinels. Maybe
Office
asking
तो
for a
मेरे
little
घर का
more.
ही भाई।
It's like Zekken and Bang who numerically
सारे
usually
बिजनेसमैन ने अब
deliver.
बिजनेसमैन के फेटेस्ट लोग हैं क्या?
So flexing onto the omen for Zekken. I wouldn't say opportunities limited, but certainly seen other
अमन
duelists
भाई कहाँ
really
दोस्त लोग
shine
फिर
in that
ये
role.
हुई ना बात.
That is a comfort factor
W
on
nerf.
For the Coinbase Econ report, of course.
हर Fnatic जीती तो हर रीजन की एक टीम बचेगी. W script.
Certainly
तुम लोग
is.
को दिख रहा है क्या हो रहा है मैच में? कहाँ से अगर Fnatic जीती तो?
See what the approach is
Sen
here from
जीतेगी भाई.
Fnatic in the second half.
I work as hours.
US hours.
काम करते हुए Sen support. Let's go. W
Well,
baby.
on Kayak,
W.
be able to continue to keep Fnatic in this.
नींद आ
हाय
रही
हाय
है
ब्रिज को भी नींद आ रहा.
See safety in this composition as well. We're looking for clean plants, able to reset
Did
away.
you hear
to
what
the
I
back of
said?
हाँ
Willing
नींद आ रहा
Chronicle
है.
here in the pistol
Literally
round.
said the same
हाँ
thing.
क्या?
हाँ.
अस्कांडे बोलते.
Here we go. Right into it in the second half. We're in the final
तू भी अभी
map
10 दिन नहीं खेलेगा ना
between
वालो.
the two.
लोल ब्लो.
नहीं मैं खेलूंगी.
हाँ क्या?
And now on the
Rank
defending
doesn't
side,
matter
of
वाला
course,
सीरीज.
Fnatic having to pick it up on attack. Slow and
Ah.
methodical beginning.
क्यूटी मार
Use
सकता
that
था दो
tempo,
को.
he
टक
knows
टक.
that Fnatic play at their own pace. The knife going to find nothing after John QT's early contact.
And certainly in terms of pacing as well, there's not going to be any surprises in how Fnatic
लोल
approach
ब्लॉक्स
this,
का बंक्स में एक्सक्यूज मी.
this composition. But giving up A here, maybe toying with the idea of exploration towards mid, or some pressure coming through, but Boaster now.
यार क्या बीटी दे रहा बूस्टर. भाई वो लोग को कुछ रीड नहीं है बे. सेन को कुछ रीड नहीं है लग गए.
Good. I mean, happy to
वो
sit
लोग
back
ए
and
रीटेक खेल रहे हैं लेकिन कितना दूर है
play
रीटेक के
towards a
लिए.
retake here.
नेगेटिव रीड है नेगेटिव.
Deep investment of the wall, actually. Now Swarm's popped. We'll be able to get the plant here regardless.
Oh,
30
5v5
seconds
post
left.
plant in pistols. God damn. Here
Like
we
I
go.
said,
Double
okay.
stacked up. Oh,
Ball
sorry,
भी
triple
है.
stacked up. It's like, can't get away from my man. How dare you? We need to find some security here, though. I do want to see them stabilize for this post plant.
There's no flank coming through either, so
Nope.
this is all in from Sen.
Christ, look at
चार
Paranoia.
बंदे
If
को
they were a
blind
little bit
किया है.
closer, it
फिर
could
भी
be
हार गए.
lethal. But Fnatic still hold the numbers, and the smoke is wondrous to work in. Narrate can't quite find him, leaving just Zelsis outgunned here and outnumbered. Fnatic
Too much
getting
space,
the first.
baby.
Excuse me,
On
booster
the
by.
board here and Boaster on his feet.
बूस्टर भाई वाइप कर रहे फुल.
Like they might tie things up here to kick off the second half.
क्या लगता है पेरेंट्स फाइनल्स खेलेगा? मैं देखने जाने वाला हूँ. ऑब्वियसली
That's
खेलेगा.
going to be the approach, or just the pistol round here.
कौन जाने वाला है?
Sentinels.
पेरेंट.
Check that if you allow Fnatic to get this clean plant.
और को क्या ज्यादा नहीं चार बंदे ब्लाइंड किया ना वो लोग स्पीड में घुसे नहीं वो लोग.
Really
बस वो वॉल ने बीटी दिया बे. पहला पिस्तौल राउंड हर पिस्तौल राउंड देखो जो मैप पे सेज रहेगा और जिंदा रहेगा ना सेज का वॉल 110% बीटी देता.
just narrate play side once more. Actually, yeah, maybe looking like a little bit of aggression towards B main, but utility down from Alpha, going to keep that in check.
Yeah, it certainly should do. He only has the ghost. And actually, his util starts getting cleared, so he's feeling that
What's
there's someone
your take
nearby,
on
but they're
Smurfs
already
on Mumbai
rotating.
server?
But by now, look how close Fnatic are.
Mumbai
And there's
server
big
में होता है
guns
क्या
out
Smurf?
on display. Kron's got one, Kayak's got one, and so does Crash.
ब्रह्मांड में होता है
So
भाई.
they're the
सारे
three that
टीम्स में
can't
होते
really
हैं.
afford to fall. And it's simplistic in approach, Mike. They're not making too much of it. Alpha going to catch
But
Zelda.
then
Rankpush
again,
वाला
Take that
Smurf
rotate round
I
on the
hate.
flank. And we're
But
into
then
3
again-
players remaining. For Sen,
वो
this
चूते
wasn't a
रहते
round
ना
we were
जो
expecting to win.
चार आयन स्मर्फ के साथ एक इमोर्टल
They
को
can't
रैंक
do
पुश
any
कराते
damage,
हैं. वो सब
And with the smoke going up and
चूतागिरी.
really huddled outside heaven.
यार मेरे जैसा कोई
expect them to
स्मर्फ
be
रहना जो फन के
charge
लिए
on here, maybe feeding into ultimates
बकचोदी
that
करते करते जीतता है.
make
That's a
Fnatic's
W.
life even easier. Alpha's on the hunt though.
I mean, bottom track
The
करते हैं.
first and
How's he doing that?
falling now. Actually, Crash is following through here, but
You don't lose that gun.
Certainly don't want to lose the rifle now. If Boaster was up here,
179 में बिग गया पटेल भाई से चीट टक्कर दल्ले ये ले 5 इनको जिंक करना बंद कर
like I said, coming forward, finding a kill outside B main, and then falling.
मैं सेन के साथ हूँ भाई.
Decent progress made.
और पहली बात उसने 5000 दिए हैं. 5 दोस्त मेंबरशिप लिया है.
Big buy round here.
And I want to talk about pressure between these two.
मैच कर वो सब.
उसने भी लिया है खास तो. जेरी ने भी लिया है खास तो.
उसने 5000 दिया ना, इसको भी $5000 देना चाहिए कि नहीं?
Experienced legacy teams, right? I know from the original iterations, it is only Boaster still standing. But these are the big boys, right? When you're talking about these two teams,
179.
None of them are slouches by any means. They should be able to keep their heads calm, keep themselves cool under this pressure. It's now tied all even. It is game on between both of them.
Man, no, yeah.
I don't think knife catching on anything here. Zekken posted up, clean on the first. Very different way, but
नहीं दिया कुछ.
दिए रे बाबा.
HP does have the regen.
अब बोर्ड डोगले हो. अभी Fnatic HARA ऐसा लिखा हुआ. मैंने भाई सेन जीता भाई. ये तो यहाँ पे मेंबरशिप लिया 179 दिया क्योंकि लिमिट खत्म हो गई.
They've been testing Sentinels' patience the entire game. It feels like Zelf is rewarded as well. Locked in towards punishing middle. Alpha's slipped ahead, but there's still utility here. Maybe if they got Zelsis down, it'd be a different scenario. It's not the case. So what's the game plan? So scattered throughout this fight.
He's actually not dealt with the turret. He's waiting for maybe somebody to show. Now have a chance over the top of Boiler potentially. Yeah, Boaster can lurk ahead here with the poison orb. I mean, they can almost pinch on to B. But Zekken still.
My guns भी नहीं गिरा है भाई. Guns
thought
भी
you
नहीं
had
गिरा.
a better shot at it, but it is still Zekken stood there. Everyone else
दिया हो
was
भाई,
saying
दिया है रे.
pretty much.
Yeah, yeah.
And Fnatic not getting any fair fights, it feels like for them. They have to dig so deep for these players.
Fan funding ना.
Smart work. For nice. But again,
शांति बनाए रखो. Keep supporting Sen. ये कभी दिया? अभी दिया ना?
really making a mess of that.
ये कब दिया?
अभी दिया.
कैसे दिया? अभी दिया. मुझे brain lag हो रहा है यार chat.
And the awareness here, Mike. I mean,
Patil bhai, thank you for the 1800. Think they have Toronto में नहीं थे. KJ कॉस्टले क्या था?
अरे विराट
भाई.
वही decisive themselves. फिर यहाँ पे आई.
Biting on the bait.
बात पर.
Really rough.
Patil bhai, thank you for the 1800. देख.
It's tough to
दिख रहा है अभी? दिख रहा है? दिख रहा है?
Zekken has so much space.
दिखा.
There's nothing to kind of pick up the slack towards B main.
देखा कितना एक्टिंग करना पड़ा था कि 1800 और आए.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw what he did on Chamber.
Yeah.
But we know that Boaster can up. Kayak can
W chat it worked.
Alpha, let's see if he's got it on the Killjoy here.
W.
Again, Rez is there for Kron.
W Patil bhai.
Up towards 410 though. Willing to hold belt. The rest of the map, they're getting curious. Down B long, wanting info. Zels is still patrolling towards mid, but they're close on this A site now.
Kayak relaying information there with the sound cue, but probably unaware of Banks'
भाई
position.
वन वे स्मोक के गेको ब्लाइंड है, पॉप है, स्पिट है.
Over the top there.
वो लोग एक क्रॉस भी नहीं कर सकते. Fnatic लग गए. Fnatic के इजी फॉर सेन है मेरे हिसाब से.
They do drift away. Yeah, very sweaty Valorant here.
Oh yeah.
Just waiting for a peak to
fast
punish,
खेलता
but
है
maybe
Valorant
actually pushed deep enough to get a wall up.
Oh, couldn't get a swing off that.
Blind.
Well, maybe with the dizzy going up, they could have maybe caught someone, but still held towards backside. The plant's gonna come down, but they're so close here. Bang, considering the punish. The Kayak got his buddies back.
यार.
That's a fumble though.
Actually, yeah, luckily.
Lag.
Pressure coming through there because Kayak ain't that vulnerable.
Ooh, this is getting really
डोरेमोन का
tense, Mike.
anywhere door
You
लेके
can
आए
see
थे
it, you
ना.
can feel it.
Excuse me.
Drifting closer, Paranoia goes in, but an early swing from Bang goes down. Effective trading for trying to take back on the site. Sen can't stick the landing. Second falls. JonQT forced to back away. Fnatic playing the better game of this. Scaling up well together, trading in well if they felt that
4 साल से
presence.
देख रहा हूँ ऊपर
But
टाइम
this
ही नहीं मिलता
style, Fnatic
लाइव पे
happy
आने
to
का
play
तो
with.
होल
Bear in mind,
स्ट्रीम
Sentinels
मैं
said
बाद
they were
में देखता हूँ
expecting this, right? This is
लॉट्स ऑफ
how
लव
they
टू यू
knew
बोथ
Fnatic
लव
were
यू
gonna
यार कलिश
approach
भाई
today.
लव यू लव यू
Fnatic seeming to find some success with it in the
खड़ा हो
second
गया
half.
औरा खड़ा हो गया औरा खड़ा हो गया 8-8 सुनो अभी सेन
This
इको
is so tense in some of these
Reset.
situations because you see Sentinels
9-8
almost just
9-8 के
apprehensive
बाद
of when to pull the
सेन
trigger.
के अंदर
Some
आने
of this
वाली है
utility
सुपर पावर
and get the ball
सेकंड
rolling.
बाय एकदम भड़कने वाले ऐसे ही
Maybe some early round
और
aggression to
फिर
remove some of that comfort with
9-9
so many bodies standing.
10-9 11-9 टाइम आउट
Just doing the staring. That's it now. He's evolved.
अभी टाइम आउट
But
ले लिया
it's probably the reason for this timeout.
उल्टा
Again,
ऑर्डर में चल
absolutely
रहा
is,
है
This
Where
definitely
is the
plays.
lay?
I mean, if you look at regionally,
7 man
like,
cast
there are
zone and
teams
Banks
that
and
play
Blizzard
this
$1
to
के
this extent, but they do play a more
ऐसा
methodical
नहीं
sort of
होता
game style, but they can then
ऐसा
scale up.
नहीं
They do
होता
play like a bit of a more variety to it. You look at G2, who are
है
kind of,
$2
you know,
नजरी
very, I guess, meticulous in approach. A little bit
और
more
किस
patient.
में $2
Obviously, Senna
100
well
बार
aware of
देने
how to play against it, but here
या
against Fnatic,
100
it's
बार
kind of extreme,
$200
right?
देने किस में
Very
ज्यादा हो रहा
slow,
है
very steady.
This is way slower than actually traditionally we see Fnatic play
Yeah.
even.
Yeah.
So you can see they're really dialing into
100
that
बार
approach.
$200 दो फिर बढ़ेगा उरा
At this point, right? No, it's every step
समझ
is
रहे हो?
very hard fought for, very cautious.
एक तेरा दो
Up
मेरा
was up on towards pipes.
फिर
with
दो
that
मेरा
opportunity
एक तेरा समझ रहे
before
हो?
even contact happened. That was, you know, it took so long to get there. So Sentinels maybe needed
Today
to check
night
in, get
belongs
their
to
heads
FNC
straight
सो
on
जाओ
here.
चलो
As it has been
Night
3
belongs
rounds
to
to
FNC. सो जाओ
Fnatic's
फट
name
से
against only the one response from Sen so far.
इको नहीं है सेन इको कैसे नहीं है
Sentinels either.
अयो
Right, bringing the sheriff to the party here. There's only really Zeka and
Penalty
Banks
के
that can
सामने
do
इको
anything
कौन करता है
notable in the
भाई
bank behind this.
100 बार दिया है पाटिल भाई ने ऑलमोस्ट
Lovely orb though.
आज के दिन
Getting the rate just one away.
लंदन में
Maybe a
हो
little
गया
bit of
मैं
aggression, as I said,
छोटा
Alpha.
एवरीडे
We'll find
ये
Zeka.
क्या है
Strips away that kayak, doubles down.
Oh, it's clean. Stop
हाइड
it.
दो बंदे को
That's what happens when you try and get aggressive against this sort of pacing.
गांडू से
Kayak now caught though, denied by the Dizzy. Narrate trying to puff out the
But
chest a
side
bit,
the
trying
बंदे
to
को
control that space. He's done very well.
And this is the sort of round that Fnatic are almost baiting Sentinels into playing.
That's the dream. Oh my God, Alpha.
भाई अल्फा
Back took a
भाई
step. He was like, maybe I can help
क्रेजी
out
खेल
the
रहे हैं
raid.
बे
Maybe
अल्फा
not. And Alpha combat operating up the line. Narrate tries to take a second target inside
Miss
Kayak.
के
It's a
Alpha
little
ने।
easier.
Still swinging though.
Yeah.
Plant hasn't come through just yet. Kron does have the res, so look to maybe get Kayak back on his feet. Not necessarily needed here, as we can see on the
से
minimap.
मैं बोला था 9-8 होने वाला है अब से सेन जीतेगा ना अब से
2v4 certainly not comfortable.
God bless you
Would feel like a roll of the dice.
God bless you
Let's try and get this started.
This has to be a mentality reset as well for Sen. Because Fnatic look locked into this. And they just tested out what it looks like if we go a bit aggressive.
Yeah, like
Right.
I said, this is the sort of round that Fnatic are almost begging Sentinels.
Oh, come on. Yeah, have a
Dangling a carrot
Hey, you
almost.
want to take some map?
Fnatic easy win सेन
you wanna get
सोचना भी
an
मत
early
Stop
pick?
us from sitting
Mods.
outside this site.
Please.
इसको
I
भी
dare
हेड दो
you. And well, they tried.
मेरे
Saw
बेटे
how
को
well
भी
that went. So Sentinels need other options.
बेटा
They need to
फाफा
go
के
deep into the
अग्निंस
playbook,
आंदोलन
get a
चला
good
रहा
grip on
है
what's going on
फाफा
here.
सेन सपोर्टर
But
तो
it's
वो
hard, it gets
Fnatic सपोर्ट
riskier
कर
and
रहा है वाह
riskier as the game goes
वाह
on. Fnatic now up on
वाह
9. As the slow and steady march back into this series carries on here. And look
ये
at
तो
it
टाइम ऑफ
again.
स्ट्रिक्स को बनता है
So
एक बंदा
aware, so ready, and so quick though from Kayak.
कजा करल पचेर क्या लॉक्ड इन है भाई कजा करल
Frustrating, but with these sorts of
पचेर
rounds, it becomes harder and harder.
भाई
to
लॉक्ड इन है
justify
बे बंदे
that aggression with the finances, the
ब्रो व्हाट द फक
inventory, and really the bigger picture cost of
चैट
that.
में से
Now
कोई
with
Fnatic
Fnatic
सपोर्टर नहीं
knocking
सारे
on
सो
the
गए वो
door
लोग
of double
हारने वाले
digits
कर
here.
सेन जीतेगा
Need I remind you, the decider and the elimination on the line for two big names here in Toronto.
They're trying to get a bit up in their face again. And if I don't say it feels obvious, but it feels like they're trying to then say, okay, Fnatic, okay, come on, come on, come on, re-clear, do the same sort of thing. We're ready this time. They've got 3 players here now, actively looking, playing on 4-10.
Yeah, Ravik, excuse me.
Sorry, excuse me, just below down by Maze here. John QT on that corner, narrate.
भाई लेकिन कजक और अफवाज यार एकदम अच्छा खेल रहे हैं भाई.
Looking up towards belt.
बहुत प्यारा खेल रहे हैं भाई, बहुत प्यारा खेल रहे हैं.
And the silence feels so.
लेकिन और कौन प्यारा खेल रहा है पता है? SEN.
Because you've still got Alpha's ult here. If they want to invest it, they can. They
बाल
can leave
लंबे
this
हो रहे
side
हैं
and
मेरे
punish
मुंह
this
पे क्यों
push
आ रहे हैं?
potentially. They don't like what they're feeling here. Something feels off.
SEN तो दिख भी नहीं रहा है चैट में. थोड़ा सा गांडू हो क्या? कौन Fnatic सपोर्ट कर रहे पूछा? तो जो Fnatic सपोर्ट करेगा वो लिखेंगे ना चैट में. तूने पूछा कौन SEN को सपोर्ट कर रहा है? गांडू है क्या रे थोड़ा सा?
30 seconds and
30 seconds left.
Again, confirmation of 2 members of Fnatic still.
20 seconds.
Yeah, this is looking a little
Agas beta.
weird now. They've got to just run on to B side and plant.
Celsius, get ready! 10 seconds! And the spike is still down towards B long. And what? Fnatic, that is outrageous! You're getting away with this! Zek and John QT and Narrate nearly falling asleep during this round, surely. Good lord, how they meant to be this focused for so long. Zek,
just saying, आज मुझे $30 भेजा है total, which more than
still got Alpha's ult if needed.
It's still less than. उसने 4499 plus 1799 plus 179 plus 171 plus 179 plus Kazu's membership player.
Hell, they had to have cleared yellow
So he's
by now.
clear-cut winning.
Position almost offsetting seconds. And yeah, it absolutely has because John QT felt safe and secure.
And after this round, clear-cut SEN is winning.
Fnatic controlling the tempo, controlling
भाई
the
एक
time.
बार अल्फा ज़ेर का शॉट्स देखो. एक बार अल्फा ज़ेर का शॉट्स देखो प्लीज. एक बार.
I mean, that just looks so
भाई क्या दिख रहा है? ये रे बाबा. हाँ दिख रहा है मुझे स्क्रीन पे दिख रहा है.
It certainly doesn't feel like Fnatic are teed up to convert.
Last one down.
But then 2 kills found, and things crumble for
Just saying, कुछ भी amount बोल दे, match करूँगा, but SEN को support करना continuous.
I mean, look at the purchases as well now.
1 लाख, 1 लाख, पाटिल भाई 1 लाख.
This is going to test Sentinels, their mental over and over.
Like you said, it's almost like
पाटिल भाई 1 लाख.
playing to force Sentinels to make these desperate decisions late round.
W पाटिल भाई. Let's go SEN baby.
Guessing.
And Fnatic will be reveling in this, won't they? Loving it, knowing that they've got that time always on their side. Even though it felt so
Can
late.
I have पाटिल भाई hashtag
Look at what
open
Sentinels
chat.
can do to try and hold this back. Double stacked up towards that kind of top and lower side. Nice from Narrate. Takes away Kayak. Here we go.
John QT को ठंडा ठंडा लग रहा है.
Rez has been in the back pocket for some time. Zek goes back in. Brings it back to the grave. And you're right. Where was the support in this?
It's almost leaning into the game plan here, this comp. You can allow somebody to take a hyper-aggressive peek, but that Rez has to be safe.
Stalling out. And he does.
क्यों मार?
Now on top.
भाई क्यों मारा?
Hell, they could be going B for all we know.
भाई सुबह के 4 बजे ऐसा शॉट कौन मारता है भाई?
And Alpha is feeling.
भाई ये राउंड Fnatic जीत रहा है? ना नहीं जीत रहा. नहीं जीत रहा. 3v3 है.
Dug in deep here. Kron watching
अभी
that
retake
side,
है.
forced away.
That's a
Angles
shot,
better for Sen.
baby.
Hard fought 4 steps here though, and Alpha getting
लेकिन मैं
left more and more.
smoke डाल
On an
के
island, he can't escape. Bang
ये भी
removes.
चलेगा. ये भी
A
चलेगा.
heartbeat found in the Sentinel side.
Let's go.
Crashies and Kron still standing. Smoke on the spike should draw the
दूसरे का
attention.
पता नहीं है.
They're playing it calm. Now the second attempt at the defuse. Composure from Kron. Oh, it's stunning. The reveal is perfect. This is
भाई
outstanding
हाफ
from
भी नहीं हुआ है
Fnatic.
भाई.
Zekken has to try master and he can't. Another straight from Fnatic.
And now, just the mental of Sentinels has to be broken in tatters from how these rounds play out. Without
हो
them
गया
doing
बे.
things like that.
भाई ये राउंड कैसे जीत सकता है Fnatic?
So well.
स्टार्ट से लेके एंड तक का भाई SEN का राउंड स्टार्ट से लेके एंड
21
तक.
and 12. Having a standout performance here. Bladestorm here, Pit here, Hunter's Fury.
3 ulti hai.
Watching him is like poetry in motion today.
कोई सीन नहीं है, अभी भी 3 ulti है.
Feels like he can't miss, and Sentinels silenced in this matter. They've got to dig deep here. They're going to need someone to ignite a spark.
भाई अल्फा नहीं मान रहा ब्रो.
Littered.
भाई अल्फा नहीं मान. भाई अल्फा.
Boasted are coming through and probably
अल्फा मेरे को एकदम प्राइम अल्फा जब स्टार्टिंग में आया था पता है ऐसे मार रहा था. भाई अल्फा ना मान रहा भाई. अल्फा ना मान रहा. भाई इतना क्रेजी.
Zelsis desperate to find impact, but the wall's already there, so the plant's going to come down. And Alpha
नरेश भाई अल्ट मारो. रिस्क है तो इश्क है. रिटेक तो करना पड़ेगा. राउंड्स नहीं अल्ट मारो. कर सकते हैं. 5v3 है. वो लोग भी 2v4 जीते थे. चलो 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 रिटेक करो. सेन बेबी.
I don't know if you can.
कोई तो मेरी बात सुनो.
I mean, it looks like as if it might even consider the pit. Certainly going to force Sentinels into a position where they have to hold on to these weapons. They forced up once more.
They're on
Second,
the ropes.
nothing in the bank. John QT 100 credits. Ultimates to play with, but Alpha's on the hunt.
He's having a worldy game, is Alpha. Oh God!
भाई ये बधिर हो गया भाई.
Right now. Look at that smile.
बैंक पे शॉट देगा अल्फा बाग. सबका शॉट देख. वो 6-7 राउंड से क्या ऑफ कर रहे देख एक बार. 6-7 राउंड से क्या ऑफ कर रहे 6-4. पागल हो गए वो.
This might be a death rattle from Sentinels of a second half. Fnatic on the verge of sending them home. And a monstrous performance
वो तो क्या था?
But 24 and 13. A map where previously some of his greatest moments. Look at that timeline.
Good God.
भाई 24-13 है bro Alpha. 24-13.
The purchase is so uncomfortable for Sentinels.
And the deeper knife might be giving away that they've tried to play up to this fantastic dark and come ready though. Players nearby. They swing. Sentinels digging deep here. Desperate to hold on the spray. Not going to do enough. They get to live.
Alpha
first time they draw first blood without a quick trade.
Chronicle no res here either. So can't get Kayak back on his feet. Alpha still on the hunt. Scope in hand.
रिटेटिंग है देखना हो गया मेरा. क्या बिसी बिग्स भाई. दुखी हो गया मन. मैं बिसी मैंने क्या किया.
For now he carries on.
अभी भी जीत सकता है सेन.
No fear shown from Alpha this game. He's drawn 3 players just to deal with him.
Look at the respect he's commanding.
अभी भी जीत सकता है.
Pressure.
भाई कुछ सीन है बे अल्फा.
Gets a heal as well, so back into a much healthier position now.
भाई कुछ तो सीन है. Wingardium Leviosa से आप बोल के वो invisible हो रहा है.
SEN have the man advantage. It feels like we've been saying this for the first time in a while. You can see the Crash is trying to draw them away from the
तीन जन के साइड में घुस रहे.
Yeah, they're learning their lessons here. They've had to learn it the hard way.
यहाँ से comeback begins वाला
still
scene
go
है.
any which way.
Placing swarm grenade.
Alpha, the one to be stepping in here. Paranoia perfect. Fantastic work from Sentinels. Second and bang when they need them most, doing enough here. I don't think Kron and Crashies can do much now. A lifeline given. Second gets away as the clock ticks. Sentinels stay alive.
Just prevent potentially the upgrades here.
Zelsis
will come through. 2 with the stinger. Up to 9 now.
Technically देखा जाए, SEN is only 2 gun rounds away from OT. एक ही को जाएगा.
Early on from this proactivity, Sentinels just showing
सिर्फ 2 gun rounds
resilience here.
and उनके पास ब्रह्मांड की अल्ट है. ब्रह्मांड की अल्ट. और देखो अल्ट देखो. अल्ट देखो चैट. 3 अल्ट है. ओमेन का अल्ट आने वाला है. और जब ये 3 अल्ट खत्म होगा बैंक का अल्ट आएगा.
It always feels like there's something with this team.
That's like crazy recipe of OT recipe.
Are deadly. Alpha at a new high almost. And the weight of the world here, if it does go towards B, is on Zelsis' shoulders. The one man on this site. Yes, John QT could catch a cross, but this is a lot.
Fnatic को support करना. I love Boaster, but vibes there as a can.
Finest of margins are able to slip through.
Oh my god.
Turret dealt with, but it's actually Boaster underneath Tube, so a little bit of misdirection here. Celsius, yeah, he's hookline and sinker, Lauren.
That might be enough. They've got the keys to the castle now. They've got the full site. They don't even know the level of success they just found. This could be heartbreak for Sentinels, but they're going to give it everything they have. But the final
bank alt वैसे भी नहीं था.
they just caught bang. Kayak, the Guardian on
Narrate का
duty
अभी भी
takes
alt
away
है.
second. As John QT and Narrate have to
गिरा
face
हुआ है
the
तो क्या
music,
हुआ?
and it's playing to Alpha's song right now. Narrate digging deep, but it's not going to be enough. Fnatic came, saw, and conquered. Sentinels left in ruins at 13-9.
Entita.
Icebox once more, Lauren.
Entita.
Pound for sure. And the
Entita.
redemption
Entita.
delivered here in Toronto.
Entita.
Sentinels eliminated.
Entita technically देखा जाए तो.
You've got to feel good about that.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बोलो, अभी मैं क्या ट्वीट करूँ भेंचूत? हाँ? क्या करूँ भाई ट्वीट? कोई मेरे को आज के कमेंट सेक्शन में कुछ ट्वीट के आइडियाज दे सकता है भाइयों? कुछ तो आइडियाज दो प्लीज, कमेंट सेक्शन में दे दो यार. Fnatic, PRX versus Fnatic. Not gonna lie ऐसा करके NGL, not gonna lie. Fnatic versus PRX finals ऐसा करके कुछ. सुबह चेंज द गेम. पाटिल भाई याद रखना 1 लाख आपको मैच करने के. ठीक है टाइम, ठीक है टाइम. EMI में गिफ्टेड देना मेरे चैट. सेन बिकेम शिट. शर्म आता है. पहला मैप बाप खेला, दूसरा मैप भी बाप खेला, तीसरा मैप अचानक से अल्फा जहर टर्न ऑन और के ऐसा मारा जानवर जैसा. उसमें सेन शिट कैसा हुआ बे? सेन की क्या गलती है भाई? अल्फा जहर जानवर जैसा मारा है भाई उसने. भाई उसका पूरा टोरंटो का सबसे बेस्ट मैच था ये अल्फा जहर का भाई. पूरा मास्टर्स का. वो भूल गया कि वो चेंबर नहीं है, वो किलजॉय करके चेंबर जैसे हेड हंटर मार के निकल रहा था, ऑफ मार के निकल रहा था वो चेंबर जैसा भाई. पाटिल भाई को पूछ ले, वो भी क्या ट्वीट करना है. काहे हेट फैला रहे हो जेरी भाई? अब से फुल टाइम मीटर आपका बिकम स्ट्रीमर. दोनों मेरे फेवरेट टीम थे भाई. सेन को सपोर्ट किया.
Chamber is so beautiful. Are you the best chamber player in the world?
Currently yes, but I will say Ye was better.
Ye was better, Alpha. Wow,
भाई ये इसको अभी भी नहीं मालूम कि किलजॉय कर रहा था. देखा चेंबर का आंसर दे रहा है.
It was for you to lose to Senna champs. You got your revenge. How does that feel?
I'm super happy to get the revenge because they didn't deserve on champions to win against us, and we showed them why they didn't deserve.
Wow, strong words from Alpha now.
It's not just
Alpha that had a good performance. Chronicle, let me find him and you guys follow me. Oh,
Crashies
is here, by the way. You did a great job, Crashies. Chronicle. Now, this is the furthest you've been at a global event, a Masters, since Tokyo. It's been a long time. Have you missed this feeling?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's nice to also club Sentinels after Champs 24, so it feels absolutely good.
What did Cuba do to you? You gave a proper smashing to Cuba there.
Nothing bad. We just smashed them so badly, so I decided to show it again how bad it was.
Yeah, and Kron, a lot of people have these conversations about who's the GOAT of Valorant, and they say if you win here, there will be no dispute. Would you agree?
No, I also need to win Champs after that.
Okay, he's got ambitions. He's got ambitions. I'm going going to let you do this. And I have one more treat for everyone here. Boaster, I have no questions for you. No questions. I might need the camera to move back for this. No questions for you, but we have not seen a single dance at Masters Toronto. Come on, guys. Not one Boaster dance. I'm going to give you a moment. Play us out.
सारे लेजेंड्स कच्चे में रहते हैं. W baby. सारे लेजेंड्स कच्चे में रहते चैट. याद रखना चैट. That's why I love fucking Fnatic.
And
that's why Fnatic is the goat of goaters.
Pick up the win.
W Fnatic baby. W Fnatic.
What a game
Baap
that was. The last hope of EMEA stays alive here in Toronto, Canada.
Baap
Maybe you couldn't have asked for a more dramatic finish to that game.
Yeah, it was.
बाप केला बे. अगर वो नो बोलता था ना, नेक्स्ट मैच बेचारा खेल नहीं पाता था. ये होता है डर. मेरे घर में भी यही डर है. You missed what Chronicle did after winning match. क्या मैंने कहा? क्या किया? स्पैंकिंग दिया ना क्यूबट को. नेक्स्ट मैच कब है? 4 regions 14 by script writing तो है. अभी नेक्स्ट कभी है? आई थिंक 2 दिन बाद है. PRX वुल्फ और G2 Fnatic. फिर बाद में सीधा फाइनल्स और सेमीफाइनल्स. 2 बेस्ट ऑफ 5 होंगे. 20th को एक मैच होगा, फिर 21st 22nd को खत्म फाइनल्स. देख पीछे करके स्ट्रीम देखना पड़ेगा. Binks 69 क्या किया ऐसा तो मैंने मिस किया ना. क्या किया ऐसा? नाचे लोग. नजर है मेरा. क्रॉनिकल पर नजर है. हग्स दिया. एक और हग्स दिया. ले एक और. दुश्मन देने जा रहे. फनेटिक क्यूबर्ट को लेके आया. हग्स कर रहे. क्या किया? और हग्स कर रहे. एकदम ही ग्रुप हग्स चल रहा है. हेवी फिस्ट बम्पिंग चल रही है. क्या किया बेंच? आगे थोड़ा. जो 4:30 बजे मेरी गांड मार रहे हो ना तुम लोग. क्या किया ऐसा? रैश भाई फेनेटिक के सारे बड़े हो गए बे. ट्वीट मार दो फेनेटिक. saw the through my ploy in Jinx. ये क्या है ये? फेनेटिक saw the through my ploy. एक तो 400 का सुपर चैट कर लेकिन बराबर कर रहे बाबा. and turn it into a performance. Can't even hate elite. अरे यार तू 500 दे लेकिन बराबर भाई मेरे सर के ऊपर से गया रे. अक्षय भाई इसलिए बोलता हूँ जब दिल से करते हो ना सुपर चैट उसमें मिस्टेक्स नहीं होती. समझ रहे हो? गोल्डी भाई के इनर सर्कल वाले बच के अक्षय भाई ट्वीट मार दो. Fnatic saw through my point, jinxing and turned it into a performance. Can't even hate the elite mental game. W अक्षय भाई मेरे को समझा. ये पहले बोलते ना. मेरे को समझा. W. Can we have Akshay bhai open the chat? That's crazy भाई. सुबह के 4 बजे इतने अमेजिंग आइडिया आपके मन में आया. वेरी यार हैट्स ऑन टू यू माय फ्रेंड. लव यू. यही चीज आप 100 में लिख देते. 200 देने की कोई जरूरत नहीं थी. 100 में पूरा मैसेज आ जाता अक्षय भाई. समझ रहे हो? तेरे भाई का यूटर्न गेम एकदम स्ट्रॉन्ग है. हाँ फुल स्पीड में ऐसे तक रिटर्न यूटर्न गेम ऑन टॉप्स. मेरी जिंक्स जोन टॉप. जी भाई क्या टूटे 40 में कुछ समझ में आता है करे. अब बोल थैंक यू जेरी फॉर सेइंग मैं अगेन. लव यू यार जेरी भाई. लव यू यार. थैंक यू यार जेरी भाई. चलो गाइस मिलते हैं. बाय. इसके पहले कि मेरी और गांड लगी. बाय गाइस मिलते हैं. बाय. आदियोस. शेड में पादियोस. टेक केयर. सी या. बाय एवरीबॉडी. लव यू. Sleep well, stay happy, and keep spreading love. Bye-bye, chat. Good night. Thank you for watching the stream. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe. And keep super chatting. Tension mat lo. Karte raho.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. Get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. That you deserve better than me. Nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. That you deserve better.